Yay, we're live. Um, Good morning, everyone, and welcome. We want to start with a land acknowledgement. We are here on the unceded ancestral land of the Duwamish people. From Standing Rock in North Dakota to the Kinder Morgan pipeline in British Columbia, the fight for survival in the face of the fossil fuel industry has been led by Indigenous people. Unfortunately, the Duwamish remain unrecognized by the federal government. I encourage everyone here to visit realrentduwamish.org to help mitigate the injustice. So, hello again, I'm Maren Costa. I'm a former principal user experience designer at Amazon, and I'm here with Emily Cunningham, also a former user experience designer at Amazon. And we're so excited for this day, and we're so happy that you can be here with us, albeit virtually. Perhaps you're an Amazon tech worker taking a PTO day, and perhaps you're not. But either way, we're all here to support Amazon warehouse workers, essential workers who are putting their lives on the line and speaking up for safety. Today, we're going to talk about the climate crisis, COVID-19, environmental racism, workers' rights, and censorship. But mostly, we're here to tell Amazon to stop firing and start listening. As you might have heard, Emily and I were fired on April 10th for standing up and speaking out about Amazon's inadequate climate leadership and for frontline workers in the time of COVID-19. We were fired for trying to make Amazon a better, less greedy, more compassionate company for its employees as well as for its customers. Amazon's retaliations, the firings, the multiple deleted meetings in attempt to prevent this very conversation that we're having today, may be a bit chilling for everyone. So we want to acknowledge that some of us may be feeling unsure, maybe alone, maybe scared, maybe powerless, maybe worried about the future. But today is a day to learn that we are not alone and we are not powerless. And we'll learn that we are so strong, even invincible, when we stand together, and that we can truly change the world. Emily?
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Good morning and also good evening. We have our colleagues in Europe and other parts of the world that are tuning in. So thank you, everyone, for joining us. My name, again, is Emily Cunningham. I'm a former user experience designer at Amazon. I started there in 2013. And I just want to say a little bit about this event. This event is about being human with each other. It's not about perfection. We have, I think Maren will get into this, over 30 speakers today. And so it's really about really just being with each other. And it's also a time for us to really to look at the intersectionality of all of these things that we're facing. And so how Indigenous sovereignty is related to climate change, is related to inequity and racism, and the need for workers everywhere to be able to speak up when they see things that are wrong, whether that's about worker safety or about the climate crisis. And so we're really proud of the group, the large group of people that have come together today, and I'm incredibly thankful. So thank you. I'll give it back to Maren. Oh, I think you're muted, Maren. You're muted.
Like Emily mentioned, we have a really incredible lineup of over 30 amazing speakers and guests who have all turned out to show their support for fired Amazon workers, censored Amazon workers, and all workers who are risking it all to speak up about truly life or death issues that impact our very existence. So let's get started.
Great. Well, I wanted to first really welcome and appreciate two warehouse workers that are joining us from Poland, Aga and Marta. right now you're on mute, but could you, before we get into the questions, could you tell us a little bit about yourself and where in Poland you are?
Hello, everyone. We are you from Poland. Like in Poland, we learn about most of the cases 7 days after, and we don't know when disinfection took place, and no warehouse was shut down for a minute.
Hey, you guys, I'm so sorry to interrupt. We're hearing that nobody can hear us.
Oh.
So I think we're going to try to solve a technical problem, and then I think we should just restart. Oh, it looks like it's fixed. Is it fixed? Should we restart?
Have they always not been able to hear us, or have they
the whole time? I think we should probably restart from the top.
Okay, sure. Sorry about that, y'all. We'll be right back to you.
Okay. So it looks like we have a technical issue fixed. Apologies for that. We're going to restart from the top. So once again, welcome everyone. So happy that you can all be here and so thankful. We want to start with a land acknowledgement. We're all here today on the unceded ancestral land of the Duwamish people. From Standing Rock in North Dakota to the Kinder Morgan pipeline in British Columbia, the fight for survival in the face of the fossil fuel industry has long been led by Indigenous people. Unfortunately, the Duwamish remain unrecognized by the federal government. I'd encourage everyone here to visit realrentduwamish.org to help mitigate this injustice. So I'm Marin Costa. I'm a former user experience designer at Amazon, and I'm here with Emily Cunningham, also a former user experience designer at Amazon. And
actually, they did hear intros. I'm sorry.
Sorry, yeah?
They did hear intros. We can start with the Polish worker questions. They heard the intros.
Start with which part?
We're going to go back to the questions for the Polish workers because they did hear the intros.
Okay, great. So everyone heard the intros.
And that's exactly what I was saying before. Like, this is not about perfection. This is about being with each other. So thank you everyone for joining us as we work through technical issues. Okay, so back to Aga and Marta, who are joining us from Poland, from Poznan in Poland. And yeah, I'll start off with the question that I had before. So we saw just in the news yesterday that 30 workers at the same fulfillment center in New Jersey, this is an Amazon fulfillment center in New Jersey in the United States, have been infected with the coronavirus since the outbreak began. That seems to go against everything that Amazon has been saying about how it is keeping workers safe. But it does seem to fit in with what you've been telling us and other warehouse workers. We've heard from workers in the Staten Island fulfillment center that there are 50 cases, but Amazon itself has confirmed the 30 in New Jersey. Can you explain to us how infection on that scale could even be possible?
We both work in the fulfillment center. In our fulfillment center, there's 7,000 workers. More, I guess, there's similar number in the US, where fulfillment centers. So this means that we are thousands and we are hundreds on every shift, and we meet each other all the time. And they are basically departments or spots where you can't keep the 2 meters social distance. That refers to AFE department, that refers to peak tower, where stowers and picker meet all the time, and that also refers to lockers. So the problem is that Amazon is using the 2 meters distance from each other to discipline workers, but there are still places where you just can't work if you don't come closer to our co-workers. And the second thing is that about most of cases we learn in Poland, we learned about workers being sick. We learn after a week, and we never, even as a union representative, the unions were given no information when and how the warehouse was cleaned up. So that this reality creates a risk still, and the people are scared to go to the warehouse, calling us every day and asking, is it safe? And the next examples of the workers being sick prove that they are right.
That's so terrible, and I'm so sorry that you all are facing that. So one of the, I remember seeing on your YouTube or like your Twitter stream, there was a video of between shift changes where hundreds of employees were like inches between each other shift changes. Can you describe that a little bit for people?
That video went really viral, but that was made on the 2 videos on 16th and 23rd of March. That was actually at the same time where workers all over the globe, especially in the US and in France, were protesting, right, signing petitions, speaking out for our case. So after we used these films for our campaign, and also was useful, we hope, for the workers in other warehouses, other countries, the situation did change. Amazon did introduce some safety measures in most warehouses in the Europe and we hope in the US. And we are really sure that these changes were introduced due to the workers being able to protest and walk out. But still, like what we hear now, that these safety measures are not going to be kept maybe for longer. And this is also one of our demands, that the measures like longer breaks, no punishing workers for not meeting productivity quotas, and other measures should be prolonged. Because we don't have to feel safe only during the time of the pandemic, but we want to feel safe during the whole year.
That makes absolute sense. Martha, I know that you have some news coming out of France about how there's something that's happening in the courts now, and how warehouse workers in France have really been pushing for safety there. Can you fill us in on what's happening over there?
Sure. I think in a few hours, the French warehouse workers will be also on this call, so they can talk about it directly. But there was a series of walkouts by warehouse workers over health and safety conditions. So workers walked away from their posts saying that it's just way too dangerous, despite all of the measures that Amazon has implemented, that there's still a huge risk of contagion. And so they started walking out, which is legally possible, of course, thankfully. And so when all these workers walked out, there was also, they received some support from government institutions, which confirmed their fears, as well as unions that are present in these warehouses. And ultimately, one of the unions, and these workers will be here, and they can talk about this directly. But so they sued Amazon in court. And the court ordered Amazon to cease its business, to reduce its business to only essential goods. And in fact, the warehouses have been shut down for the past 10 days. And today at 2 the court handed the decision, because Amazon appealed this the court's initial decision. And so the appellate court confirmed the first court's decision, saying that the workers were right. Whatever Amazon is saying, whatever they have been saying in the news, the huge propaganda that they've been bombarding us as workers and society at large is just not true. Workers are right. It's too dangerous in these warehouses, and they were right to walk out. And now Amazon has to listen to what these workers have to say about how work should be organized inside these warehouses before they get their business going back. So this is also something that's really important for all of us, because Amazon at the warehouse level makes all the decisions on it, tries to make all the decisions on its own. It completely doesn't want to listen to what workers have to say about the conditions in which we work in. We have to really fight to get them to listen to us. And now the court has said that Amazon making decisions on its own puts people in danger, and they can't do that anymore.
Thanks for sharing that. I'm so glad everyone has been standing up. I know there's a phrase that warehouse workers say in New York, and that is, we keep each other safe. And so that sounds like what's happening all over the world, because people aren't safe at warehouses. So we have a couple more minutes because we got started a little late, but I wanted to just sort of have people have a sense of how this has impacted you emotionally, and the impact on working in these kind of conditions during a pandemic where you feel and are so unsafe. So I was wondering if you could describe a little bit about what it's like for you, and if you've heard from your coworkers about the emotional impact of this, and then anything else you wanted us to know before we sign off. And I want to say thank you so much for sharing these stories.
I would say we share two emotions. One is feeling scared, but the second is anger. And this anger is visible when we talk to our colleagues when they pack non-essential items, although officially we are presented as essential workers. So on this anger, we try to build colleagues, other workers, and the exchange about the situation in different countries. And we also want to show you a leaflet, because we are discussing what we feel. And when we decided this is leaflet in Polish, we are spreading in our warehouses in the last weeks. They refer to the same right what French workers used to walk out and shut down Amazon. So on this anger, on this new situation, we try to inspire each other globally above borders And also we talk to workers here in Poland what is happening in warehousing in France and the US, and we hope that exchange will build power, because we know now that we are essential workers and we have structural power to change the world. Also, if we have a support of you tech workers who are on our side.
Thank you, Marta. And actually, it looks like Bill McKibben is coming on at 9:30, so in about 3 minutes. So we have a little bit more time. Marta, what would you like to say, or how has this been impacting you emotionally, and what is it like to be working in these conditions in the pandemic?
Well, you know, I think for the first time since in my working life, it's become obvious who keeps this society running, and it's us. It's us, the logistics workers. It's us, the retail workers, the healthcare workers. Were it not for us, this society would just fall apart. And now we deserve much more than we're getting. We deserve better conditions. We deserve higher pay. We deserve to be safe all the time. And these are the things that we have been fighting for ever since we started working and organizing. And these are the things that we deserve. And so this pandemic has just shown some of the fundamentals about how our world is structured, and who keeps it running. And and so I think this is really what's crucial here. And I hope that our struggles will receive wider support, because it's not that, we just ended up working at Amazon because we weren't smart enough to work somewhere else. I mean, these are critical jobs for this world. And so we deserve much more. We should all be getting much more. Our boss has made so much money on this pandemic that it wouldn't even hurt him a bit to give us more. And we're sure going to be organizing to get more.
That's great. Yeah, the way that classism works around making it seem like people aren't as smart if you don't make a certain amount of money or have a certain kind of job is completely repulsive and wrong. And in our interactions with each other, you're some of the most brilliant people I've met, and I'm really proud to know you. And I just also want to say that tech workers stand with you, and we are so thankful for the work that you're doing, and feel so badly that you're being treated this way. And I would do this a million times over. I would get fired over and over and over again to stand with you. So I just want to thank you for all that you do for yourselves and fellow workers, and for the whole society. You're right, this pandemic is really showing who are the essential workers. And I want to say in Seattle's headquarters, or Amazon's headquarters in Seattle, Washington, in the United States, when we had our first outbreak, when we had our first case of coronavirus, it was in Seattle's South Lake Union neighborhood. One of the buildings, the name of the building was Brazil. And one case, and the very next day, all of the tech workers were able to work from home. Everybody worked from home. And then very shortly after that, it became company-wide policy that tech workers work from home. And we're safe, and you aren't safe, and that's not okay. And we're gonna keep working and fighting, and so that you're safe. And thank you for everything you do to keep others safe, and we're with you. Okay, so I think that we're gonna have our next speaker. All right, I think Bill McKibben is actually on, and I'm so emotional about this because it really gets me. But thank you for your time. And I think if you just, I think you know how to leave the meeting, but you can just click the little leave meeting. And thank you so much. Bill McKibben is next. Thank you so much for joining us.
Emily, what a pleasure.
It's an honor to have you here. I'll do a little introduction of you. I have it in one of my spreadsheets over here, but I just want to also say that in addition to you being such a brilliant author and leader and activist, you're an incredibly kind human being. And in our interactions, I've just really noticed the care that you have for other people. And someone told me this, who I don't have a permission to say her name or what, but she's in a different country, and you had flown in internationally to be there and she was kind of awestruck about you but wanted you to just rest and not, interact with you. But you took the time to really be with her and take interest in her and let her know that her work on climate justice was important. So thank you for that. So let's see. Let me go to my intros. All right. So Bill McKibben is an American environmentalist, author, and journalist who has written extensively on the impact of global warming. He is the Schumann Distinguished Scholar at Middlebury College and co-founder and advisor at the climate campaign group 350.org. He has authored a dozen books about the environment, including his first, The End of Nature, in 1989, about climate change. Bill, thank you so much for being here today. My first question for you, and I know you probably have a lot of things to say, is can you tell us a little bit about who you are, your work, and why you support tech and warehouse workers who are speaking up about COVID workplace safety and about the climate crisis?
Well, first of all, let me say many, many thanks for inviting me. Many, many thanks for your leadership, everybody's deep courage. The reason that I'm here, well, it's twofold, I think. One, as you say, I'm a writer. I've spent my life writing, and that means trying to figure out what's going on and telling people about it. And the thing I've written the most about is climate change. I wrote the first book about it some 31 years ago now. And so I was really, really moved when Amazon employees for climate justice were doing really powerful organizing, truly important, groundbreaking work to get tech workers engaged on the great crisis of our century. And then, as this pandemic has overtaken us, and as Amazon's become an important and central institution in ongoing response, to see that it was firing people for doing what I do, which is try to find out about the truth and spread the word, that was appalling. Look, when you become a big and important institution, then you get that brings with it lots of perks, and Mr. Bezos has gotten a lot of them over the years, but it also brings with it an awful lot of responsibility. And one of the responsibilities is not to silence people when they're saying things that are really important. Let's just be clear here. The reason that we're in such trouble around climate change is that people were unwilling to admit the truth and deal with it early on. Scientists gave us profound warning, and we ignored it, and so now we're in a deep hole that we have to climb out of. It's obviously, though it's played out over weeks, not decades, much the same story with the coronavirus. We were given some warning, and we, as a country, didn't take advantage of it because we weren't able to, our leaders were not able to tell the truth and get to work. And that's the root of the incredible mess that we're now in. And that means that all of us have to put a real premium on being honest, straightforward, and square with each other going forward. That's the only way that we get out of trouble like this. So when people say, here's something that's going wrong in our organization and needs to be fixed, the reaction can't be fire that person. The reaction's got to be, okay, that's what we do. We try and you know, the moment that was comparable to this, watching what's happened at Amazon, was watching what happened in the US Navy when that captain dared to say, you know what, we've got a real problem here. And we're going to have to do something about it, and it's not safe. And President Trump couldn't take it, so he had his chain of command fire the guy. That's not okay. That's not how we can deal with big, serious issues. We've got to be adults and take on board the fact that things are bad, and therefore we need to be honest. And so just so many thanks for being exemplary in displaying that honesty. And all the rest of us will figure out what we can do to support you. You keep telling us going forward what the most useful things to do will be, and we'll do our best to do them.
Thank you, Bill. Really appreciate that. So another question I have is that, both tech workers and warehouse workers are feeling scared right now because that's the trick. If you fire a couple people, the intention is to have a chilling effect. But we're still standing up, but there are still many that are scared. And since you have a voice that tech workers trust, we hope that you will be able to help address some of those fears and share your thoughts on facing fear and acting it anyways. It's sort of like, what's at stake and why must we go forward together, even when we're scared?
Well, it's a very hard question because, look, the whole world is scared right now for good reasons about a sort of unknown. And then on top of that, to have this other set of fears about one's livelihood and so on is brutally unfair. My experience with that kind of thing is sort of 30 years of fairly regular kind of stream of death threats and things for the work that, and I know that you can't help but be unsettling. People say, oh, shake it off and things, and one tries to and does and whatever, but that kind of fear is insidious, and that's what it's designed to do, to kind of lock you in place, to keep you from doing what you know is the right thing to do. In this case, to speak out, to keep informing people within the company about what needs to happen. I mean, look, we all want to have pride in the institutions that we're involved with and work for. That's how we spend a huge part of our lives, is with those institutions. So let me give you an example. We've run this huge, turned into the biggest sort of corporate campaign in history, this fossil fuel divestment campaign. And we've had thousands and thousands of universities, say, students in campuses, thousands of campuses around the world involved. And sometimes people will say, get really angry at their university, and which I completely understand. And I always say, yes, that's true, but remember that most of us want to like the institutions that we're involved with. And so part of the pitch has to be, when you're talking to those institutions, make us proud. Don't make us ashamed, Right now, people working at places like Amazon, tech workers and warehouse workers, fit the definition of absolutely critical workers. That's who's, helping get people's food in the door, And so in that situation, one wants to be able to have that kind of pride. And yes, sometimes it comes at the cost of that kind of fear for a little while. Don't feel bad if you can't speak out, because you can't. I mean, there's people in positions and places and life circumstances and whatever that just make that impossible. And lots of them. I mean, we live in a country in the US that has no safety net for people, and it's hard as hell when you get fired and so on and so forth. But your courage is playing a huge role in making the world a better place. And in the end, that's what we're here for.
Yeah, thank you for all your courage through decades and decades. You helped to pave the way for many of us standing up. So thank you for that. So we have about 4 more minutes until my time, 9:45. Is there anything else that you want to say about the climate movement and climate justice part of the movement, and really centering on those most affected and impacted and frankly killed by the climate crisis. Is there anything you want to say about that?
So the great pleasure of my life is that 350.org is very, very international. So is your organization now, and it's good to see people from Poland and everything. It's great. So I get to talk and work with people all over the world all the time. The iron rule of climate change is the less you did to cause it, the sooner you get hurt and the worse. And that's one of the reasons why it's so incumbent upon those of us in the places that caused the problem in the first place to be speaking out loud and clear and forcing change. And of course, the same thing is true with this coronavirus crisis that we're going through. I mean, if you're working in an Amazon warehouse, that's a tough environment to be working in right now. Clearly, any big centralized facility is a tough place. And it just gets tougher the further down the line you go. I've been talking with my colleagues in India. Think about what it's like to be one of a billion or so people locked down in a country where people, if they tell you to go wash your hands all the time, there's no running water. I mean, and there's no hospital to go to when you get sick. I mean, that, the scariness of all of this around the world, I guess, should remind us of one basic fact, which is as the 21st century progresses, we are in this together. That's the basic bottom line. That's what the climate crisis is about. That's what this microbe is about. And if we come out of it, as we come out of it, we should, there's no silver linings to this thing, but if we're going to go through this much trauma, let's at least learn a few things. One of them is that reality is real. You can't argue away a COVID microbe or a carbon dioxide molecule. Doesn't matter how much you yell at it or try to, from your lectern or your Oval Office or wherever you are, it doesn't care. If it says stand 6 feet apart, you've got to stand 6 feet apart. That's it sets the rules, we don't. And so the rest of us are responsible for making sure that those limits are respected in so many ways. And that's why your work around climate justice and now your work around disease justice are so powerfully important. They're all just forms of telling the truth. And in the end, telling the truth is the most important thing we can engage in. In the end, it's kind of all we've got. So many thanks for your work. So many thanks to everybody, all the tech workers who are doing their jobs, but who are also understanding that things have got to change, that we can't just set up the pins in the bowling alley again as we come out of this. We got to make some shifts. And so many thanks to those who just demonstrate quiet courage every single day. I'll look forward to the day when we can do this non-virtually and give you a big hug. But in the meantime, just take all my good wishes and love. And as I say, keep letting us all know how to help.
Thank you, Bill, and a big virtual hug and love back to you, and thanks for everything. So we're gonna bring on our next guests, and they are, let's see, hi. Well, actually, okay, so we have Andrea and Anthony on the line, but before we do that, I'm gonna do a quick plug, and thank you for joining us, but 1 second. So if you work at Amazon, we need your support. We are powerful together. Support us and warehouse workers by responding to the survey in the video description. That'll really help us out. We want to know you're listening, and we would also love your thoughts or words of support to share with the speakers. You'll stay private if you want. So if you want to support us, please fill out the survey linked in the video description. It's at bit.ly/Amazon-listen. Okay. So now we have our guests. Let me go to the schedule. Andrea and Anthony from the Center for Community Action on Environmental Justice. Can you please tell us a little bit about who you are and your work?
Sure thing. Hi, everybody. My name is Andrea Vidaurre. I'm a policy analyst with CCAJ, and we're part of the San Bernardino Airport Communities Coalition. I want to really quickly begin by thanking every single worker that is watching this, both tech worker and warehouse worker. What you guys are doing is extremely brave, and we know that going against power is hard and scary at times, but when you do it, you realize more of your power. So really excited to be here. We are from the Inland Empire of California, specifically San Bernardino and Riverside County. We grew up in these communities. We're proud to call them home, and it's where our families and friends live.
Great. Thank you for joining us, Andrea. Anthony, we'd love to hear a little bit about you and who you are.
Yes, thank you for having me. My name is Anthony Victoria Midense, and I grew up in the Inland Empire, specifically San Bernardino. And as Andrea said, we're happy to be here in solidarity with Amazon workers across the globe. And we live in a community where there's legacies of environmental racism. There's people who have grown up with asthma, with industrial allergies, who have lived directly next to warehouses in our region. I'm one of those folks who grew up living in industrial corridors, living directly next to warehouses. And the communities of color and immigrant communities across the region are breathing in unacceptable amounts of air pollution every day. We're ranked as one of the worst counties in the nation for ozone and smog pollution. And that's because our communities have been deemed essentially as sacrificial zones for companies like Amazon.
Yeah, so thank you for sharing that, and that's incredibly wrong, and I'm sorry it's happening. So there's been a shareholder resolution that CCAJ has partnered with Amazon Employees for Climate Justice, and it's to address these kinds of issues. Now, many tech workers have no idea what environmental racism is. So I was wondering if you all could share some about your stories and how Amazon is impacting this, because I know you are having a big fight right now around airport expansion and how that's going to affect your community and how people are really negatively impacted there. And like you said, sacrificial zones. Can you all speak a little bit more about that?
Sure. Really quickly to give, I think, a little bit more background so people understand why we needed this resolution, the shareholder resolution that we collaborated with you guys on. It's because, developers and corporations like Amazon have really made their empires out of communities like ours. Specifically in our community, we have the largest concentration of Amazon warehouses in the entire country. They're the largest private employer here in the region, yet only 4 out of 10 jobs in the region provide a living wage. And Amazon specifically has a 100% turnover rate in these warehouses. On top of what's happening inside of these facilities, there's what's happening on the outside. And that's when you have that much concentration of warehouses in your community, that means a lot of diesel trucks. Diesel being a known carcinogen, diesel being known to cause a plethora of health problems. And Amazon brings about 20,000 of those diesel trucks into and out of our communities. And when we say in our communities, we're talking right across the street from schools. We're talking right across, right behind your backyards, really all around you. And so to frame it in a way and to frame what environmental racism is, it's when you make communities go through something that other communities probably wouldn't have to. And it probably has to do based with their socioeconomic level, their race, or anything else that has to do with their identity. So for example, right, here it's normalized to ride your bike alongside a semi. It's normalized to have to use respiratory machines to feel better before you go outside. It's normalized to have a park right next to a rail yard where we're pushing a bunch of boxes with smiles on it. These types of things, right? Having schools where half the kids have asthma that's a normalized thing that happens in communities that are plagued by environmental racism. And I'll let Anthony talk a little bit more about how the San Bernardino Airports community really took that fight seriously to Amazon, because enough was enough.
Yeah, and to just touch on what Andrea said briefly, it's a slow violence of the supply chain. We're only about 50 miles east of LA, where the ports are, one of the largest ports in the world. And so we get hundreds of thousands of goods pass through our communities. And what this looks like is, what Andrea said, right? People suffering through asthma, people suffering from cancer, and also people being exploited through their labor with really no kind of growth, right, for them. And so I think that has pointed to a lot of people being frustrated, right, and angry about the job standards, about the pollution rates in their community. And so I think a lot of people said, hey, enough is enough. And so, Amazon has decided to make its regional air hub here in our communities, right, specifically in San Bernardino. Last year, we found out about the Eastgate Air Cargo Logistics Center, developed by Hillwood Enterprises. That is set to build one of the most polluted it's set to build this airport hub in one of the most polluted communities, as I mentioned, in the nation, right, which is in San Bernardino. This project is slated to bring 500 more diesel trucks a day and 26 more flights a day. Right now, we're seeing about 5 flights per week. So you could imagine, right, going from 5 flights per week to 26 flights a day. So the air pollution is going to exponentially grow with this project. And so why do they do this? Why does Amazon decide to build these warehouses in our communities? It's because they know that if they do this in a more affluent community, that this wouldn't pass. And that's because, in affluent communities, you have, higher levels of income, folks with more educational attainment. Not to mention that, in our community, you have folks that are either working one job or have a family, or in some cases, right, like a lot of my family members, they work 2 to 3 jobs just to get by. And so, it's easier for them, right, to catch people off guard because people are so busy trying to live their lives and get through the day, living paycheck to paycheck. It's easier for them to build these projects in these communities. And so these community members are empowered, right? They're emboldened because they feel like they deserve better. And they've stood up and they've taken action. And, CCAEJ, alongside community groups, faith-based groups, and local unions, formed the San Bernardino Airport Communities Coalition to demand a community benefits agreement from Amazon, Hillwood, and the San Bernardino Airport Authority.
And really quickly to explain what a CBA is, it's a legally binding document between the community and a business. And it's really at this point what we need as a community to minimize as much as possible the impacts that this development was going to bring. Now, Amazon talks a lot about how they bring in thousands of dollars in charity work, but that really means nothing if you really can't go outside and breathe. If the football field that you contributed to can't be used because they've canceled games for the day because of the air quality outside. So we created this CBA that really reflected the needs of the community and reflected what's really going on. So demanding guaranteed job standards, living wage, the deployment of electric semi-trucks so that we can stop choking on the air pollution that's coming from these operations. And to put it in perspective of climate really quick, we know that we're in a climate catastrophe. And we know some communities are already getting hit harder than others. And that's one of ours here. You talk about how transportation emissions are the largest contributor to climate change right now. Well, that's happening right here, right? So, and it's also the leading cause, these transportation emissions are also the leading cause of how children are growing up with reduced lung capacity, asthma, and other respiratory diseases. So when you think about fighting climate change, you really have to think about how you're fighting it in these pockets where it's concentrated and where it's hurting people now. And so our fight is not only for a CBA, but it's also for this greater fight for climate justice and environmental justice.
That is like incredibly important work, and unfortunately it needs to happen because of the impacts that Amazon is having on your community and other communities like yours. So I also wanted to just say a couple things about that too. So as part of Amazon's climate pledge, there was a pledge to commitment to buy 100,000 electric vehicles. But that is for last mile delivery, which will be where customers are seeing the electric vans and associate Amazon with these electric vehicles. Now, that's a great thing. I think that's a really great step in the right direction to have electric vehicles. It's not a knock against that, but I want to bring up that it's not about the deliveries that are going from the ports to communities like yours, the airplanes that fly over, the diesel trucks that don't have the people don't realize are so negatively impacting your communities through asthma, through cancer, through all of these different things. And one of our, a member from Amazon Employees for Climate Justice is from the same area and has told us about how her mom can't have the windows open really, even when it's hot out, because if not, there's like a layer of like this black dust that comes in. It's like that intense, like that kind of visual. So we have about 2 minutes left before 10 o'clock. Are there any other things that you think are important for tech workers, Amazon tech workers, but just the larger public to know about your struggles and how we can support?
I think what I want to say, I think one last thing is, we are pushing for, cleaner air. We're fighting for, as Andrea mentioned, climate and environmental justice. And I think, in our particular situation now with COVID-19, if we would have had these changes earlier, if we would have had Amazon, implementing, these cleaner technologies beforehand, or if Amazon wouldn't have set up shop right next to our communities and our homes, we wouldn't necessarily be in the situation where we're the most at risk, because that's the case, as we've seen through numerous studies, right? The Harvard study that's been floating around, folks that have respiratory issues tend to be more at risk of having serious complications or dying from this disease. And so, what we're seeing right now, even though these people are at high risk, they're still going to work. They're still sacrificing, right, essentially their health, because they need the resources to be able to pay for the children's medication or bring, food home. And so, it's a situation where Amazon and, quite frankly, a lot of these other industries could have been proactive, and because they didn't, now we're in this situation. And I think it's important to realize that, right, moving forward, that we have to demand things now, because the fight starts now. And if we begin the work now, then we'll have these things that we're fighting for. We'll have cleaner communities. We'll have healthier communities. And so, yeah, it's a worker struggle, but it's also the struggle for a cleaner environment. And so, yeah.
Thank you for your work. And any last words for me, Andrea?
Yeah. Just to add on to that, right? Workers are a part of their community. Can't really separate the two. So whatever happens inside these facilities also affects the greater community on the outside. So, we are in the strongest support of our family members and neighbors and friends that are in these facilities, demanding for Amazon to provide testing, notifying the employees if there is a confirmed case, paying for time off, regardless of whether they're sick or not, and sterilizing these facilities. Right now during COVID, we know that at least half of the facilities in the IE all have confirmed cases of COVID. And for their families that are at risk, that's an extra layer of a worry for us and a fear for us. So Amazon, we need the community benefits agreement, and we need you to take care of these workers and give them what the respect and dignity that they deserve. So thank you so much for having us on today.
Thank you so much for being here. We will be in touch. So we have next, do you all know how to leave the Zoom?
Yeah.
Okay, great. We'll be in touch. Thank you so much. So next up, we have Dan Byrne, who is a musician, and to change this world, we need music. So Dan, thank you for joining us. I do have your bio up. Do we have time? Let me just quickly go through that. Dan Byrne may be best known for his classics like Jerusalem, Maryland, Tiger Woods, and God Said No. He has released 25 albums and EPs and played thousands of shows across North America and Europe. He has his own internet radio station, Radio Free Bernstein, and wrote songs for the films Walk Hard and Get 'Em to the Greek. Dan, thanks so much for joining us, and we'll see you after your song. Thank you.
All right, well, here's a little song called Everything is Connected. Volcano in the Philippines, and the ocean turns warm. Means more rain this winter in Los Angeles. Tides on the earth, they follow the moon. President's itineraries ruled by the stars. Snow in Santiago means sunshine up here. If you kiss me and hold me, I'll make love to you. Everything, everything, everything is connected, is connected. If an earthquake hits Hollywood, if the big one hits here, then Japan watches reruns for the rest of the year. Me and my dad did not see eye to eye, just like him and his dad and his dad and his dad's dad. The big break came after I cleaned up my desk. If I love you enough, the world will go on. Everything, everything is connected, is connected. Everything's connected, everything comes with a string tied from itself to 610 billion things. Volcano in the Philippines, and the oceans turn warm. Means more rain this winter in Los Angeles. Everything, everything, everything is connected, is connected, is connected, is connected.
Dan, thank you so much. That was beautiful.
Thank you.
And musicians' work is so important, and the beauty and art that you give all of us. So thank you for everything you do. Thank you for your music.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you. I think up next we have, let's see, let me go to my schedule. Representative Nicole Macri. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, Emily. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. So we have about 5 minutes with you. Thank you for taking the time. Can you tell folks a little bit about who you are and why you support tech and warehouse workers who are speaking out about COVID workplace safety and about the climate crisis?
Sure. Thanks. So I'm Nicole Macri. I am a state representative here in Washington State. So I represent the 43rd Legislative District in the Washington House of Representatives, which includes Amazon headquarters and many of the neighborhoods in Seattle where Amazon tech workers live. And I myself live on Capitol Hill in Seattle. And why this is important to me is in part because it hits very close to home. A lot of the work that I do in the legislature centers around issues that are directly related to the impact that Amazon has on my community, in particular issues around housing justice. I do a lot of work on both renters' rights issues as well as increasing access to affordable housing. And the growth of Amazon over the last decade certainly has had an impact on affordability in our community. And while it's both been positive for many people who've gotten jobs in our area, there's been pretty dire impacts as well in terms of exacerbating inequality in our region, and in particular in these neighborhoods that I represent. I also do work on worker justice, climate justice, and in particular on access to healthcare. It's been interesting to watch as Amazon has grown as a national and international company and has really increased the number of warehouse workers, how they have also increased their ranking on a list of employers in Washington State who have the greatest number of workers using public assistance, including Medicaid, public insurance. And so the growth of Amazon has had a direct impact on the growth of publicly funded services because of frankly, inadequate and non-living compensation that they provide to their workers. So those are the reasons that I care about these issues. I really believe in the power of organizing, and I'm just so impressed by the global organizing that is happening between tech workers and warehouse workers, not only here in the Puget Sound region, but across the globe. A lot of the worker justice issues I work on in the legislature are working directly with workers to build into state law protections that they cannot get from their employers, either because of strong resistance to union organizing in the workplace or in sectors where workers are more likely to be exploited. So for instance, I have worked and continue to work on issues around ensuring secure scheduling or fair work schedules for workers as more and more companies use approaches that exploit workers' availability for their own profit and don't allow for balance between kind of work time and personal time and family time. Outside of the legislature, in Washington State, our legislature is part-time. So I have a job outside the legislature. I work for a nonprofit organization called the Downtown Emergency Service Center. It's a homeless service agency that provides housing, shelter, and behavioral health care, mental health care, substance use treatment for people with long histories of homelessness. And I, because of that, have been very deeply involved in a lot of the challenging aspects of responding to this COVID health emergency, because I'm working directly with people who are highly vulnerable, both to exposure to the virus, as well as incredibly negative impacts if they do become infected with the virus, people with compromised health conditions who are living in congregate settings. And so over the past few weeks or couple months since the COVID crisis has really hit our region, I've done a lot of outreach to groups where we see this challenging environments where people are either living or working in places where social distancing is not happening or can't happen for whatever reason. And so I've done I've had a lot of conversations with folks who are working in so-called essential businesses, and where those challenges present, where people can't social distance, or their employer tells them, you're supposed to be distanced, but functionally they're just not able to do it. And similarly, in my work, working with people who have experienced homelessness, who are either currently living in shelters, who are trying to survive outdoors, or who are living in supportive housing or assisted living type settings where it's basically impossible to do social distancing. I know firsthand the amount of effort it takes to support both workers and people living in those environments. And I feel like some of the largest corporations in the world, like Amazon, can and should be doing much better than they are. If I, working for a relatively small nonprofit organization, have been able to change protocols on the fly, change entire operations to put worker safety and client safety first, I just feel strongly that Amazon can do the same. And I feel like the work that the folks that you are talking with today is so essential to raise up workers' voices about the conditions. And so I'm just really grateful that you've created this platform just to give people a voice, and so that others who work at Amazon and others who are just interested in issues around worker safety and climate justice can really hear the real on the ground stories.
Thank you so much, Representative Macri. It's been an honor to have you here and to share your thoughts about everything you're doing and around COVID. So we actually have an essential worker on here right now from Germany. So we need to get to him now, but I want to just thank you again for coming today and for your support. And what we've said in what we say in Amazon Employees for Climate Justice is that Amazon and corporations cannot own the conversation about issues that affect our very existence, whether that's the climate crisis or the global pandemic that we're in the middle of. We have to be able to raise our voices. We have to be able to raise when something is wrong, because if we don't talk about it, if we don't address it, it's going to have dire consequences, especially for the most vulnerable among us. So thank you for your work.
Thank you. And thank you for all you're doing. I mean, the leadership you're exerting, it is definitely true that speaking up does come with tremendous risk. And that has been demonstrated by the fact that you and Maren both have been fired by Amazon just for speaking your own truth, which is horrendous. And I just want to say that I will continue to be a partner to you all and workers throughout Amazon. I feel a special obligation as the state representative representing the district where they have their global headquarters to continue to work with workers to raise up these issues in the policy conversations that we're having with elected officials. So thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your support. All right, now we have Christian on the line from Germany. Good morning to us, but good evening to you. Thank you for taking the time.
Hi. Yes. Good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you very much for being here and being willing to share your honest story about what's been happening.
Of course.
So, can you tell us about the Winsen FC by Hamburg? We are hearing that it is a big hotspot in Germany for coronavirus, with 45 cases. Can you tell us a little bit about what's going on and why are there so many cases in Hamburg?
Yeah, actually there are more than 60 cases right now. I heard it today. Yeah, and I think it's because when all this crisis started, there weren't many measures taken by the company. So I think the virus spread. So I think there's a hotspot in northern Germany, near Hamburg. Yeah, and I think that's why it's spreading. So now there are coming more and more cases. We have a lot of people in quarantine, and after 2 weeks, so if it's confirmed that they are infected, they will ask all the other people who got in contact with them. So more and more people go into quarantine, and more and more people are. Yeah, we have more and more confirmed cases. So, but we really don't know if we have any cases, for example, in our building, because we don't know whether the management is telling us or not. And the only way to really find out is from the workers. So if someone's missing, we go and ask, does anybody does anybody know anything about the missing person? Or yeah, but actually we don't get that much information, or we are not sure if we get the right information.
So in the United States, we don't have healthcare or guaranteed healthcare. We have to get it through our employers. And so many warehouse workers in the United States has a huge issue about not having healthcare, and how that affects the COVID crisis, and wanting to, not being able to be paid for sick days when they have that, and things like that. So I know that's not an issue that I'm guessing is not as much of an issue in Germany, but what are the big kind of concerns that are happening in your context in Germany, and maybe larger in Europe?
Yeah, well, the biggest concerns in Germany right now are, so as nobody knows how long this crisis will go on, and all the schools and kindergartens are closed at the moment. And we have a lot of parents working, a lot of single mothers working at Amazon, and they really don't know how to deal with it. So we are able to take 5 days off. It's by law, it's 5 days paid for caring for your child. So, but after that, no one knows on how to deal with it. That's the biggest problem at the moment. So we have about 170 people who are at home right now to take care for the children. So, but soon the time will over, and nobody knows on how to go on with it.
So what we're hearing from some warehouse workers that have reached out is that the social distancing is being inconsistently enforced, and even that the ways that warehouses are currently configured makes that almost impossible. So we hear that there's social distancing being enforced on people's break times, like, chairs are being put out or even taken away entirely, or let's say every other sink, it's, there's like tape over it so they can't use each sink, but meanwhile there's a big line that people are lining up to. But then when it comes to when more products come down the line, people that have been enforcing like 6 feet, or I guess in yours and 2 meters, that goes out the window when the products come down the line, and people just jump in and are not keeping 2 meters apart. Is that something that you're experiencing in Germany, or are things different there?
We don't have that big problems with it, but there are still some spots where you can keep the distance. The management is telling us they are working on this, but I don't know how you could solve this anyway. The only way to solve this is to have less workers, or I don't know. We certainly have some hotspots where you can't keep the 2 meter distance. So, but the management sends the leads. We call them leads. Or the area managers. They send them to go through the building to watch on it. So, but on the other hand, the people think it's kind of a control, So there are two sides of it. The one side is to keep the distance, and the company has to enforce it. but on the other side, no one wants to be controlled. So, and for example, we had cases in some buildings where people didn't keep the distance or couldn't keep the distance, and they got warnings for it. So a warning means if you do it next time, you will be fired. So which is quite a harsh reaction to it.
Yeah, we're hearing that the social distancing is also being used to retaliate against workers. We've heard that from Minnesota workers. Actually, one of them who was fired, it will be on later today. But okay. The idea that when workers are, really trying to protect one another and standing up and saying, this isn't okay, we need better safety, that then they get targeted and will it's impossible basically for them to socially distance, and yet and so then they'll basically it's true for everyone, and then they'll target the people that are leading the movement for better protections, and so that they get fired. So we're hearing that. Let's see. What else would be good? What else do you think would be good for people to know about what is happening, and maybe just also how you feel about it? Like, how are workers feeling? Are they feeling scared?
Well, at the moment, it's quite calm because it's going for almost 2 months now. So, and we have strong works councils who also can take care of all the measures. So it's quite calm as long as we have these €2. As I think it's everywhere in the world with the Amazon workers, they get €2 more an hour at the moment, or $2 in the USA. So that's it's quite calm at the moment. It's people are feeling insecure, or they're not, but they're still calm. But we heard about that. They won't pay this extra payment anymore, and then we expect the workers probably to rise up. We have a lot of guys who are joining the union at the moment because they are afraid and they don't know what happens, and they expect something to happen soon. At the moment it's like the calm before the storm. So it feels like this. In Germany, so we are organizing for more than 8 or 9 years now. So we are on strike since 7 years regularly. And the situation is not that special for us. So because we're always in kind of a little bit revolutionary situation at Amazon, because we were fighting all the time. So, but we are happy that a lot of things happen in the world right now.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to share with us what's been going on in Germany and at your warehouse. Before we pass on to the next guest, is there anything else that you'd like to say?
Yeah, I want to say, so on behalf of all the German Amazon workers, since I think I'm the only German one here, I don't know. But I want to say greetings to all the organizers and also to you who got fired. So we will try to organize solidarity actions in Germany. We will discuss this matter with our local management. I think we will begin next week. And keep up the fight.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your work, and give our love to all the German Amazon warehouse workers.
I will do it.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So I think next we're going to have Maren, who will be interviewing our next guest. So take it away, Maren.
Yep. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Anthony Ingrafia. Dr. Ingrafia is a Dwight C. Baum Professor of Engineering Emeritus at Cornell University, a Weiss Presidential Teaching Fellow at the School of Civil and Environmental Engineering, and a distinguished member of the American Society of Civil Engineers. Dr. Ingrafia specializes in projects related to hydraulic fracturing, methane emissions, gas pipeline safety, and renewable energy safety. He recently appeared in the HBO film Gasland 2 and was recognized in 2011 by Time magazine, or Time, alongside actor Mark Ruffalo and his Cornell colleague Robert Howarth for his work highlighting the environmental risks of shale gas development. Dr. Ingrafia, it is an absolute pleasure to have you here. Thank you for being here. Would you like to just start by just telling us a little bit, about yourself, about your work, and why you might support warehouse workers speaking up and climate activists speaking up?
Thank you very much for that introduction, Maren. And it's an honor and a pleasure to be speaking with you and other people at Amazon today. I'm gladly doing this because I feel very strongly in what you're doing, in support of what you're doing. To answer your question, we actually have a little bit in common, Amazon employees for climate justice, in that for 25 years, I worked with the oil and gas industry to help them make money. And in return, they paid me as a consultant and they helped to support many of my graduate students. I was a professor at Cornell all these years, but I had a very strong working relationship with many people in the oil and gas industry and many of the companies in the oil and gas industry. But I came to understand about 10 years ago that things had to change. I was no longer interested in helping the industry make money. I was much more interested in helping the industry shut itself down with grace. That's obviously not happening with grace. It's happening right now because of a virus and because of geopolitical forces beyond the control of any one individual, including a president. So we have that in common. Amazon employees want to keep working for Amazon. They would like Amazon to be profitable. They just don't want them to do one thing of the many things that Amazon does, and that is support the oil and gas industry. So I'm still a member of the Society of Petroleum Engineers, so I get the premier journal. So this is last month's issue, and I hope you'll be able to read digital tools.
Yes.
Helping them get more oil and gas out of the ground was putting fewer dollars down the hole. And that's what Amazon is helping them do with data analytics, AI, machine learning, all these wonderful tools that in and of themselves are morally and ethically neutral. They can be used for good. They can be used for, in this case, not so good. So I feel like I have the ability to speak directly to Amazon employees and recent ex-employees because I understand the industry. I worked with them for 25 years. I still have friends in the industry. I published with them. I did research with them. I went fishing with them. I shot the shit in bars with them. And it's just, there comes a time in the life of every human enterprise, I'm being philosophical here for a minute, to just say, let's move on. Amazon doesn't need the oil and gas industry to be profitable. Doesn't need it. The oil and gas industry up until a few weeks ago needed Amazon. I don't think that Amazon is going to be making any money from the oil and gas industry for the foreseeable future. So now is a very ripe time for people at the highest levels of Amazon to reassess that part of the business model. I won't be the first person to say to the people listening today that you don't want to be two-faced. You got to walk the walk. If you're really a climate sensitive corporation and you want to do everything in the corporation's power to help humankind, okay, walk the walk. Now is the time to reassess the very small amount of money that Amazon is making from the oil and gas industry, which is going to dry up if it hasn't already. I'm sure contracts will be abrogated. I'm sure the oil and gas industry will do what it does best during a bust cycle, which is beg for forgiveness. Let us out of our commitment. Don't make us pay you when we can't. Okay, just say, fine, don't pay us, and walk away. That's my advice. Long answer to your short question.
That was a fantastic answer. And it's, you know, I feel it personally because the first warning I actually got from Amazon for speaking out about climate was a quote that I had in the Washington Post about, you know, asking Amazon to discontinue helping big oil and gas companies extract more gas more quickly when scientists around the world have told us that we need to leave that gas in the ground. That message is not easily heard at Amazon, and we hear a lot of pushback to that message. And so you know, one of the arguments is, well, if we don't do it, you know, Microsoft will, or, well, we have to be reasonable that, you know, if we pull out of the oil and gas business now, the economy will collapse. Like, can you can you speak to those so that I don't have to?
Let's take the latter one first. Whose economy is going to collapse? Certainly not Amazon's. As I already mentioned, there's probably a very, very small percentage of Amazon's total business income coming from the oil and gas industry, and it's gone at this point. It won't be back, hopefully forever, but it's certainly not going to be back for the foreseeable future. Mm-hmm. So the argument that you have to keep working with them or you're going to lose your shirts is specious. It's nonsense. It's ludicrous. It doesn't make any sense anymore. Recognize reality. Even before the virus hit and is causing the industry to commit suicide, the die was cast. You can't keep working with the industry that's working against your best ethical and moral interests. The first question you asked was what? I can't remember already. What are your question?
I know, sorry. If we don't do it, Microsoft will. Maybe that's the one you answered.
Well, is there a sister organization inside Microsoft to AECJ? Is there Microsoft Employees for Climate Justice?
Oh, I see.
You know, Bill Gates is spending a lot of his philanthropy addressing climate change. Sure, he doesn't run the company anymore, but I bet he still has moral and ethical influence. And let's just talk about the basic logic of that argument. If we don't do it, somebody else will. Let's see. I used to use that argument when I was a teenager with my parents. You know, if I don't buy the beer underage, somebody else will.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
If I don't steal mom's car tonight under darkness to have a party down at the Blake, somebody else will steal somebody else's parents' car. It's just, come on, that's not rational. It's not logical. It's not, you're all smarter than that.
Yeah.
And it goes back, it's a circular argument. If we don't do it, somebody else will. Well, let them.
Yeah.
What do you have to lose?
Exactly. Yeah.
0.01% of the corporate income that you're not going to get anymore anyway. This is all, you know, all the dots are connected at this point.
Yeah. I love the walk, talk the talk too. It's you can't claim to be a climate leader while you're still helping big oil companies dig oil out of the ground.
Other people are saying it better than we can say it today. What the virus is doing is giving individuals and organizations and governments around the world an opportunity to take stock. We're stopped. Theoretically, we should be stopped in thinking deeply and using our collective wisdom to say, well, wait, just because we were doing things before the virus hit, that means we should be doing them after? No, here's an opportunity for change.
What do you think about the another sort of piece of pushback is, you know, we're pushing Amazon to become carbon neutral by 2030. They're currently at 2040. And their argument is that it's unreasonable and impossible to get there by 2030. And then I kind of say, well, at what cost? At what cost? You know, we know that if we don't get there, we're gonna pay a lot more to take the carbon out of the air than we are to put it in, and then, you know, or to not put it in the first place. What do you say?
Let's talk about the scientific argument first. Why by 2030? Because the best available climate science on the face of the earth, IPCC, Thousands of scientists and engineers who have been working on addressing climate change for decades have said that we have 10 years to do something extremely significant. And we don't have 9 years to start. At the end of 10 years, we must have finished doing something very significant. Well, we're halfway through the first year of the decade, and nothing significant is yet happening because of our volition. Something very significant is happening because of a virus. It's decreasing industrial output, decreasing emissions, decreasing oil and gas production, burning methane, carbon dioxide. Thank you for doing that, virus. We would rather have done it ourselves. And so we do only have 10 years to have completed a major reduction in the use of oil and gas and coal. So that's where the 2030 comes from. It's science screaming at us.
Yeah.
From the perspective of morality and ethics, it's what you just said. We got to do it. We don't really have a choice. It's like the parallel here is, did we really have a choice to shelter in place? Did we really have a choice to socially distant ourselves? Did we really have a choice to essentially shut down all but the essential parts of our economy? No, we didn't have a choice, because the alternative was to kill each other. Excuse me, climate change is killing each other.
Yep.
So to a significant degree, to the degree to which Amazon is making money by helping the oil and gas industry find and exploit more oil and gas, they're complicit. Each of us is complicit, to the extent that we drive cars, to the extent that we cook hamburgers in our kitchen, that we heat our hot water with gas, heat our homes with gas or petroleum or propane. We're all complicit. Okay, that means we all have a responsibility to do the right thing. And the right thing is what science tells us to do. Follow the science. We are automatically following the moral imperative. That's the message.
We have 2 minutes left. I could talk to you for 2 hours or 2 days.
My wife says I get boring after about 18 minutes.
Well, in the last, couple minutes, what would you like to tell? I feel like I walk around wanting to just shake people and say, like, why are we walking like zombies to our own grave? What would you like to tell the people that are listening today?
Oh, wow. We're living in an age of extreme volatility and sensitivity to small changes. People say 1 degree centigrade increase in global temperatures. What effect could that possibly have? Let me give you an analogy. Small change. One person, one of 7.4 billion people on the face of the earth, walks into a wet market in Wuhan, China. One person. And look what happened. That is volatility, sensitivity to small change. Years ago, we used to talk about chaos theory. And the analogy was, what happens if a butterfly flaps its wings in China? Will that cause rainfall in Germany? Well, in this case, it was a bat flapped its wings in Wuhan, China. And yeah, there's a fall all around the world because of that. So what does that say to each of us? We each can have a very, very large effect. Each of us, individually, we're one person. Amazon's one company. But we all have a cumulative effect that it goes through the rest of the population. It goes through the rest of society. Just like one person infected now infects 2 or 3 with COVID-19, and those 2 or 3 infect 2 or 3 each, and pretty soon you have exponential growth, and that's what we're having right now in methane emissions.
I think it's interesting how we're seeing how all of these systems are connected. As they start to break down, we see how they're all connected, and at the same time, we're also seeing how we as humans, individual humans, are so extremely connected.
Who's alone? If we learned no lesson in the last 3 months, it's that nobody's alone.
That's right. I I have chills. I want to thank you so much for being here. Dr. Angrafia, like, if you could hear the applause, I think it would be loud. So thank you so much for being here.
And thank you for what you're doing. Thank all the other members of the Amazon Employees Society for Climate Justice. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey everyone, we're gonna take 10 minutes now just to center ourselves, to take some deep breaths and do a little bit of yoga. So if you can all come into a comfortable seated position wherever you are, cross your legs, let your shoulders fall away from your ears, bring your hands face up. If you've got dogs or kids around, that's fine. And then just take a deep breath in and a deep breath out. And it's always fun to have special guest appearances from Four-Legged Friends. Deep breath in through the nose, and exhale completely. Try to make your breath audible and shut your eyes. Inhaling relaxation and exhaling, letting go of tension, letting go of judgment. Inhale peace and exhale expectations. Inhale love and exhale fear. Fear is something we're all struggling a lot with in the time of a pandemic, and struggling a lot with in the face of these firings. And it's good for us to recognize that. And it's also good to recognize it doesn't define us. And inhale the beauty of this world, of this planet, of humanity, of all of us coming together here in this moment. The fact that there are hundreds of people sitting around anywhere in the world, breathing in and out just like you are right now. So we're going to do some counted breaths. You're going to inhale for 4 counts and retain your inhale for 4 counts, exhale for 4 counts, and retain your exhale for 4 counts. So I'll guide you for the first one. So inhale 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold empty lungs 1, 2, 3, 4. Awesome. So if you can, just roll your wrists a little bit. Go ahead and just, before we start, I think a lot of us are probably not taking the best care of ourselves. At this time, it's hard to find the time to take care of yourself. So just go ahead and go under clothes, under straps if you have them, and just rub your shoulders a little bit, bringing your palms onto your shoulders. Just give yourself a little love and a little massage. Take some deep breaths. Beautiful. Awesome. So now, if you can, Vic is going to be demoing, and you're welcome to look at Vic, but you can also just listen to my voice. I'd love if you've got space, make sure that you've got 6 feet behind you, and come onto your hands and knees in tabletop position. So you want to make sure that your hands are shoulder width distance apart and your knees are hip width distance apart. And just breathe here. And make sure that your neck, you're not looking too far down or too far up, that you're keeping your neck straight and just looking down at the mat. And then take a deep breath in, let your belly drop down, look up towards the ceiling, expand your chest, And exhale, arch your back like a cat. Look back towards your navel. Beautiful. Inhale, let your belly drop down. Look up. Exhale, bring your navel into your spine. Look down. And just follow your own breath. For 3 counts, inhaling, letting your belly drop, and exhaling, arching your spine. And then on your 3rd breath, come into a neutral tabletop position and just notice how it feels now versus the first time you went into that position. If your spine feels straighter. And then step your feet back into a plank pose. You want to make sure that your shoulders are directly above your wrists. And here you're going to, you can go ahead if you want to get some cardio and do 5 push-ups. If you want to bring your knees to the mat to do those 5 push-ups, you're welcome to. If you just want to hold the plank pose, you're welcome to. Wherever you're at and whatever feels best to you. And then you can put your knees on either side of your mat width distance. Bring your big toes to touch and sit your hips back over your heels into child's pose, Balasana. Reach your arms out in front of you. Bring your fingers onto fingertips and let your forehead rest down onto the mat. You can try smiling lightly here and relax your jaw. A lot of us hold a lot of tension in our jaw. And then on an exhale, I want you to straighten your legs, and you're going to make an upside down V shape with your body, with the point of the V being at your hips. And this is called downward dog. So you're going to straighten your arms up to the V shape, and you can pedal your dog, bending one leg and then the other. Feeling the flexibility, feeling the stretch in your spine, feeling the stretch in your hamstrings. And inhale, bring your right foot to the outstep of your right hand. And go ahead and bring your fingers onto fingertips. So you're in sort of a low lunge here. And then inhale your right hand up towards the ceiling and look in the direction of your right arm as it swings up towards the ceiling. Beautiful. And curl your chest forward, opening your heart, opening yourself, and breathing in this pose, feeling the expanse of your body, the expanse of your arms, the strength of your legs. And let your hand come back down onto the mat. And send your right leg back into downward dog, Uddha Mukha Savasana. And inhale, bring your left foot to the outstep of your left hand. Fingers come onto fingertips. And inhale your left hand up towards the ceiling. Curling your chest forward, opening your heart. And breathing here, feeling the expanse. Noticing how one side may feel different than the other. And let your left hand come back down to the floor. And step back into downward dog. And from here, step or jump your feet outside of your hands. And here we'll do some squats in Malasana. So you can go ahead if you're feeling like you want a little bit of cardio and do 5 squats in this position with your hands in prayer position, just going up and down, engaging your legs, engaging your glutes. And from here, come up to standing and let your palms come down by your side into Tadasana, mountain pose. Grounding through your feet. Inhale, sweep your arms up and around, look up at the ceiling. Exhale, drop your hands down, touch the mat with your fingertips 6 to 8 inches in front of your feet. Uttanasana, forward fold. Lift up slightly, keeping your spine parallel to the floor. Bring your hands to your fingertips. And exhale, you can come back down into child's pose. Are we good, Maren? Awesome. All right. Thank you. And thank you all for joining me in that. I hope that you're all taking care of yourselves and sending you love and appreciation for all of you everywhere. And back to you, Maren. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Rebecca. Thanks, Vic. I think I missed the the Zen part. We have a quick PSA. We just want to say, if you work at Amazon and you like what you're hearing today, we need your support. We are powerful together, and support us, support warehouse workers by responding to the survey in the video description down below. We would also love your thoughts or words of support to share with the speakers and with the warehouse workers, with any thoughts you have. We would love for you to share them. You'll be private, it's anonymous. And if you want, you can fill out the survey link in the video, and it's bit.ly/Amazon-listen. So we appreciate your support. So we are going to bring in Joe Hobbs. Can I have, oh, you're here already. Great to see you, Joe. Thanks for being here. Joe works as an organizer and climate activist for Fridays for Future at the local and national and international level. He develops partnerships, organizes actions, maintains press relations, works on organizational structure, and maintains community relations. And for those who don't know, Fridays for the Future is a movement that began in August of 2018 after 15-year-old Greta Thunberg sat in front of the Swedish parliament every school day for 3 weeks to protest against the lack of action on the climate crisis. She posted what she was doing on Instagram and Twitter, and it soon went viral. So Joe, thank you so much for being here. Do you want to just tell us what you do, a little bit about yourself, why you support tech workers and warehouse workers who are speaking out about COVID in the workplace and safety and about the climate crisis?
Yeah, sure. I'd love to. So I'm starting off, I'm a 17-year-old youth activist. I live in Maryland on the East Coast. I've been with Fridays for Future since September, and since then our numbers have grown by the millions, and we continue to grow every week with thousands of people signing up every day usually. And it's amazing to see the support. I really think like one of the great things about Fridays Future is the fact that it's all about activating and taking action. And we're not waiting around for our government or for companies to take the action. We're going to take the action. Because we found in the past, if you wait and expect them to do the right thing, they're not going to do the right thing. And you have to take action. You have to build a movement to get people to take action. And that's why I think it's important for anybody in any industry, whether you're striking your business leaders or government, you need to take action and show them that they need to listen to you. And you're there as their employee, but without you, they can't operate. And I think it's time that more people take action, and in general, the global population start mobilizing more.
What would you say in your experience so far? What would you say some of the biggest wins that you've experienced personally from collective action?
Yeah, I mean, for Fridays Future specifically, a lot of our biggest wins are at a local level. I know Miami a couple months ago announced a climate emergency. And we get a bunch of other local communities and states to do that. And I think that's really the biggest victories we can get. Obviously, we'd love at a national level, in the US at least, to have a climate emergency declared. It's not looking like that'll happen anytime soon, but we're going to continue fighting for that as best as we can.
What do you see as the future for Fridays for the Future?
I think, honestly, we want to get bigger and continue the momentum we have. We want to keep on striking every Friday. And we want to keep on organizing those big strikes that more people can participate in. I really think the point of Fridays for Future is to give youth who can't vote and who can't take part in their political system a place to have their voice heard. And I think we want to continue being that platform for people.
You have so much experience now being an organizer, and you know, you've had big wins. What could you tell us about how we can, what can we do to become better organizers? You know, have more power standing together. What are the secrets? What's the secret sauce?
Oh, it's trial and error, and mostly error. I'd say 80% of it's error, especially when you look at the fact that we had to transition to online. Most of it's flopped, and it hasn't gone as we planned it. It never goes to plan. There's never a single action that we take that goes perfectly. But really, honestly, it's just being motivated to keep on taking action. And it's whether it's some small action like posting on your Instagram about it, or your Snapchat, or whatever social media you have every week, or it's going out and physically striking, or going out and petitioning your government. It's any small action or big action, it all counts.
Do you have any words of support for the people who have, you know, when you take a big risk and you get retaliated against? How do you stay strong? How do you stay brave?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot harder for you guys, especially because you're risking your jobs and your livelihood to take action that needs to be taken. 100% needs to be taken. But I think, honestly, it's if you don't do it, someone else will. And it's better to take action now than later. We face the same thing with the climate crisis. People stood around for too long not taking action, and the situation we're in now is horrible. And it's not looking too hopeful. Action still isn't being taken right now. And I think also just overall companies and the economy in America isn't taking action either. Amazon specifically, Jeff Bezos pledged a bunch of money to a climate fund, but he hasn't really done a lot to revolutionize the way Amazon works. And I think that that's one of the things we face is a lot of companies are making all these pledges and they're saying the right things, but they're not doing the right things. And we want to make it clear to the general public, they may be saying something, but they're not actually doing it.
I have kids, 11 and 13, and I always think, you know, I think about their future, and I'm really terrified for their future, actually. And I picture them being adults 20 years from now and being really angry at me if I wasn't at least trying. What message do you want to send to all of the baby boomers and the people in my generation? I wouldn't call myself a boomer, but one rung down, you know, what message would you want to send?
I think the biggest thing is youth shouldn't be taking action. We should be in school learning. We should be living our lives. A lot of us in Fridays for Future feel that there is no future. We haven't planned for college. We don't plan on having any kids. We don't really see a point in looking in the future because what future is there at this point? So I think one of the biggest thing is you may not have children, you may not have grandchildren who are going to do that, but you should care about everyone else in this world. And just because you're not affected doesn't mean nobody's affected.
Words of wisdom. Thank you so much for being here, Joe. And thanks for all the work that you guys are doing. We are in total support of you and stronger together.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Okay, next up, we have Dr. Michael Mann. I know he's in the green room.
I'm here.
Yay! Hi, Dr. Mann. So I'm going to introduce you, and it's a bit long because you have a lot of experience. So Dr. Mann is a distinguished professor of atmospheric science and director of the Earth Systems Science Center at Penn State. His research focuses on climate science and climate change. He was selected by Scientific American as one of the 50 leading visionaries in science and technology in 2002. He was awarded the Hans Oeschger Medal of the European Geophysical Union in 2012 and the National Conservation Achievement Award of the NWF in 2013. He made Bloomberg News list of 50 most influential people in 2013. In 2014, he received the Friend of the Planet Award from the National Center for Science Education. He received the Stephen H. Snyder Award for Outstanding Climate Science Communication from Climate One in 2017, and the Award for Public Engagement with Science from the AAAS in 2018, and the Climate Communication Prize from the American Geophysical Union in 2018, and in 2019, he received the Tyler Prize for Environmental Achievement. He's a fellow of the American Geophysical Union, American Meteorological Society, Geological Society of America, American Association for the Advancement of Science, and the Committee for Skeptical Inquiry. He is co-founder of the award-winning science website, realclimate.org, author of more than 200 peer-reviewed and edited publications, numerous op-eds, commentaries, and 4 books, including Dire Predictions, The Hockey Stick, and The Climate Wars, The Madhouse Effect, and The Tantrum That Saved the World. Dr. Mann, we are so honored to have you here, and that is a very impressive biography, and I know that the audience of Amazon tech workers will appreciate that. We like, well, I can't say we anymore, but they like a lot of data, they like facts, they like science, and they respond well to that. So we're thrilled to have you here. Do you want to start by just telling us, a bit about yourself, a bit about your work, and why you're here, why you agreed to be here today?
Sure. Well, thanks, Maren. It's great to be here. And I want to thank you and your colleagues for what is really an act of bravery, given some of the punitive actions that have been taken against employees who have spoken out on climate change, on the coronavirus, COVID-19. That's what we need today. We need bravery. We need people who are willing to speak truth to power, because we face multiple crises. There's the acute crisis we face right now of a pandemic, the longer term, even greater crisis of human-caused climate change. And in both cases, we're going up against powerful vested interests who have an interest in us not actually rising to the challenge. In the case of climate change, because if we decarbonize our economy as we need to, that threatens the world's most powerful industry, the fossil fuel industry. And if we do what's necessary to stem this spreading pandemic, that is going to lead to a short-term dampening of the economy, which will threaten, of course, the re-election prospects of a president who has been a rubber stamp for corporations and their deregulatory agenda. So thanks to you and your colleagues for what you're doing. I'm a climate scientist, as you mentioned. I sort of found myself in the center of the fractious debate over human-caused climate change because of the science that I did more than 2 decades ago. In fact, on Earth Day of 1998, 22 years ago, we published a graph that came to be known as the hockey stick. And it basically depicted the unprecedented rise in temperature that we've seen. It placed that in a longer term context. It showed that that really was unprecedented as far back as we could go, 1,000 years. And it became sort of an icon in the climate change debate. And as a mild-mannered scientist who wanted nothing more, and I think I share a lot in common with a lot of you Amazon folks. We love crunching numbers and geeking out on stuff and looking at big data sets. That's what brought us into science or technology. But I found myself in a different world because the science that I was doing had larger ramifications and threatened some very powerful special interests, a recurring theme here. I found myself under attack by front groups and paid advocates of the fossil fuel industry looking to discredit me so that they could discredit the science and discredit the message, which was that we need to act, we need to transition away from fossil fuels towards renewable energy. And so now for more than 2 decades, I've found myself sort of on the front lines of this fractious public battle over climate change and what to do about it. It's not what I signed up for. As a physics and applied math double major at UC Berkeley back in the 1980s, it wasn't the career trajectory that I thought I was heading towards. But I've embraced that role because I can think of no greater privilege really than to be in a position to inform this larger conversation about perhaps the defining challenge of our time. So thanks for providing yet another forum for me to try to do that.
that really resonates with me because, oh no, I'm losing my thought.
I'm going to take a swig of coffee here, so.
Maybe I will too. What was I going to say? Because it was so.
Just the defining challenges that we face, right? With climate change and COVID-19.
Yes, thank you. You triggered my memory. I don't even know what it was, but something triggered my memory. I found that at Amazon, and this is so frustrating, like, why is climate science political? I felt like when we tried to work from inside Amazon to say, like, hey guys, we should be doing something about this. This is really urgent. This is good for our customers. This is good for our business. And there was sort of we're not going to touch this because it's political. The minute you come out and sort of say that you're pro-climate, all of a sudden you're, like, what? Can you talk about that? What's going on there?
Sure. I think it again speaks to the fact that we're going up against some powerful vested interests who don't want to see us change our way of doing things. Plutocrats, billionaires who are profiting greatly over business as usual, which includes an addiction to fossil fuels. And, there are some old white billionaires who probably figure that they can take a spacecraft off to some other planet. They'll be just fine, leaving the rest of us behind if we destroy this planet, right? So, and I think there is this sense almost of immunity that those who have the most resources, those who have the greatest resilience, who have wealth at their disposal, figure they can build huge, massive seawalls around their fortress. They can fly off to Mars. They'll be just fine, leaving the rest of us behind. And so, I know that this is one of the aspects of this problem that we're talking about today, which is climate justice. And this is a matter of social justice, right? Because climate change impacts are going to adversely and preferentially impact people on the frontline communities, those with the least resources, and those with the greatest resources will be able to, in essence, create a fortress around themselves. They have greater resilience. They won't suffer the same consequences. So this truly is a matter of social justice and why we call it climate justice. Acting on climate change is an act on social justice. And there's some powerful vested interests who find it inconvenient, when the rest of us say, look, we've got to change our way of doing things. We've got to get off fossil fuels. We need to live more sustainably on this planet. That is a real threat to powerful vested interests who are profiting greatly over our profligate extraction and use of natural resources, precious and limited natural resources on a finite planet.
Yeah, I think about the spheres that Jeff built on the campus there, and it's sort of another home in case things get bad. But I don't think we'll get to be in there.
There is no planet B, as they say. There's no other planet that we're going to find that we can live on. We've got to preserve this one.
Yeah. So how do we tip these scales? How do we get past? What are the biggest? Well, we know what the biggest barriers are. How do we break down those barriers?
Well, it's what you guys are doing. It's what, Fridays for Future. And it was wonderful that you just had, somebody from that movement speaking and all the other speakers you've had here. It's about standing up. It's about speaking truth to power. We have an election in just months from now where we have a monumental opportunity to change the path that we're on. Because currently we have a chief executive in the White House who overwhelmingly rejects what the world scientists are telling him, whether it's climate change or the coronavirus. In both cases, that subjects us to great harm and loss of life. It's a little more subtle with climate change, but it's been laid bare with coronavirus. We have seen the deadly impact of a president and an administration that rejects science that they might see as inconvenient to their financial and political interests. and the rest of us pay the price. So the bad news is that we are on the wrong course right now. We have a chief executive who's taking us very much in the wrong direction on climate, on coronavirus, and everything else. But we have an opportunity to change direction in just months. And so I would ask people, use your voice in every way possible. Speak out. Talk about these issues with your friends, family, fellow church members, school classmates, co-workers, what have you, and make sure that everybody gets out and votes in this next election and votes on the issue of climate. That has to be front and center, because if we choose to do that, if we turn out and we vote on climate, we know it's possible to achieve, policy successes. If we have politicians who are willing to do what's in our interest rather than the bidding of powerful special interests, we have a chance to prevail. And we still do. There's a lot of pessimism out there. There's a lot of doomism out there. I'm a scientist who pores over the numbers, the projections, the carbon budgets. And because of that, I know that there is still time for us to avert truly catastrophic climate change. But the clock is ticking. And this November may be our last best opportunity to change course.
I completely agree with that, and I lose a lot of sleep over that. So back to climate justice, we very intentionally put the word justice in our name. We see, I think we're coming close to time. I'm going to go really fast here. We definitely see the connection between, all of these issues intersect. We have racism, we have colonialism, we have capitalism, we have the climate crisis, we have, all of these things coming together at this such a pivotal moment.
Yeah.
Such a pivotal moment. Yeah. You sound optimistic. Tell us a little bit more about that hope and where that comes from.
Well, yeah, I thought you put it beautifully. We have all of these threads and strands coming together at this moment, which means, and it is a pivotal moment, but it means there's huge opportunity and there's, huge agency. And what I like to emphasize when I talk about the climate crisis is there is urgency, as we've already discussed. We need to act now if we're going to avert catastrophic warming of the planet. We've got to bring carbon emissions down by a factor of 2 within the next decade. That's going to require concerted effort. So there's great urgency, but there is agency. There is an opportunity to steer the ship, to take the right path. And we've seen some positive signs. The youth climate movement has changed the whole conversation. People are speaking up. This event today is a testament to how people are speaking up. People are suddenly speaking truth to power. And there's all this energy. And we have a critical election coming up where we really could change course. And so my optimism comes from the fact that, the children are out there putting it all on the line and changing the conversation and taking control of their future. And it's our responsibility as the adults to make sure that that isn't a lost opportunity, to have their backs, because they are being attacked. They are, in the, they've attracted the eye of Sauron, as I like to say. The fossil fuel industry is going after these kids because they see them as the greatest threat. OPEC, the world's oil consortium, oil-producing nations, has very clearly indicated that they see the youth climate movement as the greatest threat to their industry. And so we've got to have these, our kids' backs. We've got to be out there on the front lines with them. They got us a foot in the door. Now we have to walk through that door. And so it's up to all of us to make sure that we do everything in our power to not leave behind a degraded planet for our children and grandchildren. There's still an opportunity to do that.
Dr. Mann, thank you so much for being here. It was a pleasure to talk to you. I know that the audience would be sending gratitude because that was very, very enlightening and informative and inspiring as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you for what you're doing.
Keep going. Over to you, Emily.
Thanks, Maureen. So I think we have our next guest. Rebecca Nagel, are you here?
Hi, thanks so much for having me.
Hi, Rebecca, welcome. Thank you for joining us. I thought I'd start with a little introduction about you or your bio. We can go from there. Yeah, and again, like we talked earlier, and I just was really thrilled when you decided to join us. And I've really been really influenced by your work and your writing. And so thank you so much for being here. So Rebecca Nagle is an award-winning advocate, writer, and citizen of Cherokee Nation. As the host of the chart-stopping podcast, This Land, Nagle told the story of one Supreme Court case about tribal land in Oklahoma, the small town murder that started it. Told the story of one Supreme Court case about tribal land in Oklahoma, the small town murder that started it, and the surprising connection to her own family history. Nagle has been covering the Murphy case since May of 2018. Her writing about Native representation and tribal sovereignty has been featured in the Washington Post, The Guardian, USA Today, Teen Vogue, the Huffington Post, and more. She received the American Mosaic Journalism Prize, the largest cash prize for journalism in the United States. In 2016, Nagle was named one of the National Center American Indian Enterprise Development's Native American 40 Under 40 for her work to support survivors and advocate for policy change to address the crisis of violence against Native women. She has been named to the 100 Most Creative People by Fast Company, YBCA 100 list, and Best Editorial by the Native American Journalists Association. Nagle is from Joplin, Missouri, and currently lives in Tahlequah?
Tahlequah, yeah.
Where she works for her tribe on language revitalization. Rebecca, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, and thank you for the really important organizing work that you guys are doing.
Yeah, so we started the day where talking about how all of these issues are really intersectional. So tribal sovereignty is related to climate change, is related to inequality and racism, is related to workers being able to speak out about their safety conditions. So thank you so much for being here. First, I thought I would first ask you, maybe you could tell us a little about who you are, your work, and why you support tech workers and warehouse workers who are speaking out about COVID workplace safety and about the climate crisis.
Yeah, so I'm a citizen of Cherokee Nation. I'm a journalist, and in my writing, I focus a lot on the impact of policies on Indian country, and really I'm focused on trying to raise more awareness about Native rights, or kind of what we call in our own community, or how we think of it, is as tribal sovereignty, which is working towards the federal government respecting the inherent rights of our tribes to be able to govern our lands, our people, and our culture and our languages. And so, all of that intersects. I mean, I think when I think about climate change, globally, Indigenous people, even though we don't have control anymore over the majority of the Earth's land, we still control a majority of the world's biodiversity. And specifically, when you look at the United States, tribes in the United States, even though we only have 2% of the land within our nation's borders, we actually, on that land, is over 50% of all oil and gas reserves in the United States. And so when we talk about keeping it in the ground and preventing the explosion of the fossil fuel industry, one of the frontline battleground sites for that fight is tribal land, and we saw that with the Keystone XL pipeline. We saw that with the DAPL pipeline and Standing Rock. And, I personally, as an Indigenous woman, I don't think that we are going to have the fundamental restructuring of our society that is going to need to take place for climate change to not occur without movement building. I think a lot of us are focused on the election right now. We're really focused on the actions of Congress, but until the things that you guys are doing today, organizing workers, and and doing that kind of mass mobilization. We are not going to prevent climate change without that happening. And you see across the globe a lot of indigenous communities being on the front line of that direct action and on the ground resistance. So, Standing Rock, which is one of the largest modern protests in the United States, largest and longest, to indigenous leaders in Canada, blocking that train, to, indigenous leaders in the Amazon. And so I think that not only does our policy platform on ending climate change have to prioritize tribal sovereignty because of the land and the resources that we protect that are integral to preventing climate change, but our movements also really need to put Indigenous people first because of the leadership that Indigenous communities are already showing on this issue.
Yes, so well put. Thank you for saying that. So I know you've been writing or tweeting a lot about the disparate impact of coronavirus on tribes and Indigenous communities. Could you tell us more about that? How is that manifesting?
Yeah. So, when the coronavirus pandemic first came to the United States, Native health experts and tribal leaders were sounding the alarm, that Indian country was going to be disproportionately affected. I talked to one tribal leader who said, for one of the articles I did, we're like sitting ducks. And when the CDC lists the diseases that makes people, more at higher risk for developing complications with COVID-19 or even dying from it, things like diabetes, things like asthma, Native Americans rate the highest in having those diseases. And due to chronic underfunding of a program called the Indian Health Services, we have less access to healthcare even during this pandemic. And Native people are also like the most likely racial and ethnic group in the United States to not have access to running water. And so when we tell people, to wash your hands multiple times a day, how do you do that without running water? And what we're already seeing happen is that certain areas of Indian country are being really disproportionately impacted. So the Navajo Nation, if the Navajo Nation was a state, it would rank third in per capita for the infection rate. I think it's also important to note that they're doing a far better job of testing than most states. But still, there's a huge outbreak happening in the Navajo Nation. There are also some Pueblo communities in New Mexico that have been hit really hard. And some of the statistics we're seeing out of Arizona and New Mexico is that, Native people in those states are representing 2 to 3 times their population in the numbers of death and infections in those states. And so we knew that this was going to happen early on. And what we're seeing in the federal response is woefully inadequate. So I wrote an article today, actually, for The Guardian that as we're facing this health disparity, we're also facing a data disparity. So in about half of the states that are reporting on racial demographics and COVID-19 right now, half of them are not even including Native Americans as a category in their racial demographic breakdown. The Indian Health Services, which is a national healthcare system that serves 2.5 million tribal citizens and some of their family members, their reporting system, their computer system is so outdated that it just basically can't handle this pandemic. And a spokesperson told me that they're collecting COVID surveillance data manually, by hand. And so, I think the way that coronavirus has sort of the system was already cracked, but coronavirus is sort of like a spotlight on those cracks. We're seeing, the way that, Native people we're just not counted in public health data across the board. So of course it's happening with coronavirus. Tribes aren't prioritized for federal resources across the board. We see the same thing happening with coronavirus. And then Indian Health Services, which is a system that's actually in response to the federal government's treaty obligation to provide Native Americans with healthcare. It's not free healthcare. It's healthcare that the federal government got in exchange for billions of acres of land. That woeful, it's been chronically underfunded since the day it was created. And after decades of that underfunding, it doesn't have the capacity to adequately respond to this pandemic. And so, I hope that we can get more leadership from Congress, but what we're already seeing is, in the distribution of funds that Congress did pass that we're supposed to go to support federal tribes. It's kind of federally recognized tribes. It's complicated, but basically, the Trump administration's handling of that pot of money has been so bad that almost every tribe in the lower 48 has called for Trump's Secretary of Indian Affairs to recuse herself from the process. And a dozen tribes have filed a federal lawsuit to try and stop the process of how they're distributing the funds, because they're including some Alaskan Native corporations and so basically it's a mess. To put it simply, it's a complete disaster, and it's totally normal and on course for the federal government's relationship to Indian country.
Yeah, I've been seeing like hardly nothing is coming out about how COVID is impacting tribes and Native people in the United States, and so what can non-Native people do to support tribes and Native people at this time? Because there's just this invisible layer that feels like it goes with the history of genocide. And, with people that are some of, tribes and are some of the most affected, but are not, this information isn't getting out. What can non-Native people do to stand in solidarity?
Yeah, that's a really, really good question. So I think one thing is just to signal boost the issue. The mainstream media isn't covering what's happening in Indian country, and if there's an article, in the New York Times about what's happening on Navajo Nation, it's 3 weeks after the outbreak started, and after Native outlets have been reporting on it. So some good outlets to follow for national Indian country news is Indian Country Today, and also Indians, that's Indians with a Z.com, both on Twitter and then on their online platforms. And then particularly for Navajo Nation, which is one of the tribes that's been hit the hardest, their journalists have been covering it. So also following those folks on Twitter and their paper. And then I think also following, the National Congress of American Indians, along with some other leading Native organizations like the National Indian Health Board, put together a really comprehensive list of policy needs. In a bipartisan congressional group that has Native members from both sides of the aisle, have been pushing for those policy needs in Congress. And so I think another good place to look for on the policy front is to be looking at the Congressional Native American Caucus and also the National Congress of American Indians, or NCAI is what a lot of people call it. And those organizations and those leaders, everything from, we talk about stabilization funding for states and cities, tribes are also needing funding dollars for just basic functions. A lot of our tribes rely on tourism and the gaming industry, which is obviously closed right now, for revenue. What are the needs of Indian health services during this time? Even things like, we need to be investing in running water infrastructure during this crisis. We know that coronavirus is going to happen in waves, and it is untenable that people who are being told to wash their hands every day don't have access to plumbing. How are you supposed to do that? And so there are some real policy solutions that absolutely need to be a priority of Congress, and looking to those Native leaders and helping signal boost that is definitely something that would be helpful for allies to do right now.
Thank you for sharing that. Since you, after you had tweeted about this, I made a point to not leave out Indigenous people as part, because that's what I was not doing. I was not raising that. So from reading your work, I've learned how important that is to name communities that are being impacted. So we're basically at time, but is there any other last words that you want to say?
Just, thank you so much for the organizing work that you're doing. I think it's really important, especially during this time, for workers to come together. And so I'm just humbled and honored to be a part of the work that you're doing.
We're humbled and honored to have you here, and your voice is so important, and I'm glad that you exist in the world. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye. So next up, we have 2 tech workers, I think. Let me just deal with my technology. So let's see. All right, we have 2 current Amazon tech workers who've been very brave recently, and we'll get into that. But first, can you both just introduce yourselves and let us know where in the world you are, and you know, maybe where you work at Amazon?
Yeah. Hi, my name is Tori Burwell. I live in Seattle, Washington, and I work at Amazon headquarters in Doppler, and I work as a quality assurance engineer.
Thanks for joining us, Tori.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Virginie. I'm French, but I work in Berlin, in Germany, as a linguist for Alexa Data Services.
Thank you both for joining us. So a little bit of background. 2 weeks ago, Maren and I were basically the final straw that really had Amazon fire us was around a panel for warehouse workers to be able to share their stories. So it's very similar to the kind of conversations that we're having today. And after within hours of us sending up, or actually Maren and I didn't even send out the invite, but after hours of it going out from Amazon Employees for Climate Justice, we were fired even after on a Friday afternoon when 1,000 tech workers had accepted the invite, 550 had tentatively accepted it. You know, most of Europe had already was of course gone for the day because it was about 1:30 or so when we sent it out. And most of the East Coast had already knocked off, but it was still hugely popular. And not only did Amazon do that, but they went in and deleted the calendar invite and the emails associated with it. So it's taken courageous, brave Amazon employees who went ahead and sent out the information anyways, even though they knew 2 other people had been fired for that. And that takes incredible bravery and strength. And we're in a real moment in our history. And I just wanted to ask, I'll start first with Virginie. If you could tell us, why did you decide to do that? Why did you decide to risk your job?
Well, it's a bit weird, but for me, I don't feel brave at all. For me, it was really the right thing to do. When I heard that there were workers in the warehouse who had to choose between staying home and have nothing to eat or going to work and risk contaminating other co-workers to be able to put something on the table in the evening, I was really shocked. And I think that's not a choice anyone should have to make. And when I got the proposition from you to do something to make it more visible, all the issues that workers are facing in the warehouses, I was very happy to help because I think it's very important right now. I mean, the COVID-19 is one of the first global crises we're facing, but with the climate crisis, we will face even more crises and catastrophes. And we need to learn to help each other, stand for each other, and practice solidarity. So for me, it was just the right thing to do. And because of the climate crisis and the way Amazon is dealing with it, and Amazon having the capacity to do much more than they are doing right now, for me, it's just the right thing to do to try to protect our planet, because there's no point in having a job on a dead planet. So I'm ready to lose my job if it means I can do something to protect our planet. And that's all.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story. I know you don't feel brave, but I think you're brave. So thank you. Tori, how about you? Why did you decide to risk your job? And you saw us being fired, and you saw Amazon continuing to delete even after the initial deletion, the calendar invites to this particular sick out event that Virginie sent out. It got deleted when she sent it out. So why did you decide to send the email and the calendar invite?
Yeah, I think for me, it started even before the firings that you went through on the tech side, and even just with what we started seeing with our warehouse workers striking all over the country, and asking myself, what's happening, and is this something that as employees we need to be looking at and paying attention to and looking out for each other. And I think this event, the whole point of it is to have an open dialogue about worker safety. And I think that's exactly what we should be doing as responsible Amazon employees during a global pandemic. This isn't the time to have, business as usual. We may be dealing with COVID for months or years even. And so we need to really listen to our colleagues who are saying that they have concerns about their safety. And especially seeing that, communication was being silenced when it came to this event. That is also incredibly concerning, because tech workers need to be able to have a voice in the things that they build and the companies that they work for. And so I think that also really was a flag to me that, like, hey, it's not just, we talked about climate justice in the past, we're talking about warehouse workers' rights now. We might be talking about the technology we build in the future. And I want employees to have that right to have those discussions without fear of repercussion or termination.
Thank you so much. Thank you to both of you. We're out. I think we're might be out of time. Let me double check. Tech team, are we out of time? Do we have our next person? Okay, so I think we're going to move on to our warehouse worker in France. But I wanted to thank you both for your work and your bravery and for doing the right thing. Yeah, it's like that thing of like they cut one of us down, there's like a million others that stand up, and we know that we have to. Yeah. we have to when there really is, like some other guests have said, there's really no choice. There's no choice when the climate crisis is going to really bear down on us, and we're in a global pandemic. If we can't stand up for each other now, like when do we do that? This is the time, and you all have risen to the time. So thank you. Okay, so before we go into, I'll let you guys leave the call, but thank you so much. Before we go into our next guest, I wanted to do a plug. So if you work at Amazon, we need your support. Support us and warehouse workers by responding to the survey in the video description below. We want to know you're listening, and we would also love your thoughts or words of support to share with the speakers. You'll stay private if you want. So if you want to support us, please fill out the survey linked in the video description. It's bit.ly/Amazon-listen. And right now we have Jeff, who joined us from France, and we'll have an interpreter for Jeff as well, a French interpreter. So
voilà, avec nous de la France, avec une interprète.
One second, Jeff, let me bring up a question that I wanted to ask you.
Alors, un instant, Jeff, voici une question que je voulais vous poser.
First of all, thank you so much for joining us.
Tout d'abord, merci d'être avec nous.
So Amazon French warehouses have all been shut down.
Donc, les entrepôts Amazon en France ont tous été fermés.
What was Amazon doing that resulted in a shutdown?
Que faisait Amazon pour produire cet arrêt, cette fermeture de leurs entrepôts?
We would like to understand your opinion about essential items and essential work, because we know that that's a part of the story.
On voudrait comprendre votre opinion en ce qui concerne les articles essentiels, les articles ou les produits essentiels et les travailleurs essentiels. On voudrait savoir comment vous définissez cela.
solidaire, c'est les produits alimentaires, les produits médicaux,
food products, medicine,
les produits d'hygiène et de santé,
health products,
et éventuellement les produits pour bébés, et voilà.
And child care and infant care products.
So I just learned from my tech team that you might have missed a question because of some tech issues. So we're wondering about Amazon French warehouses have all been shut down, and we're wondering why that is.
Voilà, je voudrais répéter une question parce que la technologie n'a peut-être pas permis que vous l'entendiez. On a appris que tous les entrepôts en France, tous les entrepôts Amazon en France ont été fermés. On voudrait savoir pourquoi. Pouvez-vous nous le dire?
Alors, au mi-mars, on a posé un droit d'alerte parce qu'on considérait que les conditions de sécurité rapport à la crise du Covid étaient insuffisantes.
In the middle of the month of March, we alerted the direction and the population to what we considered safety conditions that were inadequate. Continuez, go on, please.
Du coup, des salariés ont posé leur droit de retrait en France, une loi qui nous permet de nous retirer d'une situation dangereuse. Et d'autres ont pris des congés parentaux, des dispositifs proposés par le gouvernement pour respecter le confinement.
So the employees have the right to not work in France in the face of dangerous situations. So some people simply withdrew. Some took their vacation time, sick time. They withdrew in other ways in France. Continuez, please continue.
Alors, ce droit de retrait doit être payé par l'employeur si la situation dangereuse est avérée, ce qui est le cas a priori.
When the situation is dangerous or unexplained, it's the employer who is supposed to continue paying those workers, and that is what happened.
Donc, devant l'insuffisance l'insuffisance des mesures de protection pas mises en place au mois de mars, nous, on a demandé la fermeture des entrepôts. On a commencé par faire un débrayage, une manifestation devant la tour. Et ensuite, on a fait rentrer les instances les inspecteurs du travail dans la boucle pour faire valoir nos droits de retrait.
Yes, since the response was insufficient and we did not get measures of protection, in the month of March, we turned to a public demonstration and we involved the inspection of work conditions and legal means.
I've been reading.
Emily?
One moment, we have another French worker who has just joined and I just want to give him a chance to introduce himself.
Et voilà, un instant, on a un autre salarié français qui vient de se joindre à nous. Je voudrais qu'il se présente. Allez-y.
Oui, bonjour. Je suis Sylvain et en fait, je ne suis pas un travailleur d'Amazon, mais je fais partie de l'Union syndicale solidaire et je travaille pour le syndicat. Je suis membre de la Commission internationale de Solidaire.
Yes, in fact, I am not an Amazon employee. I am part of the Union Coalition for Solidarity, an international union.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Soyez le bienvenu. Merci d'être avec nous.
So, Jeff, can you describe why workers and now the French courts have said that Amazon warehouses are dangerous places to be? Why are they dangerous?
Sylvain, pouvez-vous nous aider à comprendre pourquoi les salariés d'Amazon et la justice française maintenant ont classifié les entrepôts d'Amazon comme des endroits dangereux pour travailler. Pouvez-vous nous aider à comprendre?
Oui, en fait, tout ça fait suite à des interventions de l'inspection du travail et également aussi à des droits d'alerte de la part des représentants du personnel en matière de santé et de sécurité.
Santé et sécurité. Donc, tout ceci, everything, all of that has come from the intervention of the Department or the Service of Inspection of Workplaces and Safety for Workers, as well as the alert that was raised by the workers themselves about safety and sanitary conditions.
So, are the things that are making it dangerous the proximity that workers are to each other, or are there other issues going on as well?
Eh bien, est-ce que le danger est posé par la proximité des salariés les uns auprès des autres, ou y a-t-il d'autres conditions dangereuses aussi?
Alors au début, quand on a posé nos alertes, le problème c'était vraiment le nombre de personnes présentes dans l'entrepôt avec des gros attroupements au moment des entrées, des sorties, des intershifts et pendant les pauses. Et un des gros problèmes, c'est la promiscuité dans les transports en commun, par exemple.
Thank you. Transport en commun. In the beginning, the alert was raised by the personnel because of the number of persons that needed to be on the job in the same place within the warehouses, especially when they were coming to work and leaving work. There was a big groupment of people who were too close to each other. Another question that was raised is the proximity of people in transportation on their way to work and on their way home from work. The transportation facilities were crowded, and it was impossible to keep a social distancing.
So Amazon is saying to the public, and also many tech workers are saying, we're rolling out, 100 safety measures, and this is not widespread. This is just a few bumps here and there. But from what we've heard from workers, that's not true.
Eh bien, Amazon annonce au public et aux techniciens, au fait, qu'ils mettent en place une centaine de mesures de sécurité. On entend ces mesures de sécurité, mais est-ce que ces mesures ont été mises en place? Et qu'en dit le personnel d'Amazon? C'est vrai ou c'est pas vrai?
Alors, un certain nombre de mesures ont été mises en place petit à petit, mais depuis qu'on a commencé, depuis qu'on a posé l'alerte. Avant, la seule mesure, c'était ne pas se dire bonjour. Depuis, ils ont installé des couloirs pour réduire les croisements de personnes. Ils ont distribué du gel, des masques petit à petit aussi. C'est pas encore justement, c'est une question à trancher. Est-ce qu'il va falloir porter le masque tout le temps? Voilà, je vous laisse traduire.
Yes, since we raised the alert, they have put into place a certain number of safety measures, little by little. For instance, in the beginning, we were just not supposed to say hello to each other the way we usually do. That was the first thing we were supposed to do. Then they put into place corridors, circulatory corridors, in order to reduce the number of people who would go by each other. People would be circulating in the same direction, so they wouldn't have to get close to each other. Then they started to distribute hand sanitizer and masks, still little by little. And now we want to know if we're supposed to wear them all the time. Or what do we do with these masks? How do we use them?
Ensuite, ils ont déployé une équipe de Safety Angel pour surveiller que les gens respectent bien les distanciations sociales. Et ça pose un problème de jalousie, de favoritisme, et puis un problème un peu moral de est-ce qu'il faut faire ce genre de tâches, surveiller les collègues pour peut-être les dénoncer?
Ah, dénoncer collègues. Bien. So, in the beginning, or eventually, they put into place a team of inspectors who were supposed to come around to make sure we were using hand gel correctly, to make sure we were observing the social distancing. And in fact, the result of this was a certain type of jealousy or favoritism. It seemed, no one was sure, and it became a problem, a moral problem for us. We were wondering if there were people, if there were workers who were denouncing each other as this was going on. So my colleague didn't put his hand gel on, for instance. We weren't sure. It created a problem.
Ensuite, du coup, la justice elle reproche à Amazon d'avoir, effectivement, d'avoir pris des mesures, mais de ne les avoir pris qu'en réaction aux situations qui se présentaient, aux injonctions du gouvernement, mais sans avoir prévu un plan d'ensemble et sans avoir consulté les représentants du personnel, parce que ça, c'est imposé par le Code du travail français.
Consulter le personnel, loi du travail français. Yes, then the French justice held against Amazon that they put measures into place only in reaction to these serious alerts from the personnel. They did it without making an overall plan of action. They did it without consulting any members or representatives of the personnel, and that consultation of personnel is included in the French justice system for workers.
Et donc, la justice a privilégié la notion de santé au travail et la santé publique plutôt que les intérêts économiques, aussi importants soient-ils que ceux d'Amazon.
So the Justice Department, or the law and the justice, seemed to give more importance to health and to the safety of the public over the economic considerations of the country.
To me, it's very common sense that we would prioritize human lives over money.
Oui, et en effet, pour nous, c'est parfaitement logique qu'on priorise la vie humaine et la santé et la sécurité du public au-dessus des mesures économiques. C'est tout à fait logique.
Voilà. Du coup, ce qu'il leur reproche aussi, c'est d'avoir un peu sous-estimé la gravité de la pandémie en ne considérant pas forcément cette maladie comme potentiellement mortelle. Et après, ils vont leur demander de mieux négocier avec les représentants du personnel, puisqu'on est censé savoir... connaître nos postes de travail et être plus à même d'apprécier les risques encourus. Voilà.
The government also recognized that Amazon underestimated the seriousness of the pandemic and that they did not give sufficient importance to members and representatives of the personnel who they know their work and their conditions of the job very, very well.
Du coup, Amazon est condamné à réduire son activité tant que les mesures de sécurité ne sont pas satisfaisantes. Donc, ils ont ouvert un peu la liste des produits essentiels à la bureautique informatique qui permet le télétravail, puisque c'était une recommandation du gouvernement de privilégier le télétravail pour ceux qui peuvent. Les autres produits, ça a été les produits d'hygiène, de santé, la nourriture pour animaux et en gros, ça fait, moi j'estime ça à 20-30% de l'activité d'Amazon et du coup, ça pourrait nous permettre de réduire le personnel au travail.
Yes, so Amazon was also required by law to reduce their economic activity until they were able to put into place satisfactory working procedures and satisfactory health and safety procedures. The list of essential workers was then established. People working in offices and IT people were considered essential. The list of essential products was established: hygiene products, health products, products for animals, and hygiene for adults and for children, of course, were considered essential health products. Your interpreter may need to leave you in the next few minutes, just so
okay.
that you know.
So we'll wrap up here because we have our next guest as well. But I just want to thank you for your work as an essential worker, and I'm sorry that you have been in a dangerous situation, and thank you to the workers in France for standing up, and the court agrees that it is in France that it is a dangerous situation for workers there. Thank you so much.
Eh bien, pour terminer, je voudrais vous remercier de votre prestation. Je vous remercie en tant que, et avec tous les travailleurs français qui savent représenter leurs droits au système de justice qui a bien reconnu les conditions dangereuses évoquées, alertées par les travailleurs de France. Merci d'être avec nous. Merci de votre prestation aujourd'hui.
Merci.
Grand merci.
Merci. Okay, so
we'll
need
the invitation.
Okay, so we're going to move on to our next speaker. Thank you to our French worker and from the workers as well. So Maren is going to introduce and talk to our next guest that we're very excited about. Maren, do you want to take it from here?
I will. Thank you, Emily. I have a little fun thing to read before we begin speaking to City Council member Teresa Mosqueda. We have a tweet from Bernie Sanders in support of our of what we're doing, and I just wanted to read that because it's pretty awesome to get support from a US Senator. So Bernie Sanders says, "I find it reprehensible that Amazon is firing employees who speak out against unsafe working conditions during this horrific pandemic. These workers will not be silenced." So thank you very much for your support, Senator Sanders. It's great to have everyone here with this outpouring of support. We feel really supported, and just so thanks to everyone that's been speaking so far, and we're excited to talk to our next two guests. So right now we have City Council member Teresa Mosqueda. Teresa is a citywide Seattle City Council member, a labor leader, and a mother and a wife. Before her soiree as an elected official, she was pushing for change from the outside and recruiting union members like herself to run for office. She led the 2016 statewide minimum wage and sick leave campaign and can be credited for ensuring every Washingtonian has access to health insurance coverage. And as a founding member of the Washington Health Exchange, Teresa lives in West Seattle and loves avocados. So Teresa, you get to speak first, and I'll be asking both of you, and again, super casual, like we're all being really human today. And so just could you tell us a little bit about who you are and your work and why you support tech workers and warehouse workers who are speaking out about COVID, workplace safety, and the climate crisis.
Well, first, thank you so much for having me as part of the Sick Out action today. I'm incredibly honored to be part of the lineup that you have of warehouse workers, climate justice advocates, Indigenous advocates, elected leaders who are standing in solidarity with the two of you. Emily and Maren, I had a chance to talk to you as you were working on your organizing campaign to fight back against the retaliation that you experienced right here in Seattle. And as a Seattle City Council member who represents almost 800,000 workers here in the city of Seattle, we want to show the world what it looks like to stand up and protect those who have experienced retaliation at the face of any company, especially the largest company and the most wealthy company and CEO in the world. So I'm incredibly honored to be here with you to continue the fight. And while you have experienced the ultimate retaliation, which is firing, your fight continues. And I think what you've shown today by bringing together workers across not just the country, but the world, is that your voice will not be silenced. I represent the city of Seattle, where we saw Amazon really put its roots down and become the wealthiest corporation with the largest and wealthiest CEO in the entire world. And as workers from this area, I think you are showing what it looks like, not just to resist and speak up when you are in a workplace, but to show what it looks like to not be put down, to not be silenced after such retaliation. And I think that's inspiring for the workers that we see across this country who are facing retaliation in warehouses. And it's inspiring, as we just heard from workers in France and other parts of the world who are standing up and saying that their health, their safety, and the safety and health of the climate are at risk, and we must unite. So your actions today actually embody what it means to have workers of the world unite. So thank you for your ongoing work. You know, part of the activities that I do here in Seattle is to bring the voice of workers and advocates into the halls of City Council. As you mentioned, I worked at the Washington State Labor Council, AFL-CIO, working with workers on the front line and standing up to fight for minimum wage and sick leave. And so I did that on the outside before getting elected. Here I am as an elected saying we're going to stand in solidarity and make sure that all workers get the health and safety that they need. This was prior to COVID. So the reason that I'm standing with you all today, and the reason that I think it's so important for this live stream to be broadcast and repeated over and over, is that the concerns and the inequities that you are calling attention to existed prior to COVID, right? The crisis that these warehouse workers were experiencing, the inequities in terms of pay that many within the tech industry continue to face along gender justice lines, and the concerns that you all raised in terms of climate justice and the role that these large corporations have to stand up and speak out. All of this existed prior to COVID, and now under sort of the cloak of us being distracted by COVID, you both were fired. So I want to both extend my appreciation for the work that you have done to call attention to climate justice and to really lift the voices up of workers around the country and the world. I think there's a few things that I think I would love to highlight if I could, because I'm so inspired by the work that you have begun here in Seattle and is really replicating across the country and the world. So there's 4 things that I think that you are really drawing attention to. That the COVID crisis has just exposed the cracks in our current economic system. We have an economic system that is allowing powerful companies to sort of turn a blind eye to climate justice and worker justice issues. The workers in warehouses that you've talked to and the folks in our region and across the country and the world had already begun to talk about the healthcare issues that they were facing, high rates of miscarriages. And as somebody who just had a baby and a miscarriage prior to that, my heart breaks thinking about the fact that those miscarriages were a result of unfair and inadequate safety protections in the workplace. They talked about heat in the warehouses. Those things can be prevented. And now hearing from workers who are just standing up and asking for masks and gloves and for essential products to be prioritized, facing retaliation like the type of retaliation that you experienced with firings is so completely unjust. The COVID crisis also is sort of exposing the inequities in service sector workers, right? We know that service sector workers are mostly people of color, a large number of women, and those workers are now essential, but we've had to fight for just minimum wage here in Seattle and Washington State. bare minimum sick leave. We were able to get 7 days, but that's just not enough. And what COVID has shown us is that even those low-wage workers are not getting enough paid sick leave, and it's not being applied to folks in the gig economy, which is not a separate economy, it is the economy. So we need the healthcare and sick leave for all of those workers as well. And the fact that you have climate justice advocates who are trying to call attention to this crisis in the middle of COVID is showing how incredibly inequitable our system was before. It was people of color and low-wage workers, frontline workers, and fence line communities who were affected by climate justice the most prior to COVID. And what you are saying in this crisis is these large companies have a responsibility to act now. When our brick and mortar small businesses are shut and Amazon is raking in dollars, hand over fist, their stock prices have soared through the roof. It is not punitive to ask for companies like Amazon, who are doing the best, to pay a little bit in so that workers and climate justice can be funded and that we can have basic supports that governments need in order to thrive. It is not punitive for workers like you to ask large corporations to do better and their fair share and to step up and address their impact on climate justice. We all do better when they do that. And finally, it is not punitive to ask for workers to have a voice in the workplace, to be unionized, and to have their work respected. That is not punitive. In fact, we've seen time and time again, when workers are organized and there's a union workforce, the companies do better. So I just want to say thank you for calling attention to the thread among the movements: climate justice, worker justice issues, and overall social justice and, corporate accountability. You're lifting the voices up, and while you've experienced this retaliation of being fired, you won't be silenced, and we'll continue fighting with you. So that's why I stand with you. And we're not done. We had a track that we were on here in Seattle to make sure that there was accountability, and we're going to keep fighting for that in terms of anti-retaliation protections for tech workers and for all workers across all sectors.
Thank you, Councilmember. That we really appreciate your support. That's huge. So thank you so much. We're going to go quickly now. I'm getting getting heat from the program managers here, but let's go to Gourmet Zahile. He is a city council member, King County City Council member, and he has a pretty amazing story. Council member, your family members were refugees from Ethiopia, living in Sudan. You moved to South Seattle when you were 3 years old, and your mother worked as a nursing assistant, but you went to Stanford and the University of Pennsylvania Law School, and you interned for the Obama administration and worked as a community organizer and practiced law before running for office. Sounds almost a little bit like President Obama's background. So anyways, thank you so much for being here today. Do you want to tell us a little bit about who you are and your work and why you support tech workers and warehouse workers who are speaking out about COVID and safety and the climate crisis?
Absolutely. I think one of the true injustices is that you have me following Teresa Mosqueda. Now I gotta, she covered everything that I wanted to say and some, so which is awesome. We're in such a trying time right now. COVID-19 is a force multiplier, right? Just like Councilmember Mosqueda was saying, all of the injustices that existed in our systems, all the gaps that existed, all the disparities that we saw by race, by class, by other demographics, all of those things are just becoming worse now because of this virus. And so it's also at the same time exposing what needs to be done. It's validating all the things that people like you have been fighting for, Marin, all the workers, all the organizers, all of the people fighting for progressive policies that center the people who are most impacted by our economic systems. You've been validated because we now see that the best protection for our society against a virus or any other threat is to have a thriving working class where people need to be making a living wage. We need a basic income program. We need worker protections and safe conditions, including contract workers like Uber and Lyft drivers who are seriously struggling now because of this virus. We need Medicare for all so that people can get treated as soon as they have symptoms and don't have to rely on their employers or their income status in order to get medical treatment. We need to drastically reduce our jail populations. We've been over incarcerating for generations, and now we're seeing that jails are fundamentally unsafe settings for a public health crisis like this. We need to close the digital divide. We're seeing now that when our students are out of school and unable to go to a physical location to learn, they need high-speed internet access so that they can continue their education without physically being in a building. All of these things are gaps and injustices that are exacerbated by race, exacerbated by zip code. And so in my district, which is where I grew up in South Seattle, in Skyway, in South King County, all of these things are being felt especially painfully right now. People are reaching out to me saying their small businesses are struggling. People are reaching out saying their kids can't learn because they don't have internet. People are reaching out saying that their loved ones are in jail and they're afraid that they're gonna catch this virus and be sentenced to die in confinement. So all of the things that you all have been fighting for are exactly the things that we need to be fighting for, and we cannot understate the power of this moment. Yes, this is a moment of high struggle, high pain, but it's also a powerful moment to achieve all of the things that we've been fighting for generations. So thank you for your work, and we're excited to build with you.
Thank you so much for being here with us today, Council Member, and thank you for your work. You guys are doing fantastic work, and we need more people like you in positions like this. So thanks for being here.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Bye. Emily.
Hello, I'm back. Okay, next. All right, I'll take over from here. Thank you, Marin. So next up, we have Samir, who's a warehouse worker in Chicago. So we were talking to warehouse workers in different parts of Europe earlier. We had Polish, German, and French representatives of warehouses in that part of Europe. And now we have Samir from Chicago. Welcome, Samir.
Hey, hi, how's it going?
Hey, good. So can you tell us a little bit about yourself and who you are and what it's been like at warehouses lately? I know we talked and transparency was a big issue, but we'd love to hear like who you are and a little bit about you and what the situation's like.
Yeah, I'm Samir. I work at the Amazon delivery station right here in Chicago. I work part-time over there, and I think the majority of us there are part-time, and I've been there for almost 10 months now, and at this point I'm still a temporary worker, and so are I think the majority of the workers at our warehouse. And yeah, that's a bit of my background with Amazon. Yeah, I've been in the Chicago area, living here since 2002. So I've been around here, but originally I'm actually an immigrant from Pakistan and Saudi Arabia. But yeah, that's just a little bit of my background. And then what was your question about?
I think warehouse workers in the United States have a different situation than those in Europe because of not having the same kind of protections around healthcare. So would you mind speaking to us about what we're hearing from different workers in the United States is that it's been a really difficult process to be able to say that you have, to prove that you have COVID or symptoms, and then to, when you are even officially from the company, that it's been difficult for people to get sick pay even when they are put on official quarantine from the company itself. Can you speak a little bit about what that's like? Because one of the things I learned is that a great number, I don't know if it's the majority, but a great number of Amazon warehouse workers don't have health insurance because a lot of warehouse workers are temporary workers or working part-time.
Yeah, I personally I haven't been sick or diagnosed yet, but I know early on the policy that Amazon said was that if you get diagnosed, if you get tested and diagnosed, then all you got to do is show the proof of that, and then they're gonna allow you to stay at home for 2 weeks and get paid for it. And but that really doesn't cover exactly how the coronavirus has been like developing. It's like here in the US anyway, not everyone has access to getting tested. And so early on in the beginning, people were feeling sick, and then they would call up a doctor or some medical professional, and they would be told like, okay, we're not going to test you, but you're probably sick, you shouldn't go to work and just stay at home, do your quarantine. And it was in that situation where Amazon initially was just refusing to pay for that 2 weeks off, even though it was medical advice and medical professional advice. So early on, I know there was trouble with that. Like they wanted just an actual positive test documentation. But I think, there was protest actions and strikes in a few different warehouses here, in the US, including here at our warehouse in Chicago. And since then, from what I understand, they have started allowing people to get paid for 2 weeks, even if they don't test positive, but as long as they have, medical professional advice that they should be staying home. So now, like, they've eased up a little bit, and as far as why they did it, it's because we were demanding it. We were actually getting organized and speaking up, standing up, and so yeah, that's been my understanding. The insurance problem, I personally don't know, it's like specific individuals who've had insurance problems, because there's ways to get covered, outside of Amazon employment. But it's definitely an issue as far as testing. One of our demands at our warehouse, and we were trying to make it a national demand, is like we demand free testing, and free healthcare, because if we get sick with the coronavirus, just based on the fact that everything is shut down, it's most likely that we got sick at the warehouse. So that's our demand, and that's like a specific demand regarding the coronavirus. But yeah, definitely, generally, we need benefits. Like it's for me anyway, as a temporary part-time worker, it's non-existent. I think we get some sick time here because of a local city of Chicago law that says you must give your workers sick time. So that's why we get sick time. I know a lot of other warehouses in the US, they don't get sick time. And we were able to get a little bit of paid time off. And that was only through our organizing efforts as well at our warehouse. Our group is Amazonians United. And so we've been able to, whatever we're able to get, it's been through organizing and demanding what we know we deserve.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's still, it's a bad situation. Like it's still something we're gonna keep getting organized and fight for our rights.
I'm so sorry that this is happening. It's wrong, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, I understand that. Yep.
So would you be able to talk a little bit about issues around transparency, around learning about fellow workers who have come down with coronavirus, and you all learning about that or not learning about it?
Yeah. So last night, actually, the warehouse, they sent out a text to all the workers at the warehouse that there's been a third confirmed case of an Amazon employee, at the warehouse, and the transparency thing is like it's really clear that the text they sent us, it's kind of long, but it's just lacking really important information, as like, for example, what shift was this worker on when, like we don't even know who this person is. When they did tell us the last time this person was in the warehouse, which was on Wednesday, April 22nd. But it's been the way their communication goes is like they tell us some vague vague information, vague news, and then what they say is like, if you want any further information, you can go meet with the HR person, like on an individual basis. So like, it's another way of just really, it's just we're not able to get the information that we need. I feel like the reason they do it like that is just to keep us underinformed and just like not able to unite behind the real facts of the situation. Because like, how are we supposed to get organized and unite if we really don't have all the facts? And so that's been a major issue. This is the third case, and every case it was like this. They don't exactly tell us when they found out and when we get informed, how long of a gap that is. We don't know. I mean, this last one, they say, I guess it probably wasn't too long because the worker was at the warehouse on Wednesday. So probably sometime between Wednesday and yesterday they found out, and then I don't know when or how they decided to let us know.
I had a question that just flew out of my mind. I know. So we've been reading in the news about retaliation that's happening in Chicago, and oftentimes how social distancing is being used to reprimand people that are speaking out and are trying to work for change and safety, and that regulators, or maybe you can help us understand, but some body found that there was retaliation happening. Can you shed some light onto that situation?
Yeah, at our warehouse, we had 4 different organized, strike actions, protest actions, and out of the people who participated in those actions, out of all the workers, we've been trying to keep track and everything, but it's 6 people for sure that we've all have received final written warnings, which is kind of breaking their own procedures, which is like you're supposed to get a verbal warning first, then a first written warning or a second written warning, and then a final warning. But, we've gotten, myself included, the first really issue, any warning I've ever gotten in my 10 months is just, it has to do with what they say was not being socially safe distance, like not being 6 feet apart. And it happened to be, I mean, it's just, they don't admit it, but it's just obvious they're doing it because they wrote us up for that day that we were on strike. So we were outside of the building. Then for a while, we actually just went into the break room. And so on that day, they wrote, a few days later, they kept calling certain people individually into the office, trying to make us write witness statements, and you can't take it home and write it. You have to write it in the office and then sign it in front of them. And they were trying to do all these weird, one-on-one individualistic tactics, I feel like they were just trying to intimidate us and scare us and individualize our efforts. And we were trying to be like, we were trying to get together and with an organized response. Like, look, our effort was an organized effort. It was a group effort. Stop picking on us like on an individual basis. But they've pretty much ignored our petition for the coronavirus demands, and they barely acknowledged it, even calling us into the office. And when we try to talk about why we were doing what we were doing, they just try to deflect as much as possible, and then just tell us that we're not safe.
Yeah, I found it ironic that in Amazon's own PR video where Jeff Bezos is visiting a warehouse and Whole Foods, in that video, which I was shocked by that it would be released by Amazon, it shows him walking toward a couple of employees, some of the warehouses, some of Whole Foods, within 6 feet, so that Jeff Bezos himself was within 6 feet, and in a PR video nonetheless. And if Jeff Bezos can't be within 6 feet in a PR video, it doesn't make sense what's happening with you all in warehouses. One of the things, I'm not sure if this is happening at your warehouse, but we've heard is that people or Amazon, there's social distancing that will be enforced, but a lot of times when people are on their break, like break rooms will have, they'll take away chairs or spread them out or take them away altogether. But then when it comes to the products coming down the belt, when those speed up, that goes out the window and everybody jumps on the line, and the people that were saying 6 feet, jump in too. Is that happening to you with your warehouse, or things different there?
Yeah, that's definitely happening. They have implemented certain social distancing measures, like you were saying, in the break room, and also now there's for the time clock, there's staggered shift time. So now a third of the people come in 15 minutes early, and then a third come on time, and a third come 15 minutes late. So they have certain policies like that are, I guess, somewhat effective. But yeah, when it comes time to actually move the packages and scan them and process the packages, they just totally ignore the fact that we're living in this coronavirus pandemic. You can't even, there's no difference versus the way it used to be done, before the coronavirus, which is a lot of packages coming down really fast. And that really makes it really almost impossible, pretty much impossible to be socially safe and distant, because those packages are coming down fast. And if you don't keep up with them, there's a whole series of other consequences, like running late, and the delivery drivers don't get their packages on time. And it's just, the thing is, they haven't rescheduled things. They haven't rearranged the way we process the packages. All of these things are possible. I know there's plenty of us at our warehouse who are able to see that, we can rearrange the way they operate for temporarily, for the pandemic conditions. But they don't do that because they have other priorities, which is just keep pushing out those packages as quickly as possible. And yeah, so the way it's been selective enforcement, and the way, and occasionally, you know, actually pretty much every day there's some you know, supervisor type person who's walking around, and they decide to make comments about social distancing when it's barely really relevant, like when we're walking to the break room for a break, or when we're going to the time clock, we might be, instead of 6 feet, we might be like 4 feet or 5 feet apart. And that's when they decide to yell at us about it. But then when the packages are moving and we're moving the packages, and it's clear as day, I know this, I'm, you know, like I know how close I'm getting to everyone when I'm working, but it's not a coincidence. No one says a single word about it, you know, like they kind of just turn the other way, really.
So I'm almost at a loss of words. I'm so sorry that this is happening, and your life matters, and it just that we would put people's lives at risk and their families and the larger community for ping pong balls and other unessential products. And even if it was 100% essential products, your lives matter.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry that you're facing this. So we're at time right now. Are there any last words that you want to say?
Yeah, I mean, you know, for us here at Chicago at our DCH1 warehouse, even before the coronavirus pandemic, we were organizing for better conditions, better pay, more time off and benefits. And, you know, a lot of us were coming to certain conclusions about the necessity of getting organized, you know, before the pandemic. But now with the pandemic, it's exposed so much. And I think a lot more people are opening up and understanding the importance and necessity of getting organized. And it's been great. You know, we've been, I mean, there's like, you know, there's a downside of it, but the upside is like, it's the raising of consciousness and our awareness and our rights, and even trying to get like this call here, just be more organized on a national basis and international too. So yeah, that was it.
Well, thank you for being here. And I remember in the Chicago office, you guys didn't even have like clean water at one point or something like that. And then because of your organizing, like the manager had to go out and buy bottled water because you all raised your voices, and he said, we need water. It's
right.
It's the summer, and even if it wasn't the summer. So thank you for your work, and please give our love and support to all the warehouse workers in Chicago, that we're with you and that we're sorry that this is happening, and that we stand with you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. So let's see, Marin, we're kind of running off of schedule, so I think we should go to Emily Johnston. But maybe, let's see, yeah, we're running out of time here, but we can figure it out later. So one thing about the Sick Out is that we have had people, I think my screen is like frozen here. Okay, there goes Samir. So a couple of things. This is a Sick Out, and two of our guests, Naomi Klein, who really wanted to be here, as well as Brianna Gunn Wright, who was the architect behind the Green New Deal, both are sick. And so we were gonna do a little thing, Marin and I, but maybe we can figure it out later in the schedule, where we could kind of interview each other about sort of like the way that we got involved, and almost like this love force that kind of brought us together and like got us hooked up with all of these other really loving, passionate, really inspirational Amazon employees that, you know, together all of us got mobilized thousands of Amazon employees around the world to shift the company really towards significant, it's not far enough, but in significant ways toward climate leadership. And so I don't think we have enough time at this moment because I really wanted to center on warehouse workers and give Samir a chance to really explain what's happening. So maybe we can figure out later in the schedule. But for now, I think I'll go to Emily Johnston. Emily, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and your work and why you support Amazon tech and warehouse workers speaking out against the COVID safety conditions and also the climate crisis?
Yeah, that's a lot. But very briefly, I'm one of the founders of 350 Seattle. So I've been working on climate change issues pretty much around the clock for about 8 years now, something like that. And I just, I'm a super big supporter of AECJ and of the warehouse workers because the power of organizing is exactly what's needed in a moment like this. I know that Amazon workers take real pride in the innovation of the company. And there's a really important distinction to be made between innovation and imagination. And movement building and organizing is all about the power of imagination. Because innovation can be utilized, as it has been at Amazon, simply to sell more stuff more cheaply, more quickly to more people. And while that's obviously useful for a business and arguably useful, for in different ways for consumers as well, it can, when it's based on a model that's rooted in the extraction of workers' labor and the extraction of raw materials and all of those things happening without regard to the cost to the planet and to the human beings and other beings that inhabit the planet, then that kind of innovation is actually super problematic. And the only way we can fight it actually is by use of imagination. And I think that's why you and Maren were fired, frankly, and the warehouse workers have been fired as well, because what you are bringing to this situation is imagination, and it's you're helping, that the tech AECJ is helping tech workers understand their position in the company and their privilege. And the ways in which they also have power to make a real difference. And as soon as people start to understand those things, there's no going back. So when warehouse workers understand that they have the power, to change their own conditions or to agitate for it and to embarrass the company, frankly, which it needs to be embarrassed for some of the things that it's done. And then, tech workers, do the same on climate and do the same in solidarity with the warehouse workers. That's really important. And it is truly threatening to the company as it is currently being run. Now, if you can spark the imagination of some of the higher ups, and potentially even of Bezos, and get them to use their imagination in new ways, obviously it wouldn't have to be destructive to the company. But it is very disruptive at the moment, and that's what we all need to be, because this is a moment in time when, if we are not disruptive, we know that we're on an absolute collision course with the climate crisis, and the COVID-19 crisis is a major tragedy, but it will be much more of one if we don't learn from it as well. And so if we don't, understand the ways in which the system is currently broken, and also use this moment in time as a chance to, to learn our lessons and to sort of get off the hamster wheel of our daily habits and examine what we can change and how quickly, when we understand, in fact, that there is an existential threat. So
well said. Thank you, Emily. So what was I going to say here? I had a lot of different questions for you. I'm wondering, tech workers right now at Amazon, they've fired 2 of us. They might be feeling kind of scared right now, but I think it's really, people maybe don't have or don't realize like what we were able to really accomplish and how really important. And some people don't realize this, but because there was dozens of us that spoke to the media, and it wasn't just Maren and I, was literally dozens of us, giving interviews, giving quotes, having our pictures taken, all of those things. but I had so many workers from other tech companies, financial industries. Like there was just so much that people wanted to do this. And I was wondering if you could sort of think about how Amazon Employees for Climate Justice sort of fits into the broader climate movement, and sort of why it might be threatening to the company because of how powerful we've been.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a moment when we need to be disruptive, and it is disruptive. And tech workers in particular have, a significant amount of privilege and are more expensive to replace than a lot of other workers, et cetera. And so when tech workers stand up together, every one of them is at lower risk. And obviously, y'all start out being much lower risk than the warehouse workers. And so, yeah, and truly, if this were happening, I know that there have been inquiries to Amazon Employees for Climate Justice from Microsoft, from Google, from other companies, tech companies, where the workers are interested in doing something very similar. And if it becomes essentially an article of faith amongst the tech community that their companies have to be responsible to the science of climate change and to the urgency of it, and not simply to the bottom line, then they're going to have a really hard time, filling their positions, if workers, stand together and stand up for that. So it's really, it's critical that everybody be willing to take some level of risk. There's much less risk when there are more people engaged, and people who have more privilege need to take more risk. So it's something that we all can do in various ways, and some people can put themselves in the line more because they don't have kids or they don't have a mortgage or something. And again, like, people should be saying that, insisting that their companies respect the science of climate change at every level, right? But in particular at these really enormous companies, and particularly Amazon, because it's, as much a retail business as it is a tech company, obviously, that its climate impacts are really complex and incredibly huge. And so, sort of for workers to stand up and make the company understand that they realize that, and that they are not willing to work for a company that is destroying their kids' future.
Yeah, and the thing I always think about too is whether we like it or not, the climate crisis is here, and it's only going to continue to get worse. But how much more worse it gets is really up to us and what we do now. But I also think it's like that the future is in a green, clean economy. Like that, the fossil fuel economy Absolutely. Is a dying economy. Mm-hmm. And even fossil fuel companies 100% know that. And so I feel like it's Amazon really has an incredible opportunity to really, where it's situated in the global economy, mm-hmm. and where Amazon has its businesses, really could play a profound role in helping the entire global economy transition off of fossil fuels. Mm-hmm. And a lot of tech workers, we get into, we're drawn to, being in the tech sector because we want to make things better for the world. Yeah. And so that kind of goes against our values when we work for companies that really, and also we're for the future. We're not for these dying, economies and dying industries. And anyways, that came to my mind when you were talking.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. Amazon could be a huge part of the pivot, right? Because they do have so much power, and are emitting so badly right now. They could be a huge part of the pivot. And instead, at the moment, all they would have to do is use a little imagination and commitment, and have a little commitment. And instead, they're on this complete collision course where they're using their innovation to increase emissions, essentially, and working on this model of basically, well, we're raping the planet anyway, so let's just keep doing it, and then we're going to go to Mars. There's no way not to sort of think about that, and think about, Bezos has made comments about going to Mars because we've screwed up the Earth. Well, yes, and actually, we are screwing up the Earth more badly now than we ever have been, and we can stop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we're just about at time, but I just really wanted to thank you personally for everything you do for climate justice. People, I don't think we said this in your intro, but you're a poet and a writer as well as a climate activist. And I think poetry is so needed in this time. And your words have really inspired me personally, and we're part of a collaborative document that we, as all of the Amazon employees for climate justice, put together as part of reading, or the proposal that we read at the annual shareholder meeting back in May. I ended up reading it, but it was a collaborative effort. And I made sure that, like, your words, some of your writing that was inspired by that, this sort of going to these higher beautiful things about what it means to be human and what it means to be human alive in this beautiful world, and to be with each other and with all these amazing creatures that we're surrounded by, and to stand up when the most vulnerable among us are being harmed and killed. And I just love who you are in the world, and I want to thank you for being here today.
Thank you. And thank you so much, Emily, for everything you've done. You know, I really think it's awesome. And I think AECJ is an absolutely necessary organization at this moment.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
So speaking of, let's see who we have here. All right, so speaking of speaking truth to power, we have Amy Goodman with us. Welcome, Amy Goodman. I'm going to do I'm going to read your bio, but before that, I need to do a quick plug. So for you, all of you watching, if you work at Amazon, we need your support. Support us and warehouse workers by responding to the survey in the video description. We want to know you're listening. We would also love your thoughts or words of support to share with the speakers. You'll stay private if you want. If you want to support us, please fill out the survey linked in the video description. Amy Goodman, thank you for joining us. Amy Goodman is an American broadcast journalist, investigative reporter, and author. She has been the main host of Democracy Now!, yes, a progressive global news program broadcast. In 2016, she was criminally charged in connection with her coverage of protests of the Dakota Access Pipeline. The charges, which were condemned by the Committee to Protect Journalists, were dismissed in October 2016. Amy Goodman, thank you so much for joining us.
It's great to be with you.
I was wondering if you could kind of talk a little bit about why you support tech workers and warehouse workers speaking out about both the climate crisis and COVID safety conditions.
Well, first I want to say I'm talking to you from the epicenter of the pandemic, which is New York City, and that's where Democracy Now! Broadcasts. And for those of you who don't know what Democracy Now! Is, we're a global grassroots, independent, international investigative news hour. And it is so critical to bring out the voices of workers, we're talking about essential workers right now. And essential workers should not be expendable workers. And I think this coronavirus pandemic has really exposed the fissures of society, really accentuated the enormous inequality we have that is only growing. The difference now is, in this horrific time, that the whole world sees it. The whole world does have a lens through which they can see if they want to. Still, there are people in their bubbles. But I see it as our role, and I work with an amazing team of people here in New York City and around the world to bring people Democracy Now! It's a daily news hour. And we're not far from the epicenter of the epicenter, which is Queens, the most diverse borough in the world, where we are talking about, and it's not just Queens, and it's not just the United States, really two pandemics. The pandemic of the virus, the coronavirus, the pandemic of hunger. I mean, whether we're talking about India or we're talking about Corona Queens, and yes, its name is Corona, people have become familiar with Elmhurst Hospital because the doctors and the nurses there, like so many places all over, have not had the proper battle gear. This wartime president, he calls himself, doesn't provide the battle gear for the frontline workers. And we learned about that. We didn't learn as much about people who are still in the shadows. I'm talking about undocumented immigrants, very high concentration in that Queens Elmhurst Hospital area. We don't know the number of deaths. I mean, they're horrific in the world. They're horrific in the United States. We're the wealthiest country in the world, and we have a quarter of the deaths. We have a third of the confirmed cases when we are only 5% of the world population. And those cases are concentrated. Well, we see it so often when we look at all inequality. But when you look at the shadows in Queens, for example, there are hundreds and hundreds of people who are dying at home in New York City. Those bodies are not being counted at this point. 200 to 300 people a day, it's believed. I think the average before coronavirus, something like 25. And who dies at home? Well, there are two things going on. This scientific enigma to people, which is, you know, you can be sick for a while and then you can just get better. It is like a flu to some people. But you can be sick for a while and then you nosedive. If you're lucky enough to be in a hospital, you might be put on a ventilator. But if you are at home, that nosedive is lethal. And how many people, how many undocumented workers, for example, undocumented immigrants, are terrified to go to the hospital because they think it's like turning themselves into a police station. Mm-hmm. And President Trump was asked about this at a White House briefing. And they said, can we be sure that we can go to hospitals, that we can get tested? A reporter, and these reporters at this highest level, the elite levels, rarely ask questions about undocumented workers, but can they be sure that they can be tested? And he said, oh yeah, I think it's a good idea for them to be tested before they're deported, he said. That is not, to say the least, very reassuring. And so people get sicker, and that sickness is not isolated to one person, and we should care about that one person in him or herself. But it also, as we know, this virus knows no boundaries, no borders, respects no walls, no matter how high President Trump wants to build them. And that is part of the critical issue here. In November and December, when he should have been alerted, and he was being alerted, but there was a pandemic task force, part of the National Security Council, that he had dismantled several years ago. So when he was talking, let's pour billions into bombs and into walls, that pandemic task force would have been saying, sir, there's something going on right now in China that we have to pay attention to. But we do know that he was being warned in those months of December and January. He's the first one to say, I'm the one who imposed a travel ban on China. He always talks about that at the end of January. Well, if he knows so well, if he knew about this epidemic that was taking place in China, why didn't he immediately rev up the system that would take care of people in this country? That's the supply chain system of masks, of ventilators, of gloves, of all the things the frontline workers need and all people need. And of course, the second part of this is the tests. And the tests are absolutely critical. Who gets tested and who doesn't? It follows the same lines of inequality that we know so well. And why tests are so important. I mean, my colleague, the great journalist Juan Gonzalez, 2 weeks ago, his mom, who's 92 years old, she got sick and he raced her to the hospital in New Jersey. And she had been taking care of his cousin who had come down with COVID. So it was very clear, taken care of by someone by COVID. She had all the symptoms, went into the emergency room. This is when Trump is saying anyone can get a test who wants one. She's in the emergency room and she's 92 years old. She cannot get a test. Remember, he can't be with her. He had to drop her off in the parking lot. And she goes into that emergency room and he's calling frantically the doctors from home. And they're saying, we can't test her. We're going to send her home. He said, she's sick. And finally, when he got them to do some other tests like x-rays, her stomach was really hurting. They finally said they were going to admit her. And only because they were going to admit her and had to decide what kind of floor to put her on, would they then do a test at 92 years old. And you wonder about these numbers that are so high in the United States of confirmed cases. They are so many times, in fact, higher because so few people can get tests. And now we're trying to move into a time when people can open up parts of society in the United States. We see this horrific event happening in Georgia where the Governor Kemp, who beat Stacey Abrams, has opened the tattoo parlors, the massage parlors, the hair and nail salons, the bowling alleys, to the shock of the bowling alley owners. On Monday, it's going to be the movie theaters. And why these services that are so clearly impossible to socially distance? We had on a really fascinating analyst named George Chitty in Atlanta, who used to be a legislator there and writes for the Decatur-ish. And he said, look at these services. We're talking about the demographic of the most racially diverse or Black and brown communities, people making the least amount of money. And is it that the state is afraid that they will be able to apply for unemployment? And so if they say that these businesses will be open, that they then can't apply for unemployment? It is terrifying, the calculations that are being made right now. And they can't be made on the backs of workers. I mean, Amazon workers, of course, essential workers. And we're seeing in the treatment of Amazon workers so much of what we're seeing in the treatment of essential workers all over this country. And it's an absolute scandal.
It is. And just in the news yesterday, Amazon itself had admitted that in a warehouse in New Jersey, that there were 30 confirmed cases that had been in that warehouse. We're hearing from warehouse workers on the ground in Staten Island that while the company hasn't admitted to it, that there has been 50 cases in this warehouse in Staten Island. And meanwhile, warehouse workers are putting their lives on the line and endangering their own families and the larger community for non-essential products, things like ping pong balls and like rubber chickens. And even, if it was just essential items, workers need protection. Their lives are much more important than any kind of product or any kind of money that can be made. Meanwhile, I don't know how many billions of dollars more that Jeff Bezos's personal wealth raised, but Amazon stock has been the highest in its history during this pandemic. And yet the warehouse workers still don't have the sick leave, some not at all, that they need, and that the larger community and the public needs to be able to stay safe in this global pandemic.
And what about, for example, PPE, protective equipment, personal protective equipment? What kind of access do you have to that? And can anyone be tested at Amazon?
So what I've heard is that they're now having masks at Amazon warehouses, but they get one through shift. And so just how human behavior is, you're going to be moving it. And I don't actually know. We actually have warehouse workers from New York City who are up next. So we'll learn more about
I'll
that.
listen.
But just how human behavior is, it's really hard to, if you're doing that all day long. We also know that Amazon has started doing temperature checks, but they're not checking, for instance, drivers. So maybe warehouse workers are having their temperature checks, but the drivers come in as well, but they're not being tested. And as we know that the coronavirus is being spread when people are completely asymptomatic. And so when you have people in these small, these spaces that they're physically close together, we're hearing that warehouse workers are being basically the 6 feet social distancing is being enforced when they're on their break a lot of times, but when the products come down the belt, they just have to jump in, and the people that were saying 6 feet, stay 6 feet, just jump in with them. And there's no, when there's products there, then there's no social distancing. And it's also being used to retaliate against warehouse workers who are organizing for better conditions and standing up for other workers in the larger community, because we've heard that many warehouse workers feel conflicted just about the public and putting the public at risk, because in these different warehouses in New York City, people often take 2 different public transportations to get to these warehouses, and they live in all the 5 different boroughs. So you can imagine And these are places where thousands of, I think the place in Staten Island, I don't know how many thousands, but thousands of workers there. So, well, I can't even have tea with my next door neighbor, or I can't go to a funeral, I can't go to a wedding, and yet workers are putting their lives on the line for ping pong balls, and that's just not acceptable. So we're at time now, but before we head off, do you have any final words that you want to say?
Well, I just wanted to say, people should send us ideas for stories. If you have your own personal stories you'd like to share, you could send that to stories@democracynow.org. And you can go to democracynow.org to see, to watch, to listen to read. Today, we interviewed one of the leading organizers of domestic workers in Queens. We talked about the stimulus package, who gets bailed out and who doesn't. And we talked about what's happening in Gaza. We talked about why Canada is so much better positioned, of course, universal health care. And we talked about Georgia. And on Monday, we'll be talking about issues of abortion, women's reproductive rights. And these are the kind of issues we bring folks on a daily basis. But people on the ground who are working, your own personal stories are the heart of what we do. So please let us know the stories you think are most important. Again, stories@democracynow.org.
Thank you so much for your work. Journalism is needed more than ever, and Democracy Now! Is the voice that we need. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for doing this teaching.
Sure. Thank you so much. So next up, we have Mike from New York City. Mike, let's see. I'm not quite seeing you on the screen yet.
I'm here.
Okay.
I used the background of my cat. I'm hiding my face behind my cat's face.
That's fine. Yeah, I know. As we know, Amazon is retaliating against workers. So, by the way, your cat's super cute, and I want to meet your cat someday. But can you tell us a little bit about yourself, Mike, and what it's like on the ground, and what do you want people to know about what's happening in your particular warehouse?
Yeah, sure. I was going to be on with my coworker, Angela. She unfortunately could not make it because she worked a double shift, and she was just barely getting off around the time that we were planning on starting. So she's sorry she couldn't make it today, but I'm here. So yeah, on the ground, it's, you know, they initially made some pretty significant changes after a lot of workers started walking out. You know, we staged several walkouts at our facility with majority of people walking out. We were able to shut the facility down for 2 shifts through those walkouts. Before we did that, they were not taking any precautions whatsoever to, you know, protect our safety. We heard from other shifts, workers on other shifts, that they heard management discussing that there had been a positive case in the warehouse. So we were able to notify our coworkers, and we staged a walkout and basically shut the warehouse down. The management wasn't going to do it themselves. They weren't even going to tell us about it until we confronted them. And after that, they started making some changes. First, very, very minor changes. But as we sort of got more, sort of fought back a bit harder, they made some pretty significant changes. They stopped enforcing the productivity quota, the rate. Then as we kept fighting and started working on petitions with workers at other warehouses as well, they started implementing social distancing. But in the last maybe 2 weeks after the big wave of new hires, they've slowly eroded all of those social distancing measures they were taking. I'd say in the last week, it's become pretty impossible to do any of the social distancing measures that they started putting in place after we sort of started fighting back. There's like tons of people in the warehouse now, and it's pretty hard to actually stay 6 feet apart in the course of the work.
Yeah, we were talking with a French Amazon warehouse worker, and those workers organized and also took it to the courts, and the courts agreed with them that Amazon warehouses are dangerous and that people weren't able to safely socially distance because of just the conditions of how warehouses are, and that they couldn't sell basically non-essential items, because right now in most of the world you can buy all kinds of things that aren't essential, that people are risking not only their own lives and their families, but the larger communities as well. Yeah, so it's an, you know, French courts are really agreeing with that. Can you talk a little bit about transparency? I know that's been an issue where we've heard from warehouse workers that you all aren't really hearing about cases in a timely manner, or in the manner that would give you the kind of information that you want to hear. We've heard that sometimes it will be you'll be told about a coronavirus case, but at the end of your shift, after hearing, you know, they had the information before, but they chose to wait till people worked because they didn't want them to go home because they were scared. Can you talk a little bit about the transparency situation?
Yeah, there's no transparency at all. So the first case, we didn't hear about it from management. We heard about it from workers from that shift, where that worker got a call from the hospital, got his positive diagnosis, told management, and went home. And then the workers from that shift called me and called some of our other coworkers, because we had like a pretty good network with coworkers around the warehouse and on different shifts, just because we had already been doing like petitions around unrelated stuff. So we had a lot of contacts. So some of them got in touch with us and said that there had been a positive coronavirus case on the shift before ours. And I was able to, I live pretty close to the warehouse, so I was able to go over there and check it out. And management basically 4 hours after they discovered that positive case, they were still expecting us to come to work. They hadn't called us, they hadn't notified us. So we started notifying our coworkers ourselves, because we had a lot of people's phone numbers. But we couldn't get everybody. So we still went, so me and some other coworkers, we still went to work. We got to work about half an hour before our shift was scheduled to start. They still hadn't notified us. So we made an announcement to our coworkers in the break room, and we confronted management about it. And that's when they admitted it to us, and we walked out. They followed us out. We're in the middle of confronting them about it when they sent out the call to the other people from our shift to notify them. But then we talked to people from the next shift, and they hadn't been notified either. They still hadn't received the notification at all. So when they did send out the notification after we confronted them, it was just to our shift, like basically the people who were already there confronting them, not to the next shift. So we showed up at the door and we notified everyone as they went in. They were very upset. They walked out as well. And that shut the warehouse down for that shift too. So then after that, management did notify us when there was the second case, presumably because they didn't want a repeat of what happened with the first case. And then they notified us for the third case as well, which all happened within just a couple of days of each other. Then we went like almost a month without hearing anything from management about new cases. But me and some other coworkers, we would every now and then go and confront a manager individually and like kind of corner them and ask how many cases there had been. And about 3 weeks ago, one manager told me there were 6 cases. About a few days before that, they told another coworker of ours there had been 5. But about 3 weeks ago, a manager told me personally that there had been 6 cases. They hadn't notified any of our coworkers about that. And then just yesterday, they sent out another text and they said there had been another case. So that was the 4th text, the 4th time they've actually notified people. But even last night, I've talked to people from other shifts and not everybody got that text. So they've sent at most for text to notify people. But as of 3 weeks ago, we had at least 6 cases. So last night I confronted a manager again, sort of cornered him, and I tried to get it out of him how many cases there had been. And I was like, I know 3 weeks ago there were 6 cases. Why are we just getting a notification now about a 4th case? Mm-hmm. And he's like, well, you know, sometimes when we send out a notification, it's kind of about a bunch of cases. And I'm like, you don't say that in the text. You don't say that in the messages. You just say there's been another case. And he's like, yeah, I know. And so I tried to get him to tell me how many cases there had been, and he wouldn't tell me. So,
wow.
There's no transparency whatsoever.
I'm sorry that that's happening, Mike. It's wrong. I'm sorry. Can you talk a little bit about social distancing enforcement, and if it's, you know, basically Amazon is saying that they've created, like, I don't know what they're saying exactly, but like 100 or some crazy amount of measures to address warehouse safety. But what we hear from warehouse workers is it's just not working. So can you talk a little bit about the social distancing, and is that working? Is it not working? What does it look like on the ground in your facility?
So they've definitely like taken measures on paper, like they can point to policy changes, they can point to things that they've done. But how they enforce those, the degree to which they enforce them, the situations in which they enforce them, it's very, very selective. They only do it in ways that doesn't like interrupt the productivity. It doesn't interrupt their rates. So like one thing they do in our warehouse is they have these sort of social distancing officers that are just our coworkers who they give a 6-foot stick to walk around and be like, oh, I can't fit this stick between you. And so they'll walk around the warehouse and they'll sort of like encourage people to stand 6 feet apart. But I've seen at least 2 or 3 times where once the flow of packages starts speeding up, like the belt speeds up where there's just more packages on it, and it gets kind of like too much for the people on the belt to handle. Those people with the sticks, walking around with the sticks, they'll like prop the stick up against the wall and they'll jump on and crowd onto the belt with us. So, you know, it suddenly goes from like people whose job is to enforce social distancing suddenly switching to crowding us and getting like within 2 feet of us or 1 foot of us, like shoulder to shoulder, to start like pulling stuff off the belt. But then there's also
when it interferes with products and many things that aren't even essential, like we were talking about before, ping pong balls, bowling balls, rubber chickens, when it affects getting non-essential or anything to deal with products, the social distancing goes out the window. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot more relaxed. Like it's pretty much they enforce it when it's convenient, and they also enforce it to like crack down on organizing. Like we've heard what they did in Chicago, where like you saw the videos of the Chicago workers on strike. They were all 6 feet apart, but management starts making claims that they weren't. And we've seen like similar types of things happening in our warehouse, where on the floor, when we need to move fast, you know, they speed stuff up and we have to get really close together and they cram people together. But like then when we're in the break room and we're handing out our you know, like flyers or like talking to coworkers or trying to do stuff related to organizing, then, you know, it's strict. You got to be 6 feet apart. You're too close. You can't be talking to that person. You're too close. So it's like they very selectively enforce the social distancing to basically, it's basically become a mode of surveillance against us that that doesn't actually impact their productivity while we ship, you know, things. Like I did actually ship a bowling ball the other day. Last night I saw like 3 big screen TVs. And, you know, some of these packages are 50 pounds and, you know, those are supposed to be team lift things, right? We're still shipping those, but we can't team lift them without breaking social distancing guidelines.
So you break your backs basically instead. Mike, I'm so sorry that this is happening. It should not be happening. And Amazon Employees for Climate Justice stands with all of you. So we're almost at time, but I was wondering if you could give a quick overview about, I don't think people really understand really about how little health insurance most Amazon employees don't have at warehouses, and also how that affects, it seems like if you don't have health insurance, even getting a doctor's note can be like hundreds of dollars. And if you don't make that much money to begin with, that seems like a big burden. So can you talk a little bit about the health or the healthcare, like sick leaves, and also how are there hurdles to being able to tell or to prove to Amazon that people are actually, when you have coronavirus or symptoms of it, how difficult is it or not difficult to be able to take that sick leave and get paid for it?
It's extremely difficult to get paid for the sick leave. In our warehouse, and also everybody who works at Amazon, not everybody, but a lot of people who work at Amazon, they have friends who work at Amazon, other warehouses, they got family who works at Amazon. So you end up knowing a lot of people at other warehouses too. And so we know a lot of people who have had doctor's notes telling them to quarantine, whose roommates or family have been positively diagnosed. So they've been told to quarantine. And it takes months to get pay, if they ever get pay at all. I do know some people who have been able to get the quarantine pay, but most people have not been able to access that. You have to, management doesn't even know how we're supposed to access it. One coworker I know has been trying for 25 days to access it after her doctor ordered her to quarantine. And she's spoken with the managers directly above us. She's spoken with every HR officer in the building. She's spoken with the manager of the whole site, who oversees the whole building. She's spoken with regional HR. And it's just finally that she got someone on the phone after 25 days who can actually give her answers. In terms of medical insurance, I don't have hard numbers on whether more Amazon workers are part-time or full-time, but definitely in delivery stations and sortation centers, which are two of the main types of warehouses, most workers are part-time. Part-time workers at Amazon do not get medical insurance. If they've been there long enough, they can get dental and vision, but there are no part-timers at Amazon getting medical insurance. And at delivery stations and sortation centers, most workers are part-time. So, we don't really get to see a doctor unless we, make little enough money to be on Medicaid or something. Full-timers do get medical insurance though. Those are mostly in the big fulfillment centers though.
Well, we're at time right now. And so I just wanted to personally thank you for coming on and sharing your story. And I'm so sorry that these things are things that you're dealing with. It sounds like a really, just the fear and having to deal with this mentally seems like it would be very difficult. So thanks so much for joining. And I think we're going to go to our next guest now. But
all right. Thank you for having me.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to give this over to Maren. Maren, take it away.
Thanks, Emily. It looks like Nicole is online. Okay, there she is. I'm going to introduce you to Nicole Grant. She is King County Labor Council's Executive Secretary Treasurer. She was elected to serve as Executive Secretary Treasurer of Martin Luther King Labor in October of 2015, the first woman to lead the King County Labor Council in its 130-year history. Her mission is to build power for all workers and grow the labor movement. She's worked to make sure working families capture the historic growth of the Puget Sound economy. She believes that unions are for everyone and has invested in organizing to grow our local labor movement. As our workforce diversifies, She has steered the labor movement towards a vision of racial, gender, and LGBTQ equality. She has also embraced Seattle's hub as a pillar for LGBTQ rights and climate justice by partnering with organizations at the forefront of these movements. Nicole was re-elected Secretary Treasurer in November of 2018. Welcome, Nicole. If you want to just start out and tell us a bit about who you are, your work, and why you support tech workers and warehouse workers standing up and speaking out for safety and for climate crisis.
Yes, thank you, Maren. I am not able to express the depth of my emotion at being able to participate in this convening, to be able to have climate justice leaders, tech leaders like yourself, warehouse worker leaders as well. This is a very special moment, and it's one that a lot of people have sacrificed a lot to get to. And so I just want to tell everyone that I love you and just revel for a second the beauty and gravity of this moment. So my name is Nicole Grant, and I'm the Executive Secretary Treasurer. I was elected to lead the Labor Council here in Seattle, Washington. And I'm a journeyman electrician. I'm a member of my union, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 46. And I've been an electrician and a member of my union for 19 years. I want to just take a second to say that the reason what's happening here is so important to me is that I feel like as a society that we have been living with our humanity in the garbage. And I think that this is a special moment for us. It's, you know, the reset, it's the turn it off and turn it back on again for our society that, you know, I never expected to get. And this isn't something that I want to waste. I want to tell the sisters, sister tech workers, sister warehouse workers, that I see you. As a woman electrician, I am one of 2% of the women construction workers in the United States. We are a vast, vast minority. And I entered my industry and began doing this work as a feminist because I wanted to break down barriers. And to everybody who's out there working in tech, working in warehouse and other non-traditional spaces for women, non-traditional spaces for people of color, non-traditional spaces for LGBTQ workers, you're doing such important work. Talk a little bit about being an electrician and what it's like out there. You know, nothing really says you're not welcome here. Like coming to work and finding a dead crow in your tool bag. There's something about a dead animal that really says you don't belong here. There's nothing that says your work isn't valued and you don't have power, like your own boss hitting you, you know, with his hand, like getting slapped. And when I think about the just intense, deep, traumatic cruelty that so many people have lived with in the workplace and in all aspects of our society for so long, I see this as a moment where we're going to put that on pause. And when we reemerge, it's not going to happen again. So I definitely want to shout out all of our sisters in the entertainment arts, all of the women who are members of the Screen Actors Guild, everybody who stood up as part of the Me Too movement. Thanks for making a statement early on that we're going to be able to turn into a better quality of life for all workers going forward. This is definitely the turning point, and there's not going to be another sister anywhere in the workplace that suffers another unwanted hug. And this is a turning point for climate too. I know that as we have fought for climate justice as part of the union movement, and that it's a very big deal for my union, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, that there has always been a fear that that we'll be made to pay, and that any good changes for the environment are going to happen on our backs, that we would lose our jobs, that any kind of real structural change to carbon output was going to be something that was impossible. But this moment shows that that's not true, that everything is possible. You know, we used to think that we couldn't toll roads or slow down single occupancy vehicle usage. That is not true. We have all the space in the world to do the right thing for our economy and for our climate. And I think that we're going to make a choice as a society, as a movement of climate justice leaders, of unionists, that we're going to fight to invest in new technologies and new jobs that are going to make it easier to get clean energy. And I'm really excited about that. It's the silver lining, and I'm grateful for this moment.
I appreciate the feminist call out. I've been a feminist for a very long time. And sometimes I'm frustrated with how it seems like, in a way, women are sort of the last oppressed group to get that call out. So I really appreciate that. It's interesting how in this pandemic, you know, the essential workers are actually predominantly women. So come to find out, we actually are essential. And then also just the indigenous women that are disappearing around the camps in the pipelines, like just mass disappearance or deaths, presumed deaths of indigenous women. So there's the connection there too. I mean, we talk about, you know, all of these types of oppression, and whether it's LGBTQ, you know, racism, feminism, and how they are all connected. And this is such a great moment to maybe really flip that around.
Yes, I've been thinking a lot about our future and of where we all fit in that future. I want to say that if we don't have Medicare for all, universal healthcare coming out of this, like, it is non-negotiable in my book. This is a moment that shows that we can have those things. This is a moment that shows that people should be able to retire, you know, that you shouldn't have to work until you die, that retirement's a right and that it's good. This is a moment when we can talk about higher education and about how everybody should have access to free college. And this is a time to talk about how we can all have homes, that we can all have space to propagate the arts, that all working mothers can have childcare. This is a time to talk about a radical re-envisioning of the kind of life and society that we want, and about our priorities. I mean, if we, well, just like I think about stuff that people have been able to enjoy all over the world for generations. And there's a certain feeling in the US that that this is a great country. Let's be a great country that has the same quality of healthcare as the United Kingdom or France. Let's be a great country that has a bullet train like Japan, so you can get from Seattle to LA in 5 years. Like, let's be that world-class great place. For warehouse workers and all essential workers, this is the time for us to capture our dignity and keep it forever. I especially wanted to take this moment to say Ramadan Mubarak to all of the Muslim brothers and sisters that are working during Ramadan right now in the warehouses at Amazon and everywhere, to persist in this time of racism, to persist in this time of disease, to persist at Amazon during this time of intimidation, and bring the expression of your love for God through a fast with no food and no water till sundown, commands my total respect. And to all of the Muslim brothers and sisters out there working, I just want to say that I see you. This is really a time, I think, that the wise should be powerful. There are so many people that are out there in the field doing it. And I think that they should be the ones that have the power and authority in our society. There's a union called the UFCW, the United Food and Commercial Workers. They represent hundreds of thousands of workers in food production and grocery and retail. I would like to see these workers in their unions being the ones making decisions about food policy in the US. I think about all the educators, all of the teachers in our middle schools, all the teachers in our universities. I would say that 99 in 100 teachers would be better leaders in education than Betsy DeVos right now. I think that the leaders in Amazon Employees for Climate Justice, I think that the Amazon warehouse workers could run Amazon better than it's being run now. And it's not that I don't think that somebody like Jeff Bezos deserves any credit at all, but when he steals not just the credit, but the profit from all of your work and your ideas, it makes it a little bit hard to accept the fact that he's the richest man in the world.
So that, I mean, I was going to ask about that. What's it like to be in the hometown of Amazon? You know, I know you have a lot of contact with people that have a lot of contact with Jeff, you know, all the, you know, politicians and elected officials here. You know, we're in the backyard. What is that like?
Got a kid. It's the greatest thing in the world because I'm here with you guys, with Amazon Employees for Climate Justice, and to be able to see 3,000 tech workers walk off the job on September 20th as part of the global climate strike. It was exquisite to behold such an act of worker solidarity and worker power at a time when, you know, we had been told that tech workers aren't workers, you know, tech workers don't care, tech workers are rich. It's like, yeah, guess what? They are workers, they do care, they have power, and they're using it to do the right thing for our earth.
Yeah, no amount of money buys a safe planet when it's being destroyed the way it currently is. So,
and
that's for sure.
The concessions that Amazon Employees for Climate Justice have been able to squeeze out of the company have been very impressive. There have been few times when I have seen workers accomplish so much in such a brief period. It's a serious inspiration. From the $10 billion that Bezos personally committed to climate justice under your pressure, to the 100,000 electric vehicles that were committed. You guys did that.
The climate pledge, and yeah, and we're not going to stop. Amazon's not going away. Neither are we. And there's so much work left to be done. That's for sure. So cute. So we have 1 minute left.
Well,
what do you want to say to the audience of Amazon?
I want to say that during all of the hard times in the field when I was an electrician, the thing that made it possible to persist was my union, and that being connected with people in my union who were like me and going through the same stuff, being supported by the brothers in my union who showed allyship and solidarity, it was the most meaningful experience that I had. And I know we're going to hear from AFL-CIO President Richard Trumka next. And I just have to say that he is a man who is a conservationist, who is a true humanitarian, and that for every worker in the country that has the privilege of being a part of a union, of being connected, of having a voice, of being protected, that there's so much gratitude to him for putting in the effort and his strength towards lifting us up and making our movement more powerful. And we as a union movement together all welcome you, all warehouse workers, all tech workers. Unions are for everyone. Unions are on the table for everyone. And I vow that we're going to fight to protect you, to give you power amongst each other and with your allies in the labor movement.
Thank you so much, Nicole. It has been, we have felt very supported by everyone that's here today. Outpouring of support has been amazing, and you're a big part of that. So thank you very much. I think I'm supposed to do a PSA again. So before we bring on Richard Trumka, I am going to mention that if you work at Amazon, we need your support. We are powerful together. Support us and warehouse workers by responding to the survey in the video description. We'd also love your thoughts and words of support for the workers and for the speakers, if you have words of appreciation for them as well. And it will be anonymous and private. So please leave your thoughts and fill out the survey linked in the video description as well. It's also right here, bit.ly/Amazon-listen. All right, let's bring in Richard Trumka. I have an introduction, but there you are. Awesome. Hello. Let me introduce you. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you, Nicole. Are you staying on, or you're welcome to stay on. I don't know if you want to. So I'm going to introduce Richard Trumka. Richard Trumka is the president of the 12.5 million member AFL-CIO, America's National Federation of Labor Unions. He's an outspoken advocate for social and economic justice. Trumka is the nation's clearest voice on the critical need to ensure that all workers have a good job and the power to deter wages and working conditions. He leads he heads the labor movement's efforts to create an economy based on broadly shared prosperity and hold elected officials and employers accountable to working families. And one of the ways that you've recently done that, I know, was to sign the letter supporting Chris Smalls, who was fired from an Amazon warehouse recently. So but thanks so much for being here. If you want to start with our sort of standard set of questions, you can just tell us a little bit about who you are and your work, and why you support tech workers who are speaking up about safety in this time of COVID, and workers who are speaking up for safety from the climate crisis.
Well, first of all, Marin, thank you for having me on, and thank you for that overly kind introduction. As you said, I'm the president of the National AFL-CIO, but I'm also a third generation coal miner from Nemacolin, Pennsylvania, a small mining town in Appalachia in the southwestern part. And that's where I learned firsthand how important it is to have the American labor movement. When I was 19 years old, I went into mines and I became elected chairman of the safety committee at that time. My local 6290 UMWA supported me. And then my union sent me to Penn State, and I worked in the mines midnight shift. I went to school in the daytime. And then after I graduated from Penn State, my union sent me to law school. I went to Villanova Law School and graduated, got a law degree, and I went into the legal department of the United Mine Workers and represented miners. During my time in the mines, when I was going to school, I also did pro bono work for all the workers in the area, represented them in black lung cases, workers' comp cases, and things of that sort. And then I started moving up through the ranks of the mine workers. I got elected to our international executive board. Then in 1982, I was elected international president of the mine workers, served for 3 terms. And then the labor movement, the rest of the labor movement, asked me to join together with a man by the name of John Sweeney to run for office in the Federation. And I became secretary treasurer in 1995 and was secretary treasurer with my friend and my brother, John Sweeney, until 2009. And I became president of the AFL-CIO in 2009. And, you know, I want to start, I guess, by why I support tech workers. I want to start with the story that I think really describes this. My son was about 3 or 4 years old at the time, and I was in the backyard and I was talking on the phone, having a call about the union. And he and his little buddy were riding around in one of those battery operated cars. And he heard me talking about the union. And he pulls up to me and he said, "Dad, what's a union?" Now, this is a 3 or 4 year old kid, right? So we have a little hill in the backyard, and I tell him and Chad to get out of the car. And I said to Richard, "Push that car up the hill, Rich." And he started struggling and he tried a little bit and he moved up and he couldn't do it. And finally he looked at me and said, I can't do it, Dad. And I said to his buddy, Chad, I said, "Now, you help him, Chad." And the two of them started grunting and groaning. Finally, they pushed and got the little car at the top of the hill. And I said, "Son, that's what a union is. It's people joining together to do things together that they can't do alone." See, there's tremendous inequality in this country. But when we talk about inequality, most people talk only about inequality of income. They don't talk about inequality of opportunity, and they sure don't talk about inequality of power. And that's what exists between employers and workers generally, a major inequality of power. Jeff Bezos thinks he has all the power. But when workers join together, we equalize that power. And when all of us come together to support one another in what we call solidarity, then we all get some of that power. And when tech workers get stronger, all of us get stronger. And when tech workers get weaker, all of us get a little bit weaker. So we support you because you're our brothers and our sisters. And by supporting you, we're actually supporting ourselves. We're making all of us stronger in the process. You know, we have tremendous respect for your ability and what you've done come together with collective action. And at personal sacrifice, you especially, and Emily, and Chris Smalls, and others, personally sacrificed to help the entire group. And we want to stand with you every bit of the way to make sure that collective action is rewarded with better benefits, better job security, and more of a say on the job. That's why we support you.
tell a little bit about the letter that you signed with a whole host of other very powerful people and, you know, well-known names that was in support of Chris Smalls?
Well, you know, Jeff Bezos thought he held all the cards, that he was, you were anonymous and he could just fire you and no one would know. He could fire Chris Smalls and no one would know and no one would care. We came together with that letter to say a number of things. Not only all of us standing with Chris Smalls and with you and with Emily and every other worker that's out there at Amazon, but we wanted Jeff Bezos to know that we were watching, that we see, and this isn't just another anonymous worker that's getting fired or another worker that's being forced to work in unsafe condition and then goes home and dies. That we're all together in this and we were going to blow the whistle, and he was not going to get away with it. His actions, he was going to pay a price for his actions by all of us sticking together, all of us either helping that company succeed or all of us saying, without these workers, you're not going to succeed. So we came together to let him know that his actions were being seen and that all of us cared enough to stand together with the workers at Amazon.
It does seem really striking right now, these essential workers that Amazon is referring to as heroes, but as so many of them either can't go to work, choose not to work because they maybe have underlying conditions themselves or are taking care of somebody, and as production goes up, Amazon is just throwing more bodies at the problem. And so we'll hear from the workers that you know thousands of new people, hundreds of new people will show up in their warehouse that on one day, from one day to the next. So if the warehouse didn't have COVID in it the day before, you now have no idea if it maybe does now, because It's just constantly changing. And it just seems so completely wrong, I guess, that heroes are just being treated, and then not even given the protection. It's sort of like sending people into battle without like a shield or a gun, and just sending more and more, and I guess calling them heroes, which I guess we do even in war. But
here's the thing. Before the virus, every one of those people were heroes. They were keeping the country going. They were doing a job that kept the country going, but nobody called them heroes then. They only became heroes when they became visible, when everybody saw these essential, quote, essential workers, and they are essential workers, but they're essential every day, and you're heroes every day. And the fact, if in fact he really meant what he said, that you were heroes, our heroes should be treated like heroes. They should be given proper personal protection equipment so that you don't take an illness home to you or to your family, so that you aren't required to give your health, your safety, and even your life to help the rest of us and to help him make additional money. And he makes a lot of money because of those heroes. I just want to make the exact point that you really are heroes. But you're not just heroes during the pandemic. You're heroes every single day. Because without you, without workers like you, without your brothers and sisters in the transportation industry, in the food care industry, in the grocery industry, the country comes to a screeching halt. But we were invisible until we became, quote, essential. I just want you to know that you've been essential forever. Your jobs are essential, and we consider you heroes every day, not just during the pandemic.
We have a caregiver panel coming up later in the day, and I mean, to talk about frontline heroes, the caregivers right now are definitely in that group. So what do you know about consequences that can come to large corporations, I guess, like Amazon, when they retaliate against workers like this?
Well, there are laws that prevent that retaliation. The laws supposedly protect you for doing collective action. The law of the United States doesn't say that we'll tolerate collective bargaining. The laws in our country actually say that we will encourage the process of collective action and collective bargaining. Encourage it, not discourage it. So it'll take a while, but we will get through this. And all of us will stand with you. We will all publicize this. We will all stand in solidarity with you. We will help you with lawyers and any legal fights that you have, any needs that you have, so that we do get and we do protect your right to stand together with your brothers and sisters beside you. Because when it comes down to everything, that's the only people that are going to help us. Workers are going to help workers. And we will get through this. And then there's the reputational part. Jeff talks a good game, but while he talks the talk, he frequently doesn't walk the walk. The conditions that exist in those warehouses and elsewhere are deplorable. He's exposing people unnecessarily to the disease, coronavirus, and debilitating stuff, forcing people to choose between their livelihood or their health. No worker should ever do that. Every worker is entitled to a safe and a healthy place to work. Now, we have a couple of agencies in the United States that are supposed to take care of that. One's called OSHA. The other is called MSHA. It's the mining side. And the other one is called NIOSH, the National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health. They're designed and they are specifically for helping workers and protecting our rights and our health work. Unfortunately, under this administration right now, OSHA has become a cadaver. It's been rudderless for 3 years. It hasn't had a leader. They've put it on a starvation diet. And so it has fewer inspectors now than it's had in its history. They only have enough inspectors to inspect every workplace once every 165 years. And that's why it's up to us, why we have to stick together. And while we normally would like to depend on them, we depend on each other to protect each other. Not just workers at Amazon, but workers that work at Boeing and school teachers and nurses, firefighters, police officers, coal miners, auto workers, steel workers, all of us transit workers, all of us coming together to help protect one another. We were about to have a strike last night in Philadelphia because the transit workers weren't given personal protective equipment. We stood together, all of us stood with the transit workers. At about 11:30 last night, we got a deal. The mayor decided that he would give personal protective equipment to the people that actually deserve it, and he's obligated to do. But to avoid that strike, he came across. That was what all of us standing together could do. And here's what I promise you. For as long as you need us, we'll stand beside you. We'll make your voice stronger. We'll make your voice more powerful, and we'll make sure that you have a safe and a healthy place to work. We won't quit until that happens. And then after you get that safe and healthy place, we'll stand with you to make sure that you keep that safe and healthy place to work.
Well, on that note, we're out of time, and thank you so much, Mr. Trunka. Thanks for being here. Thanks for everything that you do to support workers' rights. And I think that the message that you say today is a very important message for the future that we're heading into, especially.
Maren, thanks for the privilege and the opportunity to stand with you. My entire life, my entire career has been standing with workers and fighting with workers. Thank you for the courage. Thank you for the foresight you have. And thank you the most for your solidarity. God bless you. Stay safe and know that we'll be with you forever.
Thank you so much. And we are going straight into our next speaker. Let me see. Senator Wynn, do we have you?
Yep, how's it going?
Yes.
Can you hear me okay?
Awesome. Let me get to your introduction so that I can give you a proper introduction.
There you go.
I hope that I'm not frozen up here for some reason. Let me see, hang on. I'm going to blame Google for this.
No.
Okay, where are you? Oh my goodness. Okay, I am not finding the proper, I don't want to even continue to scroll through my notes here. I just want to say, Senator Wynn, it is a complete honor to have you here. And so why don't you tell us? I feel so bad. I had your bio written and in my notes and I'm not finding it. So I'm going to let you introduce yourself because I know.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm Joe Wynn, the state senator from the 34th Legislative District. So for those in Washington, it's White Center, Burien, Vashon, Maury Island, and West Seattle, which I think is where you're from as well. So you're a constituent. Yep. And I'm actually pretty new to politics. I've been involved. This is my second session. So about a year and a half at this point. And I wasn't involved in politics before, but I decided to run because I felt that the leaders in our society and our community should reflect the values of the people that are here. And I was not I was not one of the establishment candidates that you would normally expect to run for office. And in fact, ran against 11 other folks. But despite being out fundraised and despite not having much support from the establishment, I was able to win in this district as well. And ever since then, our focus has largely been on supporting workers and working families to make sure that they have the basic needs and the resources to survive in our society. And it's an honor to be here just because I know how important it is to stand together with one another and be able to make sure that we're fighting together, because there's a lot obviously happening right now, and it's going to take all of us to be able to fix it.
Tell us what you know about sort of the history of Amazon in this region, and maybe where you see what you see in the future for.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a huge player in Washington State, obviously specifically in Seattle as well, but they're not necessarily known for the quality of work conditions, whether you're in the corporate office or whether you're in the warehouse as well. And a time like this, when we are seeing so much need in our community, we need to make sure that those who have to go to work because they're essential workers are being taken care of. So in this situation specifically, we need to make sure that they have the protective measures in place to protect these workers, especially when you see the fact that because of how our society is set up, some of the folks at the company who are making billions of dollars during this time, if they had just spent a fraction of those gains to provide basic support for these workers, that would have been sufficient. So, although it's great to have the luxury and convenience of the delivery, it's also important to make sure that we're taking care of the people who are actually doing the work and not just rewarding the folks who are reaping the benefits of their work.
And tell us about thoughts that you might have on a Green New Deal, like something in that realm, how it would affect this region, as well as how it would affect a company like Amazon.
It's huge. I mean, transportation, and when we talk about emissions for greenhouse gases, largely it's from the transportation sector. Last year, I worked on efforts to make our building standards more efficient to reduce emissions that way. But in terms of a Green New Deal, I think we need to talk about transportation as well. And that's even more than just maintaining the roads that we have. That's honestly even more than having, say, for instance, light rail. It's how do you make sure that there's equity in the transportation that we have right now? Because we know that at least in Washington State, a lot of folks who are on lower income live further away from the epicenters of where the jobs are. So in order to have equity in terms of our transportation, in terms of our environment, that means the transportation that's involved. It also means making sure that in communities that are often impacted by environmental impacts, for instance, in my district, there's a Duwamish. The Duwamish has a higher rate for asthma, it has a higher rate for pollutants in the air. The water's not clean, the air is not clean. We don't see this just in Seattle, we see this across the nation as well. So environmental impacts, oftentimes people will say that it's an existential threat that is gonna be coming down the road. It's actually here right now, and it's impacting us right now. And it's clearly impacting certain communities more than it impacts others. So as we're growing our economy, as we're out in the roads, as we're doing all these different things, we need to make sure that climate justice is important, because the folks who are impacted by it today need help today as well. So I don't think it is actually existential. I think it's immediate. And from the state level, I certainly believe that, especially during these times of crisis, when we have an economy that is going to have a hard time getting started back up, we need to make huge investments, similar as we did in 1930 in the United States, to ensure that not only do we have good paying, hopefully union jobs for our people, but also having the resources so that way we can have access to multimodal transportation, having access to rail, having access to hubs that allow for folks to be able to have the partake in the economic gains of the entire society, not just concentrated in the hands of a few different individuals.
We're already at time. That went so fast.
Oh, sorry. This is like my alley.
No. I have so many questions I would love to ask you, but any last words before we sign off?
Yeah, no, I think before COVID, our system was already broken, and this has only amplified the inequities that millions of us face today, right? And although COVID doesn't necessarily discriminate, our system does. Like our healthcare system does, our tax structure does, our political and judicial system does, and so does our response to climate change, obviously through your work as well. And we know that if you're wealthier, you're going to have access to resources that other people don't. So especially in a time like this, we should be standing in solidarity and banding together to work towards solutions that actually helps people and not hurt them. And when you look at what's happening with you and with others as well, all you're trying to do is make sure that everybody has the same level of support as anybody else. That should not be a problem. That should not be reprimanded. So just wanted to say thank you for all that you're doing and everybody else. I see Emily's on the line as well. We know that you're fighting hard. We see you and we stand in solidarity with you as well.
Thank you so much for being here, Senator Wynn.
Yeah.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Have a good rest of the day.
You too. And Emily, I think you're up next.
Hey. All right. Well, I'll introduce our next guest. Thanks so much for joining us. And I'm sorry, but I want to make sure I pronounce your last name correctly. I see your name all the time, but is it Greg Palast? Palast. Okay, Greg Palast. Greg Palast is the author of several New York Times bestsellers, including Armed Madhouse and The Best Democracy Money Can Buy, which also was turned into a feature film. The film covers elections, but also environmental destruction by the oil industry. You know Palast, is that? Palast. Sorry, through his investigative reports for BBC television, The Guardian, Democracy Now! We had Amy Goodman on earlier today, and Rolling Stone. His new book, How Trump Stole 2020, will be out on June 2nd. Thanks so much for joining us.
I am thrilled to be with you. And I just want to say for the record, I have no problem with Jeff Bezos being the richest man in the world. But from my investigations, I have found that there's no such thing as a victimless billionaire. And I don't mind if he's the richest man in the world, as long as he doesn't make his money by making his workers poorer and sicker. You know, in ancient times when we had a plague, they would burn witches and throw virgins into volcanoes. Now we take warehouse people and delivery people and throw them into our volcano and say, if we throw them into the volcano, it's okay because it's going to keep the economy going. And I love it when progressives say, oh, we have to shelter in place and not move around. Well, that's very good. You know, for us, we upper middle class people. In fact, since I work mostly at home, I can't say I noticed much, you know, except that when I go out, I have to wear a mask. But so what's happened is we have Bezos can take advantage of you because there's no cop on the beat. Like, for example, the U.S. Labor Department. Now, think of the difference. We went from Bill Clinton having Robert Reich, and we've had relatively progressive secretaries of labor whose job it is to protect you at your job so that you don't get ripped off on wages and hours, conditions, health and safety is taken care of. Now we have a guy named Scalia, Eugene Scalia, the damaged offspring of former Justice Scalia, or Injustice Scalia, if you prefer. And the two of them go together because Justice Scalia wrote the decision which allowed the state of Indiana to require a state photo ID for voters to vote. And it's only because of that you have a President Trump. You know, I don't mind Trump being president if he's elected by the public. The reason I wrote a book called How Trump Stole 2020, which comes out shortly, you can order it now, but it'll be out shortly, is that we can steal it back. That is, we can steal the votes that they've taken away. And one thing that, like Scalia did as a justice, was to say you have to have this photo ID. By the way, the plaintiffs in that suit saying, it's hard for us to get photo ID. We're actually 10 nuns who did have ID. They had driver's licenses, but the driver's licenses had expired. They hadn't expired, but the driver's license did, but they couldn't vote, okay? But beyond the 10 nuns, Indiana, for example, that state, once they put in the ID law, switched from Democratic, Obama won in 8, to it flipped then to, you know, the Pence crowd. In Wisconsin, 182,000 students were not allowed to vote because even though they had state photo IDs, they did not have photo IDs that you could use to vote. If you had your concealed gun carry permit, that you can use to vote in Wisconsin, but not your student ID. You have to go to the Dean of Students office to get a new photo ID to vote. But of course, the Dean of Students office is closed. But all this, why do I bring up that case? Because his son, what he spawned was that evil of taking away votes. And that resulted in Trump being elected or selected not by the voters, but by vote thieves. And therefore, we ended up with a labor secretary like Eugene Scalia, a chip off the old block. And so therefore, you don't have protections as Amazon workers. So voting and what happens to you in the warehouse, what happens to you in delivery, what happens to you as a coder at Amazon, all go together. Your vote, your life are just like that. And so you're going to have to steal back your vote. Check your registration. 17 million people have been registered, were purged from the voter rolls. When I say purged, they were X'd out, and you don't think it's you? Guess what? I didn't think it was me, and I looked at my registration in California, and it said no such voter. So I re-registered online. Please do that. Martin Luther King's cousin, I was with her. She's 92 years old. When she went to vote in Atlanta, they threw her out of the polling station because they said she had moved. She hadn't moved in 50 years. So you better check your registration right now. And if you're going to go postal, make sure that you follow all their insane, ridiculous Jim Crow rules. Like in Wisconsin, you have to have, in Minnesota, you have to have a witness. In Alabama, you have to have a notarized mail-in ballot. Check your signatures, all that junk, and don't just pick and lick. You better figure out how many stamps that thing requires. In most states, it's 2, not 1. 100,000 people lost their vote in 2016 because of postage due. So there it is, man. And maybe your boss will pony up and pay for some stamps.
Yeah, now my former boss, because Maren and I were fired. But yes,
right now he's everyone's boss. I'm sorry, don't let him hear. You know, we all have to pray to the God of Bezos right now. Otherwise, you know, they'll withhold our stuff. So, you know, we're all supposed to be grateful. Mm-hmm. We're all supposed to be grateful. Well, I'd be more grateful if he didn't make his workers the kind of, you know, building the pyramids. Yeah, I know that, you know, Don't tell me that you're, you know, I know the Pharaoh is a great guy, but you know, the Jews are building the pyramids and they're dying. In his case, you have people dying to deliver your tidy whities that you couldn't do without for a couple of weeks.
So why do you think in this moment, you know, we're in both the age of the climate crisis, it's bearing down on us more every day, every week that goes by, every month that goes by, that we're not taking the kind of transformative changes that need to be happening. We're right in the middle of the climate crisis, and we're also in the middle of a global pandemic that's you know, killing and harming people, and disproportionately harming and killing vulnerable communities, indigenous people, you know, tribes here in the United States, Black and brown people. Why do you think it's particularly important for warehouse workers and to speak up, and all workers to speak up about the COVID crisis, and also tech workers and warehouse workers speaking up about the climate crisis at this moment?
Real simple. Pollution and all the damage caused by the filth we throw into our air and into our water and into our communities. It's not even. It's just like I wrote a piece. If you go to gregpalast.com, you'll see a piece that the COVID virus is a racist. I call it Jim Coronavirus. It's because it's a Jim, you know, when at beginning people were saying, oh, it doesn't matter whether the virus doesn't know whether you're Democrat, Republican, rich, poor, black, white, brown. Yeah, it does. Listen, rich, white, and you are going to survive this. Brown and working in the warehouse. And we know that the death rates for people of color is running something like 400% higher than for white people. And that's because while everyone else gets to shelter in place, someone else is taking care of your business. So the reason I mention this is that just like the COVID virus, air pollution is not everywhere. In fact, we even have micro pollution in cities, which are always higher in low income areas. You know, I'm here in Los Angeles. Where is, you know, when you think of Compton and El Segundo, places like that, they're next to power plants. They're next to oil wells, which are throwing up poisons on the beach. So even the beach here, you have the beach from Malibu, and God forbid there's a drop of oil there. They have emergency crews out and they go crazy. Drop of oil in Compton, in that area, in Long Beach, hey, you're supposed to swim in it. So basically, what I'm telling you is what I've said. If you don't pick your leader, but you're being led anyway, then you're a slave. So what we have to do is break the chains of our slavery, and that means we take back our vote. And so, yeah, Trump has stolen 2020. We can steal it back and let the voters make the decision. And then you might actually have a labor department that protects labor, an environmental protection agency that actually protects the environment. That's vital, and it's not some type of you know, deal for upper middle class people to have. You know, we don't want the seas to rise, not because that's going to flood the houses in Malibu and the Hamptons. We don't want the seas to rise because we know who's going to be sent there to clean up the mess, to clean up the poisons. And it ain't going to be Mr. and Mrs. Bezos.
Thank you for your time today. It's been a pleasure to talk to you, and thank you for all your writing and everything that you do. Yeah, I'm getting pinged by my team here that we need to move on to the next person.
Great. And
it's been a pleasure.
I'm with you, Emily, and with the Amazon workers.
Thank you. We appreciate your support. All right. So next up, we have Professor Julia Steinberger. Julia, welcome, welcome. And good evening. Welcome. I know you're in Manchester, so thank you for taking the time and your late evening to speak with us here I'm in Seattle, but people are looking in all over the world. So thank you for joining us today. You're a climate scientist, but I was wondering if you could tell everybody a little bit about who you are. And I know you're on the the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel. I know IPCC, but I screw it up.
Well, yeah, that's why we have acronyms. Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and I'm on Working Group 3, which is the Working Group on Mitigation, and we're preparing the next assessment report, which will be more of not good news, I guess, and maybe different ways of looking at it. So I'm very happy to be with you. I've been supporting you and your activism within Amazon ever since I learned about it. I thought it was the greatest thing. I still think it's the greatest thing. And I think what you're doing now is the greatest thing. So I really support you. I support you, Emily, and Maren, and the other Amazon for Climate tech workers. And now seeing you fired over what's happened in the warehouses and the activism there around COVID, and just wanting to go to work under safe conditions, doing vital work under safe conditions, and the aggressivity with which Amazon has responded has been both heartbreaking and revealing. And so maybe that's some of the things that we can talk about. In terms of my work, I look at this on the social science side of climate change. So I look on the economics and the well-being, the health aspects. How do we maintain good, healthy life conditions while reducing greenhouse gas emissions, while reducing energy use, while consuming things differently? And so one of the things I know is that it is possible to protect people and to live in a safe way while drastically reducing energy use. It is entirely possible. The reason we don't do it is because we have a system that rewards gross inequality and that drives competition for outsized profits on the one end, while increasing poverty and crushing people down and putting them into economic discomfort on the other. So we actually have an economic system that rewards overconsumption and deprivation. And we need to move away from that for our safety on climate. And we also need to move away from that for our safety regarding public health. So this is really about the basic level of protecting humans, protecting each other, and allowing each other to live good lives. And the two are absolutely connected in terms of what we're seeing in terms of the cracks of our system that are revealed by the climate crisis and the cracks in our system that are revealed by the COVID crisis. We're seeing people lacking the ability to protect each other and to protect themselves against a threat that's really massive. And so your work in exposing both of these and in sort of showing what's at stake and how difficult it is to push powerful forces to do the right thing is really, really important, because you're revealing a much bigger lesson that surrounds us. So thank you. Thank you, Emily.
Yeah, thank you for that. I also want to say that this is really a movement at Amazon where there's, Amazon decided to fire two of the most visible leaders, but there are, so many of us, and there were 8,700 of us that publicly signed our name to a letter to Jeff Bezos and the board of directors with justice-centered demands and bold demands. It wasn't just vagary. We had demands about ending our AWS contracts with big oil companies, where they're using our artificial intelligence to extract oil and gas much more quickly, when scientists like you are saying we need to keep it in the ground. What used to take, I think, like a month to find these new oil wells now takes 8 hours with our artificial intelligence. And I think people don't realize that as much, where they think of Amazon, which there is a huge carbon impact with all the deliveries and all of that. But there also is a huge impact with our Amazon Web Services data centers, which are about 50% of those are run on dirty energy and fossil fuel energy. And then we're using that technology and actively going out to oil and gas companies, where just recently, just like I think it was around March 5th or 6th, Amazon, it was just very blatant, it was like AWS oil and gas. And it had like pictures of like oil, or like, illustrations of oil rigs. And there was an ad in the Houston airport with like, basically from AWS, where it had these oil rigs in there. And the ad literally said, fuel the future, AWS is how. And so anyways, I've been following you for quite some time on Twitter, and you're actually, one of your tweet threads had a quote from Leonard Cohen in it that made it into the speech that went that was given at the annual general meeting. And so I've been really inspired by you and your work and your commitment to working on climate science, but also to climate justice. So I just wanted to take some time to thank you for all of your work.
Well, thank you, Emily. And I think you're absolutely right. I mean, the fuel the future thing, there's sort of another way of seeing that, which is adding fuel to the future so that, you know, things will get a lot worse. And I think that one of the things that we really have to understand here is that we're in a big struggle for a lot of different aligned fights. And the fight for decent labor conditions, the fight for healthy workplaces, and the fight for a future that's livable for all of us, and for economic justice, are not separate fights. They really do have not just a large coalition of people who want them, but they also are literally the same kinds of things that we're struggling for. We're struggling for workplaces with integrity that are not going to sell us down the river or wherever. And what Amazon is doing by collaborating with oil and gas, by putting its warehouse workers in unsafe conditions, and by firing tech workers and asking them to be muzzled and not express what they want their company to be doing and have no say in it, that is harmful and is going to result in death. And there is just no other way to see it. So I think what you're doing is really, really important. And thanks for running this live stream. You're having an exhausting day. You have some fantastic guests who have been trying to watch it. So it's really been a privilege to be able to stand with you. And certainly the climate science community has been paying a lot of attention. I was at an IPCC meeting and people are paying attention to the fact that this is a movement, like you said, that there are people standing with you and that you're not at all a lone voice, that this is something that people care about across society, across industries, across everywhere right now. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I probably, and other climate scientists really understand more deeply than many people about what's really at risk if we don't, you know, even though it's scary, if we don't decide to act, even though we're afraid, if we don't stand up together, the kinds of risk that humanity and nature and just this world is, the threat that we're under is quite immense. And I think you have a much kind of bigger picture than, or the nitty gritty of how bad it's going to be.
Well, nobody knows exactly how bad it's going to be, because we've literally never experienced that kind of climate and that kind of planet and that kind of instability. But we're heading into waters, unless we turn around really fast, that are unfathomably bad. And it's going to make, you know, with hindsight, 10 years from now, we will all wish that we had done so much more. And we will all be sort of horrified at our own lack of action and complacency. And I think that that's what we're understanding, is that the science is telling us so much, but we need to be really loud voices and insistent as well, so that people really understand what we're up against. And we really need to change tack here. And everybody across every industry, including Amazon, including people in the coal mines, including the oil and gas sector itself, everybody is going to have to make big changes. And in terms of the oil and gas sector, their big change that they're called upon to do to let the rest of us survive is disappear, quite simply. There is no livable future on planet Earth that includes them. It's quite simple.
You said that really clearly, and we're just at time right now, but do you have any final words that you want to say?
I want to say that I will always be standing with you, and I will always be supporting this effort. And so stay strong. You have a lot of support. You and the warehouse workers have a lot of support. So thank you so much for what you're doing.
Thank you so much for taking the time late your evening in Manchester. So I know we'll be in touch on Twitter and other places. So thank you so much for your work.
Thank you, Emily.
All right.
And thanks, Maren.
Sweet dreams. Next up, we have Rachel Heaton. Welcome, Rachel. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good. It's our first time meeting, but I'd like to give an intro about you so that other people know how amazing you are.
Oh, thank you.
So Rachel Heaton is an enrolled member of the Muckleshoot tribe of Auburn, Washington, and a descendant of the Duwamish tribe. She is also a proud mother to 3 children. Rachel was one of many natives and other folks who helped the city of Seattle divest its $3 billion from Wells Fargo. Yes, thank you. In part because of its funding of the Dakota Access Pipeline. This victory prompted her to co-fund Mazaska, is that right?
Mazaska
Talks, an indigenous developed tool to help other communities divest their cities and organizations from banks contributing to the desecration of Mother Earth. She is also currently a lead cultural educator in her tribal community. Welcome, Rachel.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
So I'm sure you have a lot to say, but we've been asking different guests who have joined to say a little bit about yourself and your work, and also why you support tech and warehouse workers speaking out about both COVID safety conditions and the climate crisis.
Well, again, my name's Rachel Heaton. I'm a member of the Muckleshoot tribe here in Auburn, Washington, and my family traces directly back to the waterfront there in Seattle with our Duwamish people. I'm one of the co-founders of Mazaska Talks. I was moved in 2016 when the movement of Standing Rock and kind of the attention that was being brought to that really struck a chord with me, and I wanted to get involved, and I mainly went over there just to be a part of something bigger than myself. I didn't understand the dynamics in terms of Wall Street banks and the fossil fuel industry and how intertwined our government and corporations and all of these different things tie in with that. And so when I came back, I went to an event here in Seattle that Matt Remley was at, who is also the other co-founder of Mazaska Talks. And he was doing work back here, just bringing attention, and in the involvement of kind of all of this coming together, we found out that we started learning about the Wall Street banks and things that were funding these fossil fuel projects. And we found out that Wells Fargo was one of the largest funders of the Dakota Access Pipeline, but also found that that's who the city of Seattle was banking with at the time. And so it started off simply with just wanting to bring attention of just how everyday people could be involved in decision making. I think a lot of times when we think of political levels and involvement in things, we don't realize what we can do day to day in our actions. And so what we wanted to do was to show just simply by where we put our money, where do we deposit our paychecks, where do we bank, and finding out that they are actually taking our money and using it to fund, the global destruction. And so with all of that, we approached the city of Seattle about divesting, and in 2017, as the camp was shutting down in the same month, the city of Seattle had divested from Wells Fargo, which was great. It was a great victory because it also brought the attention to other cities and colleges and just different people having the ability to realize, like, I can go and pull my money out and put it into a credit union or a safer bank that wasn't a Wall Street bank, more of like our community banks. And so, but what we found with that, when it came to cities like the city of Seattle, we found that there were no smaller banks that had the ability to hold that sort of deposit. So then we ran into the issue of having to go back to these Wall Street banks because they understand the dynamics and how they're able to do that. So with that, that's when we started talking more about public banks. And so more of that is about solutions, talking about public banks, tribal communities, putting power back in their hands and using gaming money to develop their own tribally owned banks so that we can decide where we want to put our money, and whether it's education, if it's community, if it's homelessness. And so putting that buying power back in the communities, which is also the intent behind the public bank as well. So the reason why I believe all of this ties in with supporting the Amazon warehouse workers and tech workers is, again, the COVID situation is unfolding dynamics that have been depleting Native communities since colonization started. But when we look at how far technology and things has moved in the last 100 years, you know, we're starting to see that impact on those that are more at the bottom of that food chain, that lower 60%. And so I think when this started shutting things down, we started realizing, whereas Black and brown people have been living these disparities day in and day out, and we recognize them as they're happening, because we're dealing with, you know, trying to get funding for education, we're trying to get clean water on certain reservations still, we're still trying to get food into reservations that are in the middle of nowhere. So then when those diseases and viruses go into our communities, we don't have access to medical care, we don't have access to the food supplies that a lot of cities and other communities have. And so I think what we're seeing with now Amazon workers and corporations is we're seeing that our workers really aren't valued. It's more of a, let's get them in there, let's get the product done, and then let's get them out. And it's at the sacrifice of people, it being viewed as essential. But when you're not putting essential goods out there, you're jeopardizing people's lives. And so I think this is something that they've done to Native communities, and we see it, you know, going into our communities and building, you know, fossil fuel projects, pipelines without our consent. And even when we do consent it, they still do it, you know, pulling up, you know, sacred sites and gravestones. And, you know, when we were out at camp and we're being sprayed by crop sprayers, you know, you start realizing it's not about a value of the people. And I think that's what we're seeing with Amazon, is this isn't about a value of the people. It's about a value of the money, and it's about a value of capital. And it's, again, at the expense of warehouse workers and tech workers, because at the end of the day, you know, we're the ones that are sacrificing our families and going to work in places, you know, where we're exposed to, you know, someone who potentially has the illness, which then we take home. And yet we're not in the comfort of Jeff Bezos, where we can just go quarantine in a multi-million-dollar house and not ever have to worry, you know, about taking care of our families and things. So I think there is a huge connection in seeing what happens in Native communities, and also what we're seeing playing out in these corporate jobs that are housing thousands and thousands of people, but not valuing their health or putting them into, or just closing down. You know, and that's one thing I have to say about our tribal communities. If they've really stepped up and really tried to find ways to take care of us and to make sure that, you know, we can be home with our families, and instead of jeopardizing, you know, being in the casinos and these different places. So I definitely see the connections. And again, it's these big banks, it's these corporations, it's, you know, it's the fossil fuel industry. It's, I mean, the list goes on. And again, I think we're also seeing how all of these issues are very intersectional too.
Yeah. You know, we heard from Rebecca Nagel, who is a citizen of the Cherokee Nation, earlier today. And we were discussing really also about how Indigenous peoples, tribal communities here in the United States, who are really leading everyone around the climate crisis. And so I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about what you would like non-Native people to know about the Indigenous leadership, and also what non-Native people can do to stand in solidarity with you and other Native peoples.
Okay. I think one thing we want to look at is, word that for me at the end again. I went into.
Oh, it's okay. So what would you like non-Native people to know about leadership for you?
So, you know, one thing that, you know, that continues to come out in our messaging, again, is like, our teachings, when we go back to our original teachings, when we think about our elders, when we think about our communities, you know, we're going back to the oldest teachings of the world. And those oldest teachings that, you know, we're, you know, the saying that says we didn't inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrowed it from our grandchildren. And that really rings true, because, you know, it's our ancestors who, you know, are telling, you know, guiding us and giving us those tools that we're sharing, which when you look at Indigenous people all over the world, we have different cultures and different ethnicities, but when you look at the teachings, when they all go back to the place of taking care of Mother Earth and that relationship, that I take care of you, you take care of me, you don't take more than you need. So I think, you know, no matter how people want to look at Indigenous people, our teachings are bringing us back to that place where we need to respect Mother Earth. And because, you know, that saying of, you know, we need her, but she doesn't need us. Mother Earth is going to survive whether we're here or not. And we're seeing that evident right now with the quarantine, people being quarantined. We've seen, coyotes in major cities. We've seen bears going in, towns that they haven't been in. We see dolphins in Italy. I mean, you see how quickly she's regenerating when you see these pictures of skylines that haven't been seen in the last 10 years because the smog is so bad in different countries. So one thing is, it's not about ownership. It's not about, we want to own this piece of land. We want to give us this piece of land so that it's about ownership. It's about the fact that, and on a stream we were on the other night with Tara Hauschka, she reiterated again, 4% of the world's population is protecting 80% of the biodiversity. And that's huge when you think about what kind of teachings we're trying to give to the non-native world and looking at it from a place of sustainability for future generations, for being able to continue this way of life. But it's taken a virus to unfold and to really see where these disparities and issues are. And whereas in our communities, it's been ongoing for hundreds of years, it's kind of trickling down to those places where people never thought they would be affected. And so my biggest thing is like, what can we do to take care of ourselves when we're in this situation? Is it going out? And what we're seeing is it's planting our own foods. It's, getting outside, it's taking care of ourselves. It's, having a relationship with Mother Earth, and it's getting back to those. And so, throughout all of this, when we're watching, different earth protectors, die because they're speaking out against these things, because it is a threat to these organizations, these corporations, and these industries, we have to continue to spread this message and to continue these teachings and have the ability to get them out there in a way. But it's also not about taking these teachings and using them to profit yourself. It's using them to create a future and, that life of sustainability. So I think that's the other thing is like, what kind of place are we coming from as individuals, when we're putting this work out there? And so I think with Indigenous people, it's just, listen to what we're saying, because at the end of the day, it's not just taking care of our communities. It's not just taking care of our people. We're taking care of everybody. It's just that we're the first ones affected by it. So we are on the front lines of this ongoing stuff all the time.
So we have a couple more minutes. And by the way, thank you for that. And my brain is just like going a million miles and trying to take in like all of this really like profound and powerful information. And so I just want to thank you for being who you are and being with, fighting for Mother Earth and all of the world's people. I'm incredibly grateful for your work.
Thank you.
Yeah. Is there, in the last couple of minutes that we have, is there any final words that you want to say, that you want to let people know about?
Yeah, definitely just using your resources, really start learning about, these disparities that ultimately trickle down to every single one of us. We may have clean drinking water in certain towns that, we're in, but people are seeing now that it's affecting people that never thought they would be affected by these things. So I think, however it is that you feel you can get involved in something that's changed, that's bigger than yourself, if it's divestment, there's always, you can go to Mazasca Talks, you can look at links, you can look at tools, you can look at ways that you can involve yourself personally, you can involve your community, if it's your university. Also too, there's the Stop the Money Pipeline campaign. If you want to learn more about how the fossil fuel industry and how all of the that money flow is, how all of that's created by these Wall Street banks, and how we Chase Bank being the largest funder in the world, and how all of these different things correlate into this issue that's taking place right now. If we're realizing anything, we're realizing that they're connected. And so, I love the work that we get to do with 350 Seattle. And so just going to their website and seeing the different campaigns and the different information. I think anytime we're educating ourselves, we're always students for life. I think that's the biggest thing we can take away from this, is always be open to learning and always know that there's something bigger than yourself. So you can always get involved in, just look into those resources. There's so much going on right now around Earth Day and, Chase Bank campaign and the Stop the Money Pipeline. And there's so many ways to get involved. And what you guys are doing, with the attention that you're bringing to warehouse workers and tech workers. So I would say, looking at 350 and the resources that you guys have there is another way. So just supporting, I think, is the biggest thing in learning.
Well, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure and honor to have you on today and to hear your thoughts and words. So thank you so much.
And thank you for everything that you've done and all of the things that you're doing in this work. I appreciate it. And it's been great being on here with you today also. So thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be in touch in the future.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of your afternoon.
You too.
All right, next we have, is it Kamaya?
Yes, Kamaya.
Really good to meet you. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here today. I know that you're a youth organizer. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and your work, and then also why you support Amazon tech and warehouse workers speaking up about the COVID working conditions and also the climate crisis?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Kamaya. I use she, her pronouns, and I am a sophomore in high school. And I work with an organization called Washington Youth Climate Strike. I currently serve as the co-executive director. And some of the work that we do is organizing strikes, actions, other events all around Washington State to draw attention to the climate crisis, specifically with an intersectional, anti-capitalist, anti-colonial lens. And we do our best to work with labor movements, racial justice, indigenous justice groups in order to make sure that our fight for climate justice is really intersectional. And that's part of the reason that I am supporting the Amazon tech workers and all the tech workers and warehouse workers that are striking, because their frontline voice is really important and needs to be amplified in this fight. And I think it's really inspirational to see all these workers putting their jobs and their economic safety on the line in order to stand up for what's right. And as a youth organizer, a lot of youth are putting things like their education and their school life on the line, but it's really incomparable, in my opinion, to what you guys are doing. And we take a lot of inspiration from it, and we're just really, we believe you guys are true activists, and we're really excited to be working with you guys and amplifying the work of the warehouse workers and tech workers today.
I just want to thank you for all of your work and your commitment to justice and to doing right by the world and other people. And really, it's because of your work that we're going to have, and other people around the world together, we're going to make sure that we don't, that we avert the worst of what's coming with the climate crisis. And so I just want to thank you so much for everything that you do, and that your support is extremely meaningful. I know that we've never met personally before this moment, but I'm just feeling very touched that you would come and support us. So thank you so much. We have a couple more minutes. Sorry, it's so short, but I want to give you a chance to say anything that you want to say that you think is important for people to understand about your organizing, about the importance of youth in this movement, because you are essential. You are so essential, and I'm so thankful for your leadership and other youth leaders' leadership. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to like take it back to September 20th last year. There was a big climate strike in downtown Seattle and tons of climate strikes all over the world. And what was really impactful for me about that day is in the streets, there were thousands and thousands of people, tons of youth, thousands of youth, and thousands of adults. And a lot of those adults were the Amazon tech workers from Google and Microsoft as well. And they were there to support the youth-led movement. And to me, that spoke volumes, because I think it really showed that in order to fight this crisis at any level, the local level, the national level, the international level, it really takes everybody, and every single voice really matters, whether that be from young people or adults, workers, students, everyone really needs to be included. And I think that while youth have been leading this climate strike movement up until now, I think that thinking about how labor strikes throughout history have been affected has really influenced our movement, and it could not have been done without the people who came before us. And that's just something that is really, I think needs to be highlighted. And so we are very indebted to workers and labor justice movements, and they've really shaped the youth leadership in the climate movement up till now.
Thank you so much. I feel just so happy that you exist in the world and that we are in this together. So thank you for taking the time out of your day to speak and to be with us, and for all of your solidarity and support.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So we're going to go on to our next part of the program, but thank you so much for coming. So I'm going to, for those just tuning in, this is a sick out, and as it happens, two speakers today who really wanted to be here are actually sick. So renowned author and climate justice activist Naomi Klein is sick, and Brianna Gunn Wright also is sick. She was one of the original architects behind the Green New Deal. So sending love and healing vibes to both of those women, and thank you for your leadership. So we're going to play a video of Naomi Klein speaking just last Friday. It's about a 15-minute video, and it's actually the panel that she spoke at, the event that we organized at Amazon Employees for Climate Justice, which she spoke at, and we had a panel of warehouse workers telling their honest stories of what it's been like on the ground. That's really what caused us to finally get fired by Amazon, that they felt that strongly that they didn't want that panel to happen, which Naomi Klein spoke at. And, we sent it out on a Friday afternoon, about 1 o'clock. By 3 o'clock, we were fired. But in that time on a Friday afternoon, when much of the East Coast had gone home for the day, Europe, Hyderabad, different parts of our global office didn't even see the invite. We had 1,000 people accept the invite, and 550 tentatively accept it. So there is a huge amount of interest and engagement with that. And we have the panel anyways. So we're gonna go ahead and show that right now.
Wow. Thank you so much for including me in this discussion. And I can scarcely imagine a more important discussion in the world right now. People lost their jobs for this conversation to happen. Other people risked their jobs for it to happen. And I want to thank you for taking those risks. I want to thank all of the Amazon workers who are taking risks every day to stand up for yourselves, stand up for your coworkers. I think that the fact that the company cracked down on this conversation, was willing to risk the bad publicity of firing some very high-profile workers, knowing it would lead to a flurry of press coverage at a time when they're already getting a lot of press coverage, bad press coverage, speaks to the risk that this poses to the sort of limitless power that the management has been amassing. It speaks to your power. It speaks to your power as workers, and I think particularly your power as workers crossing silos, crossing borders within this huge company. There's management always likes to talk about synergies, right? That happens when there are corporate mergers between different sectors, and the kind of cross-promotional opportunities that exist when you have mergers and acquisitions across industries and sectors. We don't talk a lot about the power Wow. Thank you so much for including me in this discussion. And I can scarcely imagine a more important discussion in the world right now. People lost their jobs for this conversation to happen. Other people risked their jobs for it to happen. And I want to thank you for taking those risks. I want to thank all of the Amazon workers who are taking risks every day to stand up for yourselves, stand up for your coworkers. I think that the fact that the company cracked down on this conversation, was willing to risk the bad publicity of firing some very high-profile workers, knowing it would lead to a flurry of press coverage at a time when they're already getting a lot of press coverage, bad press coverage, speaks to the risk that this poses to the sort of limitless power that the management has been amassing. It speaks to your power. It speaks to your power as workers, and I think particularly your power as workers crossing silos, crossing borders within this huge company. There's management always likes to talk about synergies, right? That happens when there are corporate mergers between different sectors, and the kind of cross-promotional opportunities that exist when you have mergers and acquisitions across industries and sectors. We don't talk a lot about the power that we have from below when there are mergers and cross-pollinations and potential synergies. And so, which is simply to say that when warehouse workers and tech workers start talking, start comparing notes, start strategizing, that gets them scared, right? And so I think that's very, very important. It's something important, I think, to build on. I'm a writer, I'm an author. I sell books for a living, which in a way makes me an Amazon worker. My first book was published in the year 2000, which was just as Amazon was gaining its unprecedented power over the publishing industry, setting terms, reshaping the entire industry. And that was just a taste of what was to come in so many sectors. So I think the most important lesson of the backstory behind this conversation is that there needs to be more of this kind of cross-pollination. Between tech workers and warehouse workers, but also perhaps between other people who don't see themselves exactly as Amazon workers, like authors, like cultural producers, filmmakers, people who are producing for Amazon Prime, and also customers. It's so striking that this is a company that has made such a fetish of the customer, right? Of putting the customer first and foremost above everything. And so one question I really have for all of you that I think is important to think about in this moment of organizing for Amazon workers is what is the role of the customer? How are you going to use the customer? Because I think Amazon customers are realizing in too many cases for the first time how important you are. And it's shameful that it has taken this pandemic for people to think about the people in those windowless warehouses. You know, I live in a part of the United States, in a part of central New Jersey that is just ringed with Amazon warehouses with no windows, these huge boxes. And there are a few ones under construction right now. And it's so hard to get information about what is going on inside those kind of black boxes, right? Or gray boxes. Except when you take these risks, when people like Chris Smalls takes these risks. And so, you know, when Emily, and I just want to appreciate Emily and Maren right now, because we've been in conversation now for a while because of the climate justice work. And I do want to talk a little bit about how all of this is part of maybe a similar story about the way our economic system treats people and treats the natural world really as disposable. You know, we heard from Ira and Christian and Vanessa and Marta and Magda and Aga talking about that feeling of being almost worth less than the products you're packaging, right? But this is really how these huge companies are treating the natural world as well. And that is part of the reason why we are seeing more and more of these pandemics, right? Because we are encroaching so much on the natural world. And we're seeing animal diseases leaping into human bodies, but we're the ones who invaded their space, not the other way around. That's a larger issue. But you know, when Emily was asking us to have that moment of silence, I don't know about you, but I found myself really thinking about the workers who package the goods that are keeping my family going right now as we quarantine, the delivery drivers who bring those packages to us. And I feel like we are in a moment of unmasking or unveiling, where capitalism is very good at disguising the systems that are the source of its true wealth, whether it is the human systems, right? Whether it is the forest or the earth's atmosphere, or whether it is the labor, whether it is the hands that pick the food, right? That deliver it. We have this economic system that wants to tell us that we are all sort of responsible for our own success. But in fact, we are interconnected. Our fates are interwoven. And what this pandemic does is it forces us to think about our connections, right? To think about all the hands that went into whatever we are touching, right? And in some ways that's making us afraid, right? Wash your hands, but it's also making us appreciative, right? Of the risks. And so we are in this strange moment of tension where we're being taught to fear each other, right? Fear each other's germs. But there's also this outpouring of appreciation. And you hear this from delivery drivers, right? For the first time in their working lives, people are thanking them for their work, right? And farmers are hearing that, and nurses and home care workers are hearing that, and so many laborers who have been treated as disposable. So I think one of the things that I'm trying to take from this moment is like, how can we emerge from this crisis in a way that changes those systems so that we are systematically valuing the labor that we cannot do without. I heard again and again from you that you are being told you are essential, but you're being treated as if you are disposable, right? And I think that this is the tension of our moment. Of course you are essential, but this is a system that is built to isolate you, to treat you as if you're interchangeable. But that stops when you organize. That stops, and that's why organizing is dangerous to those in power, right? Because you may be disposable as an individual, and everybody is, right? To capitalism. But when we are organized, right? When we aggregate our individual power, that is when we truly become essential, where we cannot be disposed of. And so that, brings me back to that question of how are we going to build the network, build out that network to enlarge the much broader circle of who is part of Jeff Bezos's success, his unprecedented wealth. And yes, it is warehouse workers, and yes, it is absolutely tech workers, but it is also customers, and it is also cultural producers, and it is also Whole Foods workers, and it is also the journalists at the Washington Post, and on and on and on. And so how are we going to build our synergy, right? And I say that, as I said, an author who has been part of this Amazon machine for a very long time. We need to protect you better as workers. And that means strike funds. And that means whistleblower funds, which are starting to be built out. We need to reduce your risk, because the distribution of risk is not acceptable right now. The people who are working hardest, who are putting the most on the line, are most at risk of being treated as if they are disposable when they are not. And so I think that is a challenge for those of us with so much more privilege in this ecology of Amazon. And I always find it so strange that it is called Amazon after a very real ecology that is under very real threat at the moment. We are in the midst of a health crisis, but it is not the only crisis we face. We are in a crisis of economic inequality, injustice, and we are in a global climate crisis. And so as we emerge from this pandemic, which is now also a global economic crisis, we have to figure out how to solve multiple problems at once, right? And we have to have a vision. And this is why it is so important that we build this power across platforms. It is to support each other in the immediate term, but it is also to have a vision for how to revive our respective economies, right? Whether it's Poland or the United States, we are entering into a period of sustained economic crisis, and that's going to require real solutions. We know what big business wants. They want bailouts. Trillions of dollars have already been marshaled to save private corporations in this moment. But we also know from history that during the last economic crisis of this scale, which was the Great Depression, that was a period of greatest worker victory in the United States and in other countries as well. Not all of them, but some of them won the social safety net and the worker protections that Amazon has been trying to dismantle, whether it's sick pay, whether it is unemployment insurance, whether it is Social Security. And there's just a slide I want to share with you. During the New Deal era in the 1930s, from 1933 to the end of the decade, this is the period when the banks were broken up, when unemployment insurance was won, when Social Security was won. And when people tell this history, they often talk about how the U.S. had a progressive president, FDR, who passed all of these policies in a hurry. But the true story is that in those key years, right, and you can see it on this graph, between 1934 and 1937, look at that graph. Look at the number of strikes. You see the peak strike period in 1937, right? So not at the beginning of the New Deal period, but right in the dead center of it, when they are winning their greatest victories. This is when workers are staging general strikes, when they are shutting down ports, when they are shutting down entire cities. So the New Deal and all of those progressive victories, which were incomplete, which left out far too many workers, like domestic workers, agricultural workers, many of whom were African American and Latino, many of whom were women. So if we have a Green New Deal, which is what many of us are fighting for, we have to make sure that it actually includes everyone and it starts with the most vulnerable. But what you see is it wasn't handed down from on high. It was demanded from below. And in this moment, when
we're almost at your time. Well,
then I'll make that the last word, because I think that's probably the most important message I have for you. Just that you are as essential as they say. And I want to thank you so much for the risks that you're taking for all of us.
Are we live? Okay, we're back. I hope you enjoyed the YouTube video. And I didn't see it, so welcome back. And we're here now with King County Council member Claudia Balducci. Hello.
Hi.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks so much for inviting me.
Our honor and pleasure. I'll give you a quick introduction. King County Council member Claudia Balducci is the council member for District 6, representing Bellevue, Redmond, and Mercer Island. She's the former mayor of Bellevue, a lawyer by trade, and she negotiated and implemented a settlement agreement in King County jails that resulted in major reforms. She's a transit advocate and a mother and a wife. So Councilmember Balducci, but thank you for being here. And we're being really casual today. It's being really human. Yeah, we all get to work at home. Like, why make it like we have to actually go to work? So we've been asking people just to take a minute and tell everybody just kind of who you are, tell us about your work, and then why you chose to be here today or agreed to be here today to support tech workers and warehouse workers who are standing up for safety in the time of COVID.
Yeah, you bet. And thank you so much for inviting me and for doing this. What a cool thing to do. I understand I'm going after Naomi Klein, so I feel like this is going to be a great big bummer for all of you.
No,
but I'll talk about King County stuff. So
we love locals.
Thank you for the nice introduction. I do represent the East Side, several cities on the East Side, or as we like to refer to ourselves, HQ 1.5. So we're going to have an awful lot of Amazonians coming over here, and I feel a great deal of support for you all. You're going to be part of our community, and we welcome you and want it to be a positive experience for everybody. You can add to my list of my resume list. I'm also a homeschool vice principal now. That's a new thing. Pretty cool, learning on the job, I think, like many of us. But who I am is I'm the chair of the King County Council. We are the legislative branch for all of King County, all 39 cities and 250,000 people in unincorporated King County. We have responsibility for a wide range of services that keep the community going, like Metro Transit and the regional jails and courts and voting and all kinds, wastewater systems and garbage systems. And so everything basically that's important to keep our society running. But we have an important policy role as well. And when I talk about who I am now, I've spent a lot of my time working on transportation issues, and I think I'm probably best known for fighting to bring light rail to Bellevue. I was, when that was not a popular thing, it is now very popular, but when it was not a popular thing, I just sort of insisted and fought for that. But part of the reason that I think that what you all are doing is so important is because, and you've probably heard this all day, COVID-19 has just shone a light on so many ways in which our systems writ large just weren't working. A lot of things festering in the darkness that now have a light shone on them. And one of them is obviously about worker safety. That is the issue that you all are so passionate about. But the thing that I'm working on a lot these days is housing. We know that we have had a problem with people being able to make enough money to afford to live in our overheated housing market. Prior to COVID, we saw at least 150,000 households in King County were what we call extremely cost burdened, meaning they're one missed rent check, one missed paycheck, one car breakdown away from being at risk of losing their homes. And then, of course, a number of people had that happen to them all at once. So we knew we had a problem before, but the urgency that COVID has shown on all of this stuff means that now we have so many more. I don't know how many more. We don't have numbers of people who are at risk of losing their homes, but we know that 1 million more people are going to file for unemployment this weekend. So just what you're doing to promote worker security, worker safety is so important, because keeping folks employed and paid helps to keep the roof overhead. But so I have a pitch. I want to make a pitch to you all. And my pitch is this. So we're talking about how to live through this time. How do we keep everybody, stable as much as possible during what is an incredibly difficult time? King County is also the public health provider. So we're, very deeply engaged with keeping people healthy and alive. But we're going to come out of this, and it's like the computer system will have shut down and we're going to reboot. And we have an opportunity. People talk about when it's an inflection point, the world will change. Well, it's only going to change if we make it change. It's going to be so easy to go back to default settings if we just allow that to happen. And so I want to challenge all of us, my elected colleagues, people here, to really not accept some of the things we accepted before. We shouldn't accept that 150,000 households are one paycheck away from losing their homes. And that means that not only do we need to do the things that we're talking about, like progressive revenue that we don't have in this state, we also need to think about long-term systemic change. We need to do all the rental assistance now to keep people housed. But if we don't also think about building all the homes, the affordable housing that people need for the long term, we'll be right back here in the next recession. We were here in 2008. We'll be here again in another 10 years. So that's what motivates me. And I feel like we have a common cause. I talked a lot. I'm going to stop.
It makes me think about how Amazon has raised for example, this is, has raised the minimum wage to $2, added $2 during this time, but they're already talking about how they're going to go back, like by May, and it's like, come on.
Right. No, and we should not. We should not go backwards. We should go forwards from here. We should make sure that people get a reasonable wage, a wage that they can afford to live here. You can't afford to live here on $15 an hour, not where I live.
Right.
Even in the sort of more affordable part of Bellevue, you cannot afford to be here.
Right. And then that feeds into the homeless problem, and
And the other thing I would add is, because of my work in transportation, just briefly, because I know you all care a lot about climate change. Mm-hmm. I don't know why we would ever go back to a world where we spend hundreds of millions of dollars or billions of dollars on highway and road expansions.
Thank you.
Because we've determined that you can turn the dial down on traffic in ways we didn't realize we could. Now, we cannot sustain like this with 50, 60% trip reductions. But could we get to 25%? Could a tech-intensive economy like ours have rolling days where everybody who can work from home does work from home? Absolutely. We should double down on commute trip reduction programs that we haven't funded in a decade. So we should think about
West Seattle. I don't want to rebuild that bridge.
Right.
Billions of dollars.
Yeah. That's a tough one. I feel
water taxis, or I don't know.
Yeah, I'm so sorry for you all in West Seattle. That's a tough one.
Well, thank you so much. Do you have any last words? Because I can see that we're running out of time.
No, I just thank you all for your interest. Thank you for your courage and your leadership and for fighting for what's right. We see corporations start to do the right thing when people teach them that they should, and they feel that they should for their own interests. So I'm very pleased that Microsoft has stood up here on the East Side in the ways they have with major investments. They do that in part because their employees push them. Their employees care. and they need those employees. So thank you so much, Maren, for you and all your colleagues, what you're doing. We can change things, but we need to work in all sectors, government, private sector, labor together.
Yeah, we generally don't see them offering to do it on their own. That's for sure. Sadly. Well, thank you so much for being here. Nice to meet you virtually.
Yes, likewise.
Have a great rest of the day.
Thank you. Take care. Have a great conference.
You too. I mean, have a great day. And it looks like we're segueing into the next guest, one I'm very excited about. And before I do that, I'm going to say, I'll do the little plug once more to everyone. If you work at Amazon, we need your support. We're powerful together. So support us and warehouse workers by responding to the survey in the video description down below. We would also love your thoughts and words of support to share with both the workers and the speakers. You'll stay private, it's anonymous, and so fill out the survey. It's at the link, and the link is also right here, bit.ly/Amazon-listen. Okay, so I still see Councilmember Balducci. There we go, we're swapping in, and I'm gonna welcome Robert Reich. Did I say your name right? Right.
You did. Thank you, Maren.
Okay, and it's Maren.
Maren, did I pronounce your name right? You are Maren Acosta, and I'm Robert Reich. And
there we go. We got that out of the way.
And a privilege to be here with you. Thank you for inviting me.
It's an honor and a privilege to have you here. I will give you a quick introduction, and then you get to just talk pretty much about whatever you want for a spell, and then we can talk together and just see where this goes. We're being very human today, very casual. So you know, we'll just see where this goes. So Robert Reich is an American economist, professor, author, and political commentator. He is Chancellor's Professor of Public Policy at the University of California at Berkeley. He served in the administrations of Presidents Ford, Carter, Clinton, and he was Secretary of Labor from 1993 to 97, and was a member of President Obama's Economic Transition Advisory Board. Robert is the co-founder of Inequality Media, which uses the power of storytelling to inform and engage the public about the realities and impacts of inequality and imbalance of power in America. His latest book, The System, Who Rigged It and How We Fix It, was released in March. And I can add that you have an amazing Twitter stream that I enjoy. So that's a little plug there. So, you know, I think we sent you some themes you can talk about. You can tell us just in your own words, you know, who you are, what you do, and why you agreed to be here to sort of show support for tech workers and warehouse workers who are standing up for safety and for the right to not be silenced.
Maren, that's exactly why I'm here. I accepted your invitation because I was honored to be invited, and I really think it's so extremely important for all of us to support you guys, to support your tech workers and you workers who are supporting, in turn, your warehouse workers, and making sure that every worker in America, and if Amazon doesn't do it with all of the resources that Amazon has, there is very little hope for a lot of other companies to do it. Amazon has to be a leader. It's got to be a trendsetter. It's got to take responsibility. It can afford to do it. It has to do it. And, you know, unless, particularly in this pandemic, unless workers are really supported and their working conditions and their health are protected, then we are going to face a pandemic that is not going to end. And it's not just a matter of unfairness and inequity. It's also a matter of public health for all of us. And so we really depend on you. I'm here because I want to salute your courage and also underscore the importance of what you are doing. I mean, in my humble opinion, Amazon should immediately close facilities that are reporting positive cases of coronavirus and provide testing and paid leave. And everyone associated with Amazon should have paid sick leave. It's absurd that this is not a kind of company-wide and subcontractors as well. And Amazon has got to commit not to retaliate against workers who are standing up and blowing the whistle on what is going on. Stop firing, start listening. Well, this is critically important. And again, the reason I'm here is because, as Secretary of Labor, I confronted over and over again a management that did not want to have its workers speak truth to power, speak out, speak up, protect themselves. OSHA, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, tried to do its job, but OSHA is very tiny, and under the Trump administration, OSHA is doing almost nothing. So we really do have to depend upon big, wealthy companies to take the lead. Not only, and this is important, not only not retaliating against workers who speak out, but also reinstating those who have been fired for speaking out, and also honoring those who are speaking out. I mean, encouraging workers to speak out. This is, it's not simply a matter of the bottom line here. I mean, Amazon is really in this pandemic has prospered more than almost any other company in this country because we are dependent on Amazon, and Amazon is part of the social contract. This is not normal times. And that social contract means that we have to protect our workers, we've got to protect our customers, we've got to protect all stakeholders, and we are all in this together. And I guess, Maren, the only other thing I have to say is that, Maren, the importance here is that Amazon did not become so big and powerful for no reason. I mean, Amazon offered something that was important, and it continues to offer something that is important. But it also became very big and powerful because regulators did not step in because antitrust and anti-monopoly regulators allowed Amazon to become extraordinarily big and profitable and powerful. Amazon got tax breaks that are the envy of every company in America. Paid 1.2% last year on profits of $13 billion. So in other words, I want to emphasize the social contract issue because Amazon has profited off of America and owes America at least the responsibility of protecting its workers and therefore protecting customers. Because if you protect your workers, you are protecting customers in a pandemic. We are all only as healthy as the least healthy among us. I mean, this blueprint, I guess the other thing I wanted to say, Maren, is that this pandemic is really a blueprint for how we handle public health and environmental crises in the future. The pandemic is an extreme form of public health and environmental crisis, but it's not as if these are not going to happen again. They will. I mean, climate justice and inequality and racial justice are all interrelated. They are all intersectional, as the saying goes. We can't address one without addressing all of them. We also need stronger worker voices. I'm struck all the time by companies that think that just through corporate philanthropy, they will create a curtain of public relations that hides whatever else they are doing. And corporate philanthropy is nice. I'm in favor of corporate philanthropy, but it's got to be more than public relations, and it's got to be more than philanthropy. A company like Amazon with more than $1 trillion, of capitalization, Amazon really has got to be transparent. It's got to give workers a voice. I said before, I talked about leadership. Well, Amazon really does have to be a leader. And you never, ever, ever silence workers who speak up on matters of life and death. You honor them, you protect them, you reward them. And I'm giving you a little bit of a stream of consciousness here because there are so many issues that are interrelated. You and Emily and a fellow named Chris Small, a warehouse worker activist who was fired. The Amazon executives, I understand, described him as, quote, not smart or articulate. So they were not worried about firing him. He's not smart enough. He's not articulate. Well, what kind of attitude is that, honestly? Whole Foods, those workers also owned by Amazon. Amazon is tracking workers who want to unionize. I mean, what kind of leadership, what kind of behavior of that is that in terms of honoring workers? Workers need a voice. They need a louder voice. It's good for companies to give workers a louder voice. It's good for companies to protect workers. It's good for companies like Amazon to honor workers that are speaking out. And I don't want to personalize this because it shouldn't be personalized, but I just have to say that, Jeff Bezos makes $8,961,000 an hour.
Wow.
$8,961,000 an hour. Now, why can't somebody making $8,961,000 an hour give paid sick leave to everybody who works for him? I don't get it, frankly. It doesn't make any sense. If we want other employers in this country to honor their workers and to fulfill their part of the social contract, Amazon has got to lead the way. And I could go on and on and on and on, Maren, but I'm going to end there. And I want to thank you and Emily, and I want to thank Chris and all of you for your courage.
For me, it became not a choice anymore. It was sort of a moral imperative. I have kids, and I am looking at the climate crisis and where we're headed, and we have so much to do in so little time. And I can't picture my kids 20 years in the future. I can't picture myself looking them in the eye if I wasn't doing everything I could possibly do now. So yeah, I completely agree. And we were trying to, what you do for your workers is good for your customers, and Amazon is trying to be the world's most customer-centric company. And I really thought that, I was trying to make Amazon, I was trying to make Amazon a better place, because it has such a global stage, and it is one of the largest employers, and it is and can be such a leader, and it has such capacity for good if it was wanting to take that role. And especially at this moment when, they're making money hand over fist, and they had that opportunity to really be the hero in customers' hearts, as well as, run into the bank. So yeah, I completely agree with everything you're saying.
Well, I think that, public relations is obviously important for a company, and no company wants the public and customers to think badly of it. But that's really not the point. The point is you want customers and workers are customers, and customers are workers. And in a pandemic, everybody is in the same boat. It's not because of public relations. And I know that there are people in the C-suite in Amazon who think of, you and Emily and Chris and others as troublemakers and this is a public relations potential disaster, and what can we do to cover it up or make up for it? No, that's not the way to think about this. The way to think about this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity.
Yep.
Amazon is needed today as never before. People are using and utilizing Amazon as never before. Amazon is making a lot of money as never before. Jeff Bezos is making even more money since the start of this pandemic, $25 billion richer than he was at the start. And you have millions of Americans who have no money at all. Millions of Americans right now who are jobless. millions of Americans who are essential workers putting their lives on the line, warehouse workers and delivery workers all over America who are in harm's way. You know, and I'm going to speak to Jeff. I'm going to just take a moment to speak to Jeff Bezos. I've not met you, Jeff. I have a great deal of respect for the company you created. I think it's a wonderful institution. But you really need to see this as an opportunity to protect and honor your workers, all of them. Your technical workers, your corporate workers, your warehouse workers, your delivery workers, and you need to see that the fate of all of your customers is dependent on how, in this pandemic especially, but even outside the pandemic, how you treat all of your workers. If we were ever in the same boat together, we are now. Rich and poor, white collar and blue collar, billionaires and Americans who are just barely getting by. And you need, of all people, to understand that. You need to view this as an opportunity to make Amazon a leader, a true leader, in terms of protecting workers and acting on the basis of an implicit social contract in which Amazon does better to the extent that your workers and your communities in which you do business and your customers all do better. That's the end of my little soliloquy. I hope
it reaches his ears.
Well, I hope so. But is there anything else, Maren, that I can answer for you or say?
I would love to hear you talk a little bit about how we have. I do feel like there's an opportunity. I do feel like we could take this moment and take criticism and silence it, and sort of move backwards out of this crisis instead of leaping forwards out of it. I see so many crises. Obviously, the climate crisis. This is like a pandemic on the backdrop of a global climate crisis. It's like, wow, what a moment. What's holding us back? How do we get to the happier ending of this fork in the road instead of the really unhappy ending?
Well, there are several things, really two big things holding us back. One is an obsessive concern for maximizing shareholder returns in the short term. And that short-term shareholder maximization ideology, and it is an ideology, is terribly damaging to companies. It's terribly damaging to communities. It's harmful to workers. It is really a product of the 1980s. It started in the 1980s with the corporate raiders and then the private equity people and the big institutional investors. A company like Amazon really has got to lead the way out of that bog. It is a bog. The second, really, the big problem is our democracy is not functioning as it should. And that has a lot to do with big money in politics. I know that, and I was concerned. I understand why Amazon tried to interfere in the city council elections in Seattle. I get it. I mean, I know. I'm not naive. Yeah. But that kind of stuff is really bad. It's bad for our democracy. And when companies around the country pour money, as they do, political action committees, into our political process, they are silencing the voices of millions of the rest of us. And so those two problems, shareholder maximization, that ideology over the short term, and also the big money in politics, are making it hard for this country as a system, as a political economic system, to respond to the climate crisis, to respond to public health crises, to respond to everything else that we need, including widening inequality and corruption.
You're preaching to the choir here.
Well, I haven't mentioned it explicitly, but I'm going to say it right now. We need stronger worker voice. We need labor unions. We need workers and worker voice that is incorporated into the governance of companies. Because unless we get that, then we're going to be over and over and over again facing exactly the same battles with exactly the same narrow-minded maximization of short-term shareholder returns and big money in politics that is undermining our system.
Last question. We had, really strong labor voices here today, earlier, and yourself included. What do you say to the people who sort of back off from unions? I mean, obviously Amazon is trying to step away from unions and they do not want this organizing to be happening. What do you say to people who are like, well, unions come with their own bad stuff too? I mean, sure, maybe everything does. Nothing's perfect, but we need them. What do you say to that?
Well, I say the same thing that I've said for the last 35 years to managers. They're scared of unions, and they come up with every kind of excuse you can imagine. But what I tell them is that unions are good for business because unions actually enable workers to have a clear voice. Without a union, you don't know what's going on. Without a union, everything can get buried until things get so out of control that you get really a lot of anger, a lot of danger, a lot of workers getting hurt, a lot of consumers getting hurt. You need the voice that workers have because they've got a union. It's not going to take away from profitability. Over the long term, it's going to add to profitability. And you want to also give workers a voice in your board of directors and in management. I mean, it's, I think one of the problems with unionization as it was conceived of in the 1930s is that it means conflict. It doesn't only mean conflict. It can mean collaboration. And a lot of managers worry that, if we have a union, it's going to cost us and it's just going to be conflict. Well, let me tell you something. If you don't have a union, it's going to be conflict. If you don't have a union, the conflict is going to be even sharper and bigger and more enduring. Those wildcat strikes that have occurred across non-union states and are recurring more and more, teachers' unions and nurses and everybody else. Why are they occurring? Because there's no voice, because workers have no alternative.
We are at time. I just want to thank you so much for being here. I'm trying to make some noise in this virtual situation where you can't hear the applause, but thank you so much.
I'll do the same thing for you, Maren, and good luck to you. You take care.
All right. Thank you very much. I think we are next going into, do I have the caregivers on deck? I think I see Lisa. And I see Trey. Am I saying your name, Trey?
Yes.
Hi. Hi, and Jennifer. And okay, Teresa, somehow I think I've lost your name, but I think, there you are. Okay. Thank you for being here. Let me give you guys a quick introduction. We have 3 frontline essential workers here, caregivers, and we have Trey Kwan from New York City. She's a nurse, a shop steward, and a member of New York State Nurses Association. She's also the editor of Left Voice Socialist publication. And then we have Teresa Brown. Oops, I lost my window. She is BSNRNFAN. You'll have to tell me what that one means. And is clinical faculty at the University of Pittsburgh School of Nursing. She's an author and frequent contributor to the New York Times and other publications, speaking on nursing, healthcare, and end-of-life care. And then we have Jen Holyfield, a surgical technician at Swedish Medical Center in Seattle. She recently helped lead her coworkers on a strike with over 8,700 hospital workers. They won wage increases and improved staffing, racial justice initiatives. So I want to thank all of you for being here. It's great to have like another huge contingent of our essential workers here. I know you guys are fighting with, fighting against a lot of the same struggles that some of the Amazon warehouse workers are struggling against. So really fantastic to have you here. I'll just start out with asking you to tell us a little bit about who you are, what's happening in your work right now, and how COVID is obviously impacting your workplace, and even climate crisis, if there's anything there. We're talking a lot about intersectionality on this throughout this whole day, and if there's something there, feel free to speak with it. And Trey, if you want to start.
Sure. Thanks, Maren. Sending all solidarity to y'all, especially yourself dealing with being retaliated against for speaking out and being brave. Really what Amazon workers, warehouse tech workers are fighting for, we're fighting for the same exact thing. Protections at our workplace. There should be no work that's unsafe. And that's exactly the situation we're in today. The way that a lot of us are understanding this is as one particularly terrible episode in a long history of a chronically understaffed, under-resourced, segregated healthcare system that is just a part of how our economy functions and how our society is forced to function. So at my workplace now, people are, like, I talked to my coworker this morning because I didn't go into work today. And I was like, how are you doing? She was like, I don't even know. I'm drinking a lot more. And it's kind of like people, we're suppressing everything. We're just pushing everything to the side in terms of, how we are feeling absolutely traumatized, stressed, drained, frustrated, angry at the system, because we need to tend to the patients, and many of them are alone now and not getting the quality of care that they deserve and that they need. And also in terms of thinking of how our struggles link up with you all, those of us at my hospital at Mount Sinai, we formed like a COVID committee to respond, because we felt like our employers, even our union leaderships, and definitely the federal government and state government weren't taking the necessary measures to make sure we'd be safe, that our communities would be safe, and workers would be safe. So we formed this committee and we started having direct actions, but we really feel like all of these actions have been kind of disparate and like siloed. So Amazon workers called out sick a few days ago and we sent videos in solidarity. Y'all have been like walking out and doing this virtual walkout, but there needs to be more of a coordination and possibly disruptive militant action. That's kind of what gets the goods. I don't really believe that. I think part of the problem is, Robert just mentioned that unions are good for business right before our segment. And I got to say, I think that's part of the problem. I think that unions have been good for business for so long that you can't be good for business and be good for workers, because we don't have the same interests. Our case in point, when we're fighting for PPE, when we're fighting for the Defense Production Act to be actually utilized, we're fighting for that against a federal government that's not valuing our lives and our patients over businesses and profit. When we're fighting for really safety for Amazon workers, that's against the corporate executives, hedge funds, and folks who kind of run the business from the top, but who aren't facing these conditions themselves. So I gotta say that I think that going into things with a different approach where we're not, in nurse speak, we're not waiting for management to notice that we are not drinking water, not taking breaks, not able to care for our patients. We have to sometimes strike for that. We have to sometimes walk out. And wildcats are not always a symptom that we don't have a voice. Sometimes it's when we're figuring it out and we're finding our voice. So that's my take on the situation. Thank you so much for inviting me to join y'all.
Thank you, Trey. Jen, do you want to go? You're on my screen. You're the next one up.
Sure. Hi, I'm Jennifer. You introduced me a bit, but I'm a surgical technologist at Swedish Hospital here in Seattle, part of a hospital chain, Providence, which is a large multi-hospital West Coast operation, mostly West Coast. To echo what Trey was saying, healthcare workers, nurses, techs, and EDS workers, our housekeeping and service staff, have to fight to get these rights. And I think our union is so important that way. And the fact that we're wall to wall is so important that way. We're united. We were trying to stand up against a very large corporation, a billion-dollar corporation. And, it's easy to feel like they don't have a sense of what's going on. They don't care. They're not on the front line. Like Trey was saying, they're not there every day with us in the trenches. And we always say, the workers, we know what's going on. We're at the front. We see it every day. We can recommend always the best course of action. I find it really shocking that Amazon, as a Seattle-based company, is so resistant to unions. Seattle is such a union town. It's in the history of our city, starting with the longshoresmen and union activity. So we're proud of that here. I would also add some similar things that, as Trey mentioned, some things that we did in the face of COVID outbreak. We immediately entered into a memorandum of understanding with our employer. And fortunately, in Washington, our governor has been really supportive of healthcare workers and trying to contain by all the legislation. So, but we immediately entered into a memorandum of understanding with them. It gives us power to protect our workers and protect ourselves. And not only is it for the Providence hospitals, but our union has installed in multiple employers around the state. So we're able to get really similar language for all the hospital systems in the state, or most of them. So very powerful. Being in a union has changed the way I work. I came from a non-union job previously in Colorado. The difference in being in a union made all the difference in my work and the working conditions. So absolutely. We want to support Amazon workers and actions, and we are interested in being there to support you guys in whatever way that we can.
And back at you. Teresa, do you want to, and then we can talk amongst ourselves, but Teresa, do you want to go ahead and tell us your story?
Yeah, I got invited to speak on this panel because I just had a column in the New York Times about gag orders that have been placed on nurses and doctors. And for the first time told my own story, which is that I started writing as a nurse maybe about 10 years ago. And there was always a little bit of tension between me and management, but it slowly got worse, and I was getting cold called into meetings with the chief nursing officer and a corporate lawyer. And then finally they gave me an ultimatum and said, if you keep writing or speaking, you will be fired. And I really loved that job. It was one of the most painful moments of my adult life, I have to say, honestly. And they did it in such a mean way. They said that I was compromising care because doctors felt like they couldn't practice the way they wanted to with me there, which I said is absurd. because I think it is absurd. But just everything one can sort of imagine as a sort of parody of how corporate people can be really mean, that's what happened. The good news is I kept writing. I found another job, and I never told that story publicly because I just wasn't sure it would have national resonance, but it does right now. And the more I hear about nurses and doctors having gag orders, and I heard from even more people after the column came out, it really makes me feel sick, because I know, as Trey and Jennifer were saying, staff on the front lines need protection. They need care, and they need care for themselves so that they don't get the virus and they don't get anyone else sick with the virus. And to know that those people are being hassled, terminated, it's not just heartbreaking, but it's really sickening, because it's bad for everyone. It's bad for staff. It's bad for patients. And then to hear that workers at Amazon are also getting fired. And again, they don't say the reason we're firing you is because you're a pain in the neck. They say that, and you won't toe the line. They say it's this or it's that. Same as the PR people in the hospitals, they have these corporate spin doctors who everything's perfect. This just happened for this reason. And of course, we can never discuss a private employment matter. So they're really protected by silence. And that means that for so many workers, the only thing we have is our voice, or as Jennifer said, our feet, right? We can speak up, we can walk out. The message I've been trying to give to people is, if we spoke up together, that's so much more powerful. And I know it's incredibly scary to do that, especially if you're not in a union shop. But that's my message. If everybody can speak up together, can walk out together. I mean, when we started hearing about shortages of PPE, I thought, what if every nurse in New York City just walked out for an hour? Which I know would be so hard to do, and it would in some sense make people feel terrible, like I'm a terrible nurse because I left my patient. But at the same time, it would be a statement, right? I need to be protected so that I can protect my patients. So that's really my message. My situation was hard. It was very difficult. I overcame it. I'm still here. I'm writing. I'm still writing for the Times. I'm working on my 3rd book. I've been teaching nursing. So you can get beyond this horrible moment. But I hope if we're all in it together, maybe we can make some good happen instead of just waiting for the corporate axe to fall.
Yeah, you're in the fight. Did I understand maybe that, Trey, did you read some of Teresa's writing and were you impacted by it?
Yeah, just a few days ago, we have like 1 million chats with nurses where we exchange articles. There's so much discussion, and actually, I think a lot of radicalization in a good way, where a month ago the discussion was single payer, and trying to get our unions and also, politicians to back that. In New York, it's the New York Health Act, but now we're talking about national healthcare, nationalized healthcare.
Wow.
No private hospitals. Why are pharmaceuticals determining the price of insulin and also determining whether or not people can survive? So we're having these discussions among like rank and file nurses, and someone sent me your article about, so much of it rang true, the corporatization of healthcare being at the root of this obsession with brand, an obsession with image that then leads to us being, retaliated against. I don't think it's the only, like you said, it's not maybe the only factor, but it's a very decisive factor. And I really agree with waiting. We can't wait around for the corporations to kind of like notice that we are human beings and we have worth. A lot of times we have to force that. And in the same way, we can't really wait for Governor Cuomo or Mayor de Blasio, even folks who claim progressive politics or who claim to be like pro-worker or pro-union. So many times in New York City, we've seen Cuomo, when he was running for elections, he came around and said, count me in to the building trades workers. You know, I'm for you. I'm gonna like only fight for union jobs for the Hudson Yards project. But he didn't make good on that promise. He's told nurses the same thing. I'm gonna make sure you get safe staffing legislation. And so our union leadership endorsed Cuomo for the second time. But, you know, a lot of rank and file nurses were angry at that because we were like, well, we don't think that he's really the one to represent our interests. So it's a lot of folks are like, I'm not interested in politics. I just want to deal with what's happening on the shop floor. But this pandemic makes it clear that those relationships and that kind of, I guess, blind endorsement and backing of these public officials in ways lead us into this mess. Just a month ago, he was like, I'm not going to lock down New York. Don't even think about that. Got to keep businesses open.
Oh, wow.
So the same person who now is like, well, we got to be, you know, hard on this and everyone's got to play their part. So I think there's a lot of like double speak going on. And I think there's a very earned distrust of Governor Cuomo among like working class people in New York, particularly Black and Brown communities. And Maren, you were asking about intersectionalities. Climate change, like arguably we're in this pandemic because of the disaster of capitalism on our planet, you know, like the forced migration of entire species, the extinction of species, you could argue that this virus came out of those processes. And also climate in terms of our environment, our human environment, Black and Brown people are dying disproportionately more than white folks. In New York City, it's 34% of COVID related deaths are Latino, you know, 28% are Black. And I think I've heard about 60% of Latinos are unemployed. So there's, you know, the claim that this virus doesn't discriminate. Boris Johnson had it, he was in the ICU. I'm sorry, but no, there's definitely these systems of oppression that have always existed that are coming to bear now. And this is part of why it's not just about like public health. It's an economic crisis. It's a crisis of who runs things, who controls the political system, who controls the hospitals, not the people who treat the patients. So we were talking a lot about like, why do we even have managers? You know, I mean, and I work night shifts, so a lot of times we're like, we run this. You know, managers come around to tell us like, did you label your line? Because, you know, they're worried about like reimbursement. They're worried about the billing side and throughput instead of what is going on with my patient right here? Like, what's going on with the families? What's going on with the workers? So that total disconnect for me, the non-essential are the bosses. The essential are the workers, undocumented workers who should have the right to work, you know, who should have the right to be here and be equally valued. So for me, I really think our unions, I'm like so proud to be in my union and proud to be a shop steward. And I really hope that our unions can take on struggles that are really cross-sectoral and really, you know, develop solidarity and coordinate militant action by workers.
I know you made what must have been a really difficult decision to leave maternity leave early and go back to work.
Wow.
So, you know, you're obviously really committed to your job, really committed to your patients. And I can hear that you guys are all dealing with much of the same thing that the warehouse workers are dealing with, where it's about silencing, it's about throughput, it's about making sure, you know, bottom line, the dollar. And it's really hard to hear from healthcare workers. Like it is kind of it's a very large wrong. So I'm sorry that you guys are dealing with this.
Just listening to Trey, I thought about, you know, in the US, there's movies about whistleblowers, right? And we see these people as heroes, but then, you know, the lone person who fights against whatever. And yet more and more increasingly in the way our companies are running, that person is not a hero. That person ends up out on his or her own. Or as Jennifer was saying, when they were doing negotiations with Providence, it was very different because they're a much bigger company. And we really need a rhetoric of the common woman, the common man. We need that to come back and say, money is not the only value. In fact, for most Americans, you know, we're making enough, we're getting by, but it's not what we're living our life about. And I would really like to see that in politics, see a very different set of values expressed and held up as being important in the same way that profits are now seen as being important.
And I would add to that, the experience recently of having this 3-day strike that we took, it was really hard for people to leave their patients for 3 days. We had to keep reminding ourselves that it wasn't us leaving our patients, it was management's decisions to not deal with us that forced us into that position. And when we did make that choice to walk out of the building and stand out there for 3 days in the freezing rain, that it was empowering. It did get us what we wanted. It got their attention. It got the attention of the community. It got the attention of our politicians. And they were supportive of us because we were doing the right thing. And that's what matters. And so it was so gratifying for me to feel that, and to feel that my fellow employees could have that feeling too. And that when we took that action together, it was successful and it mattered. So
that is
it can matter.
Formative experience to feel that feeling, to know that when you feel so alone and so powerless, and when you come together and you can actually, you know, achieve big wins, that is transformative. I really want to thank all of you personally, for the world, for what you guys are doing. I hope that when we come out on the other side of this, we retain some of the realizations and you know, improvements that we've been forced to achieve here in this, you know, by force of a virus. Thank you all so much for being here. We're at time, so I have to say goodbye, but again, keep up the good work. We're all indebted to you.
Great, thank you, and we'll come out for you guys anytime.
Yeah, great to meet you.
Thanks so much.
Workers.
Solidarity, stay strong.
Yeah.
Bye.
So now, I think we're going right into some pretty exciting things here. It's going to be me talking for a while, but I get to sort of announce that we have had some really big name elected officials come out and stand up for us and show support for all of the workers who are speaking up for safety. So the first letter comes from Dow Constantine. He's a very familiar name in this region. He's the King County Executive, which is the highest elected official representing King County. Washington. He represents over 2 million people in the city of Seattle and surrounding cities and towns. And he has written a letter that was signed by himself and 34 labor leaders and 33 other elected officials. So I'm just going to take a moment, it's not too long. Just going to take a moment and share the letter from Dow Constantine to Amazon. So, Amazon, the COVID crisis is revealing much about our region, state, and nation, about our collective strengths and weaknesses. It will certainly change us forever, though exactly how remains to be seen. Leaders across government, health, and business owe it to our constituencies to be responsive and compassionate, while so many face the burdens of the pandemic. Many businesses are stepping up to this challenge admirably. We applaud the actions taken by Amazon to create a small business relief fund, limiting price gouging and hiring more people in a challenging time when many jobs are declining. We wanted to address another set of events, though, that was brought to our attention and raises concerns about the precarious position of workers during this crisis. In recent days, Amazon has fired employees in New York, Minnesota, and here in Washington State for speaking up about workplace safety issues, which, in the context of a pandemic, are extremely serious. In New York and Minnesota, these were Black warehouse workers with what they called out as COVID safety hazards in their own workplaces. In Seattle, these were women technology workers who asked fellow tech workers to support warehouse workers. This comes in the aftermath of the first disclosed death of an Amazon warehouse worker from the novel coronavirus. All workers deserve safe, healthy workplace and compensation that allows them to provide for their families, whether they write code for web servers or sort packages in warehouses. We ask Amazon to do the following: reinstate the fired workers immediately, further improve warehouse safety in response to the ongoing pandemic, allow workers to act collectively and unionize without retaliation. As we move forward and return to work in the months to come, we will need everyone working together for the people and the prosperity of our region. Today is a moment for our leaders, from elected officials, business executives, labor leaders, and executive directors of community-based organizations to demonstrate the values we all share by ensuring our economy will be rebuilt in a way that is open and fair for all who build it. We look forward to your partnership. And then it's signed, like I said, from the 34 labor leaders and 33 elected leaders. So that's huge. Dow, if you can hear Executive Constantine, if you can hear us, huge thank you for taking that step for us. That means a ton to all of us. And we are really excited to see what type of results come from such a huge statement and with so much support and just the feeling of support that gives me, and I think I can speak for everyone, is really amazing. And then beyond that, we have yet another amazing letter from Pramila Representative, U.S. Representative Pramila Jayapal. And I'm going to take a sip of water before I try to start reading this one. So Representative Pramila Jayapal represents most of the residents in the city of Seattle in Congress. And she's the co-chair of the House of the Progressive Caucus. She's the first woman of Indian ancestry to be a member of Congress. And she's a longtime civil rights advocate who helped found the immigration rights organization One America. So just today, Representative Jayapal sent a letter to Jeff Bezos expressing her concern over reports of issues faced by workers making low and moderate wages employed at Amazon.com. She notes that many of Amazon's growing workforce of at least 800,000 workers, including warehouse workers, delivery employees who are directly employed and subcontracted, and grocery and retail workers, are required to show up to work to keep Amazon's shipments of both essential and non-essential products going. Representative Jayapal says, I have had numerous private conversations with top management within the company and have appreciated the information that has been shared with me. However, my concerns remain in 4 specific areas. And for now, I will just share the 4th one with you all here, but you should definitely look for the letter and read the whole thing. But the 4th one is, 4th, and importantly, workers must be able to organize and raise concerns without fear of retaliation. Workers are the first line of defense against the spread of COVID-19. They are well equipped to identify risks and propose and suggest sound risk mitigation strategies. Organized groups of workers are especially effective in identifying large-scale safety concerns. For this reason, I am extremely concerned by reports that Amazon has fired workers who led efforts to advocate for improved safety and working conditions for their coworkers. Workers like Bashir Mohammed, Marin Costa, Emily Cunningham, and Chris Smalls. Not only does federal law protect workers' rights to organize and express health and safety concerns, but it is in the best interest of the public to ensure that workers are able to speak up freely without the threat of retaliation. These continued firings of employees who are raising appropriate and necessary concerns about their health and working conditions is extremely disturbing. I urge you to consider and implement requests made by Amazon workers who are organizing to protect their health and safety. The measures they request seem eminently reasonable, possible, and necessary. So, I see, Emily, I see that you're on. you can join in and just say like, wow, thank you. Thank you, Representative Jayapal. Thank you, Executive Dow Constantine. These are huge, huge shows of support. So over to you, Emily.
Thanks, Marin. We have Ronnie Almonte with us right now. And Ronnie, before I get into your bio and introducing you, I'm going to just read off something for people listening in right now. So if you work at Amazon, we need your support. Support us and warehouse workers by responding to the survey in the video description. We want to know you're listening, and we would also love your thoughts or words of support to share with the speakers. You'll stay private if you want. If you want to support us, please fill out the survey linked in the video description. It's bit.ly/Amazon-listen. And now to you, Ronnie Almonte. My video, I think, is a little bit stuck. Okay, now I see you.
Hey.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, so I'll read off your bio and then you can fill us in and other things that we don't know.
Sure.
But Ronnie Almonte is a science teacher in Brooklyn, a delegate of the United Federation of Teachers, and a member of the UFT caucus, the Movement of Rank and File Educators, otherwise known as MORE.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate you being here. If you could tell us a little bit more about you and your work, and also why you support Amazon warehouse and tech workers speaking up about the COVID crisis and working conditions, and also about the climate crisis.
Sure. So, like you said, I'm a public school teacher here in New York City, and I support the Amazon warehouse and tech workers' struggles for very simple reasons. One, an injury to one is an injury to all. The old labor slogan still applies today. If they're able to take away your freedom of speech and assembly, then they can take it away from any other worker in this country. So the second reason is I definitely support the struggle against Amazon in particular. Being from the city and teaching in the city, Amazon tried to take billions of dollars of taxpayer money in order to open up shop here. But luckily a movement was able to shut that down. And it's especially upsetting that the state here was willing to give billions to Amazon, when just this week it was announced by my boss, the mayor of New York City, the so-called progressive Bill de Blasio, that he was going to cut almost $1 billion in the education budget. So it seems like there's always money for people like Jeff Bezos, who last week just made a few $1 billion alone. But when it actually comes to the needs of working people like us and the people we serve, there's always cuts. So for those reasons, I support y'all. We have been going through a similar struggle of trying to force our employer to shut down business as usual in order to contain the pandemic, and some of us even being threatened or retaliated against early on in the struggle when we were trying to close the schools. Yeah, for all those reasons, I support y'all.
Thank you for your support, and we support you as well. And we want to hear your story. Can you talk us through what happened with you and with teachers trying to shut down the school system in New York?
Yep. So it was announced, I think, on March 15th that the New York City school system was going to be closed. At least the buildings were going to be closed. We're still teaching. We're still doing remote learning, but it was announced by the mayor that the schools would be closed. However, that week we were required to go in for 3 days, which was ridiculous, and increased our risk of exposure, right? We were supposed to go in to do a training on remote learning, which apparently we couldn't have done remotely. It's just bizarre. And those who did not want to go in that week had sick days deducted from their sick bank, which is just disgusting and ridiculous. In the week leading up to that, there were the Department of Education here in the city had a policy that if there was a confirmed case of COVID-19, that they would close the school for a day to clean the building and then reopen the next day. And this is what they were doing on a case-by-case basis. Of course, anyone with any understanding of disease, let alone epidemiology, would have understood that just because you clean up a school doesn't mean you're actually containing any outbreak. There are people who've been exposed and have been interacting in the days leading up to that. So this twisted, unscientific policy of reopening schools just after a day after they've been cleaned was unsatisfactory. Also, at a Bronx building, which contained 3 schools and the Grace Dodge campus, teachers there reported to the New York Post that they were being told by supervisors that after a confirmed case was announced, that if they told kids about the case, or if they told them to not come to school, that they would be they would basically be punished. So that is retaliation. So what we have gone through here is very similar to what you have all gone through there at Amazon. So our struggle in a lot of ways is one and the same. Finally, we were able to get the school system to close. There were a lot of variables that came into play. One that I think was important was the Moore Caucus, of which I'm a member, had called for a sick out. Don't go to school on Monday. We have to force the city to do what's right. A decision that the New York City was very late in making compared to the rest of the country and the world. And, in some ways we're suffering the consequences of that now, being the epicenter of this pandemic in the world. So, in a lot of ways they can, so the sick out never really happened because the threat of it, the very real threat of it actually, I think played an important role in actually forcing the mayor to make the decision the night before to close the school systems. But as some of you may know, it's illegal for for public sector workers in New York State to go and strike because of the Taylor Law, which I think was passed in 1967. So it's been the case for a while. Even before that, there was still anti-labor, anti-strike legislation for public sector workers. So, I mean, I guess hypothetically or technically down the road, if they wanted to, they could invoke the Taylor Law, right, and punish those of us who are members of the caucus that called for the sick out. So there's a lot of overlap, I think, between our struggles, but I think what we're doing is the right thing, and we're saving lives by using our power as workers.
Thank you for the incredible work that you've been doing. You've saved lives by doing that, and I'm sorry that you were even in a position where you had to, come together to force those kind of changes, those necessary life-saving kind of changes. So thank you for your work with that. And I've been reading a lot of Twitter threads from experts talking about with the 1918 flu, and the study showed very clearly that those that did measures, including closing down schools earlier, had much less death than those that did it later. And those that kept it going longer also had much less death in the population. But with politicians in the early stages of a sort of a crisis like the pandemic that we're seeing, I forget the quote, what it was exactly, but it was like, it's hard to have the political, because if you do it right, then there won't be a big issue. But if you don't, then it's like much more suffering and death from innocent people. And so I just want to commend you and your fellow teachers for standing up to do the right thing.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for your work. You're an inspiration. So are your coworkers.
Yeah, and what I love too is, like, I love how it's like bringing all of these different workers together around the world, actually. So we have had people from different parts of Europe, warehouse workers from France, from Germany and Poland. It's been wonderful talking. We had warehouse workers from New York earlier as well. And because in New York and New Jersey, there's been some really bad outbreaks. Amazon itself admitted that there's a fulfillment center in New Jersey that has 30 confirmed cases. And workers are telling us that it's even worse in Staten Island, where there's 50 cases. And those workers that go there are having to take 2 different kinds of public transportation often. And then that particular warehouse has thousands of workers there that live in 5 different the 5 different boroughs in New York City. And so, and these are workers that are putting their lives and their health and safety on the line for non-essential products, for bowling balls and ping pong, tables. Like, this is just, it's not okay. Like, people's lives matter, and they matter. There's no comparison between a product. Like, it doesn't make any sense. So we're just about out of time, but I just wanted to give you an opportunity. If you wanted to say anything more, you're welcome to say anything else.
Yeah, absolutely. I just kind of want to throw out there that, so one of the excuses that the mayor gave in delaying the school closures was that, out of this concern for the students, never mind that these students have been going to increasingly segregated schools. The income inequality has been increasing like crazy under de Blasio's tenureship as mayor. And now we care about the kids. Like, clearly, I think what the reason was that he wanted the kids to go to a school building so that they were supervised while their parents went out to go to work and make money for people like Bezos, because we teach the kids of Amazon employees, and to go and work and make profit for people in the middle of a pandemic, without regard to their safety and their health. So really, the politicians have failed us. They prioritize profit over people. They don't care about. They didn't care about the children, and they didn't care about us. They just cared about the bottom dollar. That's disgusting, and I think it's important. And I'm glad to see that we're getting together and we're actually pushing back and fighting against them. I think it's going to make a better world for us, because of the power that we're creating here. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and we stand with you. And thank you for taking the time to be with us today.
Thank you.
All right. So next up, we have a driver and a warehouse worker. Let's see, we have Hibak and Jason. So thank you both for joining us today. Jason was actually fired. He's a driver from a third-party contracted by Amazon, And then Hibak is a warehouse worker in Minnesota. So thank you both for your time and for coming today. So maybe we can start off with Hibak. Hibak, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and what's happening on the ground at your warehouse in Minnesota?
Hi, my name is Hibak Mohammed. I am a warehouse associate in Minnesota, Shakopee. I'm working Amazon for 3 years and 8 months. Yeah.
And what kinds of issues are you and other workers in Minnesota, what are you facing there right now?
We're facing like unsafe environment for this coronavirus. We work in like a lot of associate, like we are overcrowding. The building is overcrowded, and we're working hard and just we putting ourselves at risk for this pandemic time.
Yeah, you're saying that it's really uncrowded there, and Amazon has been saying that it's been rolling out policies to have social distancing. Can you talk a little bit about in your warehouse how social distancing works or how it doesn't work in your FC?
It didn't work. It works. The people who stand up, they want to give that social distancing warning, like how they give Bashir and other leaders. Just this social distancing, they saying they are not applying for another associate, just they focusing for people who just the leaders and speaking up and saying like this wrong. You guys, you are putting ourselves dangerous and our family. And Amazon, they're not using like when we are in the line, we are overcrowded, we just shoulder by shoulder. They hiring a huge number of an associate to this pandemic to make money, to fill the the boxes. And if some of us we get sick, then they can expose another one. But they're not using as our safety for this 6 feet distance.
Hibak, I'm so sorry that you and other workers there are experiencing that. So it sounds like that from what you're saying that Amazon is selectively enforcing the social distancing to punish workers who are standing up to the ways that the environment there is unsafe, including what you're saying when you are all on the line, nobody says anything about the social distancing to get out the products that are coming down the line. But when people are speaking out, then they start enforcing it.
Yep, that's true. I talked to the general manager about it. I talked to the senior up managers even today, and I said like we're not 6 feet apart because the structure where I work, the walls are so closed and the stations are so close, and we are 3 feet away. And I said like, we're gonna improve next week. Every week they're gonna say we're gonna improve. I didn't see any improvement, and that's what they're doing it, and they're focusing on giving the 6 feet distance when we are in bunching out or bunching in or in the break room to the bathroom area. That's the thing they're selectively targeting for people who are speaking up, and some of them they get fired, like Bashir.
Yeah, well, I think Bashir is going to join us in a little bit, who was one of the workers that was fired. And we're seeing that this is not only happening in Minnesota, but we saw this happening with Chris Smalls in Staten Island, and Jason also is going to be talking to us also about him speaking up and being fired. So, and then our Chicago colleagues as well, who were on earlier, have also been retaliated against when they're simply trying to speak up around the unsafe conditions there. And so I forget what body of some regulators or something looked into it and found that there was retaliation happening there. So I just want to say that I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you all are going through this, and it's very wrong. So let me just jump to Jason here, and we can do some back and forth and things like that. But thank you for sharing all of that. Jason, thank you so much for coming today. I was wondering if you could just introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about who you are.
Yes, my name is Jason. I live in Queens, New York.
Oh, it's a little bit quiet. I'm not sure if we can.
You hear me now?
How is...
Sorry, Bashir called me.
It's Bashir.
He's having trouble to get in.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, just 1 second, Jason, while I try to figure out Bashir.
Okay, no
tech
problem.
team, if you can hear me, can you all try to on the back end try to help Bashir? Okay, they're on it. So Hibak, they're trying to help him right now, but thanks for letting us know. Okay. Jason?
Yes, how you doing? Can you hear me now?
I think it's a little faded, but I think we'll go with it.
Okay, all right. All right, so my name is Jason. I live in Queens, New York. I'm a Amazon delivery driver. Yeah, basically I'm a father, also working on the job as well. And so basically that's what I do actually most of the time. And I'm also learning. I like to learn a lot more stuff. Always, pick another career, whatever it is. But yeah, that's what I usually do most of the time right now at the moment.
Well, thank you for joining. I know that when we talked before, as a driver, drivers are not having their temperature checked, even though you all are going into the warehouse.
No, they're not. When I got back, when I saw on the TV, they were saying that they wasn't getting the temperature check to everybody. They only apply to warehouse workers, but not for drivers. And we all go in the same building. And to me, it doesn't make sense when drivers are not getting tested. And it doesn't make sense. We're going to the same building. People are still going to get infected no matter what. So, yeah.
I want to get also into your story about your father-in-law, who you live with, was the first warehouse worker, Amazon warehouse worker, who was tested positive for COVID-19. And from what we were talking about, you were saying that he, even though he was officially diagnosed with the virus, really had struggles getting paid.
Yes, definitely. What happened was they didn't believe us at first that he got diagnosed with COVID-19. What happened was he called HR. HR told him, okay, we're gonna see what's gonna happen. They gave him a case manager. He called the case manager. The case manager usually had no idea what was going on. The HR will give us doing a runaround. Case manager be doing the same thing. And he had every document as well. So what happened is that I told him, honestly, I feel like we're not going to get paid because, you got documents. I got documents. I had to be self-quarantined. I also had COVID-19 symptoms as well. I was sick for the whole week. And I don't know who to call, and then we had to call the New York Times. The New York Times straightened them out. And then that's how we got paid for that. And I just recently got paid from Amazon, not like 2 days ago, actually. And this all started in March 18. So think about it. That's terrible. It's crazy.
Terrible when you're trying to budget and trying to pay rent and, have groceries, that not knowing if you will even get paid, even though you should, that must have been incredibly stressful. And I'm sorry that happened.
Yeah. It took a toll on everybody because we were sick. And then on top of that, we were losing money on top of that. We had to take out of our savings. And it's really hard, honestly. It's just because, they hold us up for that, But yeah, I mean, you had to do it, so.
So, can you describe a little bit about the protective gear that I think it was around Clorox that you didn't get in your van that you needed, and can you describe a little bit about how you weren't able to get some of the things that you needed to protect yourself?
Okay, the thing I usually carry a mask for myself. When I go into the warehouse my DSP, they said they will give us masks, gloves, Clorox wipes, stuff like that. But when I got back, I did not have any kind of those materials at all. When I got into the van, usually say we were leaving in the glove compartment, there was no Clorox wipes in there as well. I also asked them to see if they could give me a pair of gloves. They said no. So, okay, that's fine. They didn't give me no pair of gloves. The only time when I was working, they only gave me one mask, and that's all, one mask. And on top of that, I had to buy my own to disinfect the van, because remember that these vans are being used daily by different people from different drivers. And I'm in the epicenter of the COVID-19 as well. So that's the thing. Like, he got mad at me about that. And, you know, he told me I was a liar and this and that, like all that stuff. So yeah.
Jason, I'm really sorry. That's wrong and shouldn't be like that.
Yeah.
So we just had Bashir join us. So I want to transfer over to him for a little bit, and then we can do some back and forth. Bashir, welcome. Really good to have you here. And
welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome to Emily.
Can you please? Yeah, we talked the other night, and
yeah.
to talk to you then, and good to have you here now. I was just wanting to, just tell us a little bit about yourself, like who you are and anything you want to share about yourself.
Yeah, my name is Bashir Muhammad, and the one who was get fired, Amazon, Minnesota, Shakopee, April 9 for. So I was working for Amazon almost 2 years. So I was getting like April 9, but kind of retaliation way. So, and I think all of us, we have same issue. All of us, we get fired by retaliation way. So like, I was working over there and I was fighting how can that place become safer, me and Hibak and other organizers. So I was leading for a couple of protesting that I'm so like reducing the speed rate and Amazon treat for employees as human, not robot. Finally they fired for me by retaliation way. April 9.
Yeah, so you had been really standing up against the unsafe conditions there and raising the alarm. And then it sounds like from what I understand that they are inconsistently applying the social distancing rules so that those who are organizers and are being brave and trying to protect their workers and themselves from this virus and unsafe conditions. And from what I understand, it's almost impossible to socially distance in warehouses, and that that some things can be taken away from break rooms. The chairs spread out, but then when the products come down the line, everybody just jumps in, and nobody enforces the social distancing when it has to do with the products. But when leaders speak up, then you are getting punished for that. Is that?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not only me. Like, Amazon, like since coronavirus is starting, we were asking them, Amazon give the priority for coronavirus situation, me and other organizers. So like in this situation for coronavirus, Amazon, they see like good advantage that they can fire the people who talk their rights and the people who organize for employees. So I think I'm not the first one, but like I think I was the third one. And right now my facility for Shakopee is still, they give banishment for other organizers. They watching a lot, they give the hard time. They're looking for the little bit chance that they can fire for the other organizers. Some of them they give unfair rain up, and some of them they watching especially. And that's like, again, it's for employee right.
Yeah, I'm just so wrong. So I want to go back to Hibak, and maybe all of you all can share your experiences with this, but it's around this idea around transparency, around being told about coronavirus cases or not being told. And Hibak, could you share about what's happening around, are you being told about coronavirus cases when they happen?
Nope. First we heard it like people, they say in associate, oh, there is someone who will get positive and they get the board.
Ooh, we just lost Hibak.
Yeah, lost, yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
Sorry.
No problem.
Another phone stop. Then I asked channel manager, I get a chance to ask channel manager, chat, and I said, chat, what's this? Or this is true? The board, some people, they wrote associate, someone get positive. What do you know? And he said, oh, there's no any confirmed case as far as we know as a management. And I said, like, if this become true, what do you guys want to do? And he said, you guys deserve to tell the coronavirus in here, then we have to, in fact, we have to do further action, but you guys deserve to tell. And I said, that's true. And he said, yes. After like 1 week, I talked to person who get positive.
You talked to the person
who get positive.
Okay. And did the management ever tell you about that positive case?
Nope. Still, they're just denying. I talked to the news. The news said, Shakabi News called me and they called Amazon. Amazon, they denied. Until now, they put their borders. There is no any confirmed case in MSP1, and that's not true.
What about you, Jason? Can you speak to how it's been around transparency for drivers who are, Amazon uses, but are technically, there's actually a third-party company, but it's transporting, goes into warehouses to get all the goods to deliver them. Can you speak to how it's been with you around transparency?
For drivers, it's the worst, honestly. For drivers, it's really bad for them because, like I said before, with drivers, it's not really, it's not safe, honestly. We're in the how can I say this? We're in the front battle, basically, when we're delivering this stuff out. And, I spoke out about, with the vans that are not really sanitized. He called me crazy, and then he told me I can't work for his company. He never wrote me up never one time. He never wrote me up. And I did my job always, and he just fired me, basically. And also I was organizing as well, giving out to the drivers, the newsletters that we were doing in the warehouse. Probably somebody said something, I'm not sure, but I was really discreet about it. But I wanted to organize for other drivers as well, because it's unfair for us drivers that, we're also going through this as well, but like I said, it's disappointing, honestly, at the same time that we're going through this.
Well, these are really important stories. This is really important information to get out to Amazon tech workers who just don't know about it, or people just have no idea that the policies that are coming out aren't actually working on the ground. So thank you to all of you for being here to share that. We're just at time right now, but I just wanted to give every person a chance to say a final word or anything else that they wanted to hear before we close out. Bashir, do you want to go next?
Yeah.
Final words?
Yeah, my final word is just like, how can we stop like the Amazon retaliation against for employees? How can we stop that one? Because still, like, it's not only us, the one who got like fired by retaliation, but still they are keep doing for retaliation to the other employees. How can we stop that one? Can we go for OSHA or can we go for lawyers? So
it's unacceptable. It's unacceptable that in this global pandemic, those of us that are trying to speak out and saying this is not right, human lives are more important than products and money. We're being retaliated against. So thank you for being brave, and I'm sorry that you were fired. It's wrong. Hibak, any final words from you?
Yes. Amazon, they just implementing new policy against, who just speaking up and who just organizing and who say like we need safe place. Now they ended unlimited in UBT. They ended May 1st. It's gonna be ended, and people then they don't have a choice. They have to come work or they have to fire automatically, or they lose that hours. Also, they just implementing new policy, which just you cannot stay 15 minutes early your shift. You cannot stay 15 minutes later you shift. That's again is to just speaking myself, even to talk to the managers. And if I see something wrong, there's no time to say that because I will get the banishment and I will basically gonna be then fired. And because you have to be shut up, you know, that's policy is gonna basically mean.
So for those of us, thank you for sharing that. For those that may not know, so unpaid time off is what Amazon right now has initiated for workers who don't feel safe going into work. They're able to stay home. Mind you, they're not being paid, even though the warehouses are not safe. And it's really Amazon's responsibility to make them safe and not punish the workers by not paying them. But they're allowed to at least keep some of their safety if they want by staying home. But when they take that away, that means that you have to go to work or you'll get fired.
Yep.
So yeah, thank you for sharing that, Hibak. It's really important.
Gonna be ended for April and end of April.
And yeah, April 30th.
And if you're feeling sick, you have to come to work, you know. And they're gonna banish you if you have the coronavirus symptoms. You have to have the, you know, the evidence. How to get that? Because there's no time. You have to come to work.
So many people don't have health insurance. Like, how are they even supposed to get a doctor's note? This is just a disaster. It already is a disaster. It's going to be more of a disaster.
More, yeah.
And what's worse in New York, especially in New York, there's no testing whatsoever. It's really crazy to get testing here in New York, especially here.
Wow.
And they want you to provide that. It's really hard to get that, honestly.
Yeah, that's
this
true.
world is going crazy.
That's
yeah.
So we're almost at time, but Jason, the final word. Jason, what would any last thoughts you want to say before we sign off?
I feel we gotta unionize. We gotta unionize. Honestly, that's what we gotta do. We gotta fight back. We gotta keep doing what we gotta do, even though we got fired. Look, I'm still fired, but I'm still giving out the newsletters to these drivers out here, no matter what. And we gotta still organize no matter what.
Yep.
You know,
we
gotta do
this together, like as some of the New York warehouse workers, they have this phrase that they use that I love, and it is, we keep ourselves safe, because the company isn't doing that. So we have to come together and we have to love each other and we have to look out for each other and we have to stand with each other. So I would do this 1,000,000 times over to stand with you all. So thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, all of you.
Thank you. Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Stay
Bye
safe.
bye.
You stay safe.
Bye bye.
So now we have Maren and me, who are going to talk a little bit about our journey. Or no, we're not going to do that. I think Maren, you're on mute.
I think we're over time, so I think we should.
I think we should just send 2 minutes, right? Because our closing statement, it'll be fine. I think. Because I think it's good to give people a little bit of a sense of like how we got involved with this and why we don't have to do necessarily the whole story, but yeah. So who's gonna ask who first? We didn't really coordinate this.
You were gonna start. Because you started. You were.
Well, yeah. Okay, so a little bit about how Maren and I got connected. We had actually, many years ago when Maren was in her time away from Amazon, she started in 2002 and then she went another company for a short time before coming back to Amazon. She interviewed me, or we'd had coffee about a position, and I ended up not taking it. But I remember really liking Maren when I met you. I just really liked who you were. And so when I came back to Amazon, I saw you at different design conferences, internal conferences, and before you were fired, you're a principal designer, which is 2 levels above me. And I always I was almost kind of shy, or I had so much awe and admiration for you as this really incredible designer. And so anyways, I ended up, there was a group of us that filed a shareholder resolution that Maren ended up filing as well, asking the company for climate leadership. And one of the things that we had many people send out to different email listservs about hey, sign up for our email to learn more about this climate resolution. And I ended up sending, because I think one person that said something that to this email list called Seattle Chatter, which is just talking about whatever you want to talk about around Seattle. I thought it was kind of boring. And I was like, this is not gonna do it. And we're in a climate emergency. So I ended up writing basically this love letter to other Amazon employees. And it talked about, I wrote, because I wanted people to go like, like the emoji with the little eyes, like the look emoji, like what? That I wrote, the subject line was why I spoke on record to the New York Times. Because I spoke to the New York Times about why we wanted to do that. And so anyways, I ended up I talked about even crying in it. It was like how moved I was by Greta Thunberg and how important it was for us to do as a company, because it was a moral thing to do first, the most importantly, but also because I thought it would be really good for the company itself. There's a good business case for doing that as well, though that shouldn't matter at all. Anyways, so I sent this email to Maren, or like to this design listserv. And Maren, do you want to say like what you replied, how you replied to that? Oh, you're muted.
I think it was like, OMG, I love you or something with a heart emoji. Like really, not, well, your email wasn't business-like and neither was mine.
So yeah, there was no punctuation because she's a very busy principal designer at Amazon. And so like then I got even a response from her at all was like very like touching to me, but that she had no punctuation. It was like, oh my God, I love you. Mm-hmm. And I think if she had said anything less than that, I might've been too shy to follow up with her. But we ended up, we had a one-on-one, and I remember our first one-on-one, you were like, oh my God, like the climate crisis, like this is my thing. This is so important. And I just felt like, again, this like kindred spirit. And
you asked me, the first question you asked me is, so where does climate fit in for you? And I was like, it's my #1 issue.
Yeah. And like, it has just been like such a pleasure to be in this work with you. And I love you. And I'm not just saying that in a like, oh, I love the person, like as a, just offhandedly. Like I literally love Maren Costa. And we have been through fire together. The company tried to silence us. Maren was given a warning of, she continued to, both of us were warned by HR about speaking up about Amazon's role in the climate crisis and partnering with oil and gas companies with Amazon Web Services. But we kind of went through that together, and it has been a scary ride, but like one of the most exhilarating rides I've ever been on. And you and everybody else in Amazon Employees for Climate Justice, and the thousands of us across the company and across the world that have been part of this have been really inspiring. And I just wanted to say thank you for being you and for being in this with me.
The feelings are completely mutual. This whole group has really centered around being human, being caring, being real, being loving, being connected. There are like all walks of people in this group, and we come together and talk about feelings and emotions. And it's really the opposite of the tech culture, which is competitive and emotionless and completely, data and logic driven. And this is the complete opposite. And we're all in it. We're all in, all of us. And it's a really great place to be. And it reminds me of, like Brené Brown said, that the first sort of wave of humanity was all about brawn and, strength being the biggest, half ape. And then the next wave was about brains and being the smartest, most winningest, most competitive. And the third wave that we're about to head into, if we're going to get out of this at all, is about heart. And we're choosing really actively to do that. And I think it's going to be really key to the future.
Yes, and I wanted to do a big shout out to all the Amazon employees for climate justice. Like, there are so many people working such long hours, getting all this information out into the world about climate justice and connecting climate to COVID, to racism and inequity and tribal sovereignty. And I'm just so in awe of everyone. And I feel my heart swells to know that we're in this together and that I have people like you in the world with me on this. And so it's incredible what we've been able to do. It has blown my mind. I never imagined that we would be doing this. I just thought, well, we have to try something. And when we first started, but then it just grew and grew and grew. And I think it has to do with how much heart and bravery is part of this group. So I want to thank all the employees for climate justice. There's an incredible amount of work that it took to put this on. So
and all of our guests today too, if any of you are still listening, like, thank you so much, all of the people that supported us.
So let's do the, should we do the closing? And then we'll have, we're gonna close out with our musical guest, Bex, who's here too. So is it you or me that's starting the closing?
You can start.
Okay, I'll start the closing. Okay.
Do you want to start one more time with our PSA?
Oh yeah, sorry.
I can do that. I got it right here if you want.
Oh, I have it right here too.
Okay, good. You go.
So, if you work at Amazon, this is important because it's the last time you're going to hear it. We need your support. We are powerful together. Support us and warehouse workers by responding to the survey in the video description. Y'all really should do that because it's awesome to hang out with Amazon employees for climate justice because we have fucking fun together. We would also love your thoughts or words of support to share with speakers. You'll stay private if you want. If you want to support us, please fill out the survey linked in the video description. It's bit.ly/Amazon-listen. Okay, so let's do a little bit of reflection about how this experience, how this day, this transformative day changed us. What did we learn? We learned how interconnected all of these issues are. And we learned how interconnected we are to one another. We learned Amazon employees have each other's backs. In the midst of the coronavirus pandemic and some of us getting fired at Amazon, we were still able to count on each other to come together and show up for each other all over the world. Together, we have the power to change the world. As my warehouse colleagues say, we keep us safe.
Courage is not the absence of fear. It's the feeling of fear and standing up anyways. We have seen today so clearly that we are not alone. We are surrounded by friends and supporters. We found support from the climate movement, elected officials, labor leaders, and other great people who have spoken out about safety and silencing and firings during the COVID crisis. Amazon needs to stop firing and start listening. They can fire some of us, but they can't silence all of us. Amazon's leadership clearly doesn't yet understand the urgency and gravity of the climate crisis or the pandemic. It doesn't yet understand that the only way out of this is to work together. Leadership doesn't always come from the top. And even the smartest person in the world can have some blind spots. So it's up to us, Amazon workers and customers, to compel Amazon to do the right thing. We are in an important time in the history of our species. We know the climate crisis is only going to escalate. This is the moment where we can be afraid and alone, or we can embrace each other, stand together, and continue to fight for the just and compassionate world that we want to live in. There's no other choice but to act boldly and bravely and to be as human as we possibly can, to love one another, stand up, speak out, and act.
Today, we are transformed. We have overcome our fear. We will not be silenced. We will not give up. We will keep going until we achieve justice and doing everything we can to make sure this world survives and all the people in it. Now is the time to deeply care about one another. We can do this. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, everyone. Yay!
And so we're gonna have so important to movements is music. I think what helps us get through hard times, helps us remember our connection to each other, helps us remember why it's good to be human in a world that can often be cruel and harsh. It's music. And so I want to introduce Bex, who's going to be closing us out. Bex, I'm going to your bio. Bex is a social worker, activist, and singer living in Seattle, Washington. They are a song catcher with the People's Echo, a singing collective infusing local climate and social justice movements with music, a facilitator in training of the work that reconnects, as taught by environmental activist, systems theory scholar, and root teacher Joanna Macy, and will be graduating online with a master's in social work from the University of Washington this June. Congratulations. Bex believes in the power of shared creative expression to foster individual and collective healing, empowerment, and liberation. That's amazing, Bex. So I'll let you take it from here, and thank you for your music and your work that you do.
Yeah, thank you so much, Emily and Marin and everyone for having me here today. So I'm here on behalf of the People's Echo, which is this singing collective that I'm a part of. We create songs for social and climate justice. So I have 2 songs to share with you all this afternoon. The first one is called Stop the Money Pipeline. We wrote this song back in, 350.org. 350 Seattle has been targeting Chase Bank as the largest funder of fossil fuels in the world. And so this song has been used at actions across the city and across the country too. And in this time of social distancing, we are really missing our singing together. And so we've come up with this creative way to sing together this song. So we're gonna share a video of Stop the Money Pipeline. I would love if any of you all listening at home are welcome to sing along. You'll catch on pretty quickly. I'll sing it for you real quick and then we'll go to the video. So it goes a little something like this. Stop the money pipeline. May our money and our values be aligned. To life and the future we are loyal. When we stop the flow of money, then we stop the flow of oil. All right, and now you can hear our community choir sing this too.
Stop the money pipeline. May our money and our values be aligned. To life and the future we are loyal. When we stop the flow of money, then we stop the flow of oil. Stop the money pipeline. May our money and our values be aligned. To life and the future we are loyal. When we stop the flow of money, then we stop the flow of oil. Stop the money pipeline. May our money and our values be aligned. To life and the future we are loyal. When we stop the flow of money, then we stop the flow of oil. Stop the money pipeline.
All right, so that was our community choir of the People's Echo singing Stop the Money Pipeline. We would love to have you join us. We're doing another All right, am I back?
You're back. You got it.
So that was Stop the Money Pipeline. We would love to have more people join us. Check us out, The People's Echo on Facebook, and you can submit your version of Stop the Money Pipeline. We're gonna create an even bigger video. So we're trying to get the word out there. And the last song that I have to share is about courage, and that's been embodied by the work that you all are doing today. I think Maren shared actually the lyrics of the song that I'm about to share. The words are, "Courage is not the absence of fear. It is the feeling of this fear, being afraid and standing up anyway." So here is the People's Echo Song Catchers singing Courage.